Welcome back to Player Profiler's coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. I'm Theo Greminger. I'm here with Matt Kelly, the Podfather. We got Cody Carpentier, Memphis Young, and Matty Kiwoom ready to take it at the NFL desk. Matt, we are here for day 3. And day 3 is always a really fun one for fantasy. You gotta sift through it a little bit more than round 1, round 2, and round 3. But last year we had 4 of the top 10 wide receivers in football were all day 3 selections. Brock Purdy, quarterback in the Super Bowl, day 3 selection. It happens every year where these day 3 guys come in and make impacts and stick with us in fantasy.
But I care about the running back. Running back. We had a lot of great satellite backs. We got my man Dylan Lobby. We got Will Shipley. Of course, there's the slasher du jour, Jaylen Wright. We get the big grinder, power back, Braelon Allen, and it just keeps going. Kimani Vidal, Ray Davis, Bucky Irving, Isaiah Davis, Audric Estime, down the board. I'm excited. There's a lot of guys and some sleeper receivers. Like, we're going to see how deep the NFL goes. There's always a couple guys that are not on anyone's dynasty rankings that people forgot were even draft eligible that get drafted in day 3 at wide receiver.
Yeah, and you bring up the running back spot, and it's actually like when you look at round 4, within the first 10 picks of round 4, you have the Chargers picking, you have the Giants picking, you have the Minnesota Vikings picking. There's multiple teams where if one of these running backs we left, like a Jaylen Wright or like a Braelon Allen or a Will Shipley lands, these guys are going to shoot up rookie rankings based on their opportunity. You talk about Dameon Pierce 2 years ago. You talk about Michael Carter for that short stint on the Jets. You see those 4th round running backs occasionally really hit and help us right away. So I'm glad you brought up the running back spot. Really has been a fantastic draft, not only for fantasy football, but also for us at Player Profiler. A huge thank you to our audience who have supported this show. You guys helped us set records. We broke day 1 records, broke day 2 records, and we're looking to break day 3 records as well. We've been giving you the best fantasy football coverage that we can possibly turn out, and I think the best available anywhere, Matt. Big shout out to everybody who's been supporting it, but we're going to crush it today. Matt, anything else you want to look for before we kick it to Cody Carpentier, Matty Kiwoom, and Memphis Young to take us up with the start of the 4th round?
Yeah, we had R.C. Fisher on the show. R.C. Fisher always digging very deep and has the hottest takes. He likes John Giles. John Giles from West Florida. He's the wide receiver 26 on our rankings. I'm curious to see if so we'll be on the John Giles watch in the 7th round to see if he goes. But yeah, let's do it. Let's rock this thing.
And I will say this, guys, this is for the first time ever in our Player Profiler draft coverage. We're bringing in guests. If you want to know how Keon Coleman is going to impact the Buffalo Bills, we have the voice of Buffalo Radio and the co-host of the Deep End Fantasy Football Podcast, Mike Shope, joining us at 12:30. And then our Player Profiler audience said, get Alan Seslowsky to Detroit. Yeah. Get him to Detroit. Co-host of the Sonic Truth Dynasty Podcast. You love Alan Seslowsky of RotoWire. He's joining us at 2 o'clock. So make sure you stick around for those 2 guests. But right now, we're going to kick it to Cody, Memphis, and Matty, ready to take us to the start of round 4.
Day 3 of the 2024 NFL Draft, the day that the meatloaf is made, the day that the teams are built. Yeah, it's all glitz and glamour the first 2 days, but today's rosterbuilding.com. It starts off hot and early with the Eagles having 6 picks in the first round, 4th round and 5th round. Matty Kiwoom, Memphis Young. It's going to be a big day. I'm looking forward to seeing where a lot of these guys land. Let's start first and foremost. Give us some of your best available players today as we walk into round 4.
So the guy that is highest on my big board that has yet to be selected is TJ Tampa. I'm assuming the medicals are a big reason for that. But we're talking about a guy who's just under 6 feet, 200 pounds. He's the best, the hardest hitting cornerback in the class. He's still available. He's inside my top 50 in the big board. So I'd like to see where he goes. And then Jatavian Sanders, Cody. Seems like the process wasn't kind to Sanders, and now the DC will not be kind for Jatavian Sanders.
The layup tight end 2 in the class has now fallen to day 3. We've seen 3 tight ends go off the board, of course, starting first and foremost with Brock Bowers. We saw Ben Sinnott from Kansas State and the Tip Ryman go to the Arizona Cardinals. Jatavian Sanders, not the most athletic pre-draft process. Only 8 reps on the bench. I know my boy Memphis is getting into that 225 bench competition. But my best available players: Jeremiah Trotter, inside linebacker. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. That is. From Clemson, Christian Boyd, one of my favorite prospects in the entire class, guy that was invited to the Shrine Bowl, no combine invite, but man, did he have a good pro day down there in Northern Iowa and put on a show at the Shrine Bowl. Love to see a place where he lands today. Javon Baker. I listen, he's a guy that I said this was my guy. Unlike the Troy Franklin thing where you heard first round buzz, I always knew Javon was going to go late round 3, round 4. I want to see this landing spot incredibly bad. Memphis. Running backs. What are we thinking here?
There are 2. Will Shipley and Bucky Irving. My guy Nino Brown from the College Football Nation, he put me on Bucky. He's like, no, he can be a satellite plus. I'm looking Raiders. I think the Raiders would be a good spot for him. I think it'd be a good compliment for Zamir White. I wanted to ask you about TJ Tampa, though, Maddie. What's a good fit for him? What's a good spot? Because I know there's talk that Cooper DeJean could be moved to safety. What's because Philadelphia, Cody said they had all these picks. What's a good spot for him?
I love Tampa going to Detroit. I thought the culture fit, the kind of style that he plays, the position made a lot of sense. But they went Rakestraw. They chose their flavor. They went Enos Rakestraw yesterday, so they're not going to go TJ Tampa. Another team to look out for, I would say, the Green Bay Packers. They haven't really addressed the their outside cornerbacks. Jair Alexander isn't getting any younger. Yes, they made the trade to bring in another cornerback, but Stokes hasn't really been as good as we had hoped he'd be. So I think now here you got great value round 4, day 3. I think this would be a good length, but TJ to GB.
What about Javon Baker? Because I'm the dynasty guy. You guys know all these guys. I'm focused on the skill position. Now this is a Cody, my guy. Where would you like to see him wind up? What's his perfect fit?
To be honest with you, if I can get him either at 105 or 106. 105 is the Los Angeles Chargers. Yes, they got Ladd McConkey. Yes, they took Quentin Johnston last year, but Javon Baker is a better version of Josh Palmer. Javon Baker is a guy that can come in and be a stable number 2 in an offense, as is Ladd McConkey, but they need just all-around weapons in this offense. From a fantasy perspective, I wouldn't love it as much. From an NFL perspective, I would love it. Tennessee, though. Tennessee with Calvin Ridley, he's got a big deal. DeAndre Hopkins is going to be out in a year. They need another piece in this offense. Javon Baker doesn't bring the speed element that they've talked about, but he does bring an ability to replace DeAndre Hopkins a year from now. So I think early would be nice. The Vikings could use a wide receiver 3. They're picking at 108. The Giants could use some receivers. They're picking at 107. I think we could see a couple of receivers go off here in the early part of round 4. I mentioned the Philadelphia Eagles. They pick at 20th overall in the 4th round, 23rd overall in the 4th round, 32nd overall in the 4th round, and they also have 3 5th-round picks. So Howie Roseman started off the draft over the last 2 days. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Jalix Hunt, hammer, and now, like we talked about, the meatloaf day, the team-building day. Today's the day I think Philadelphia builds this roster up.
There's going to be some players for them to build the depth. These teams want long, deep playoff runs. That means you need healthy players in December, January, and February. This is where you said the meatloaf is made.
And this is the day where a lot of teams look to get that cheap talent. A lot of these guys could be starters. We know the Eagles just re-signed A.J. Brown to a massive extension. Jalen Hurts extension is going to kick in.
That's right.
When you're paying all this top-end money to only a handful of guys, these 3rd, 4th, 5th-round rookies have really got to come in and contribute right away. So Cody's nailing this. This is like where you find the Jason Kelsey replacement. Not that you can replace him in terms of a dude, but it's the day where you find a lot of talent.
Cheap talent.
Cheap talent
back in the day.
You could. The nice thing is when you are set up like this and with a roster that's, I would say, 90% just set in stone, and you have 6 picks over these 2 rounds, is you can throw multiple darts at center. You could throw multiple darts at linebacker, things that the Philadelphia Eagles need to fulfill. But before the Eagles are on the clock, we have the Carolina Panthers that are on the clock right now as the draft is officially open here on day 3, round 4. The Panthers have the first pick here in round 4. They took Xavier Legette with the last pick in round 1. They took Jonathan Brooks in round 2 and Trevin Wallace in round 3 out of Kentucky to play linebacker. Something we did here before the process. We talked about it multiple times. Guard and edge. They have not addressed guard or edge in this draft. They did address guard twice in free agency with a butt ton of money spent. Edge continues to be an angle I think they look at. I'm looking at Austin Booker from Kansas State, a guy that's 6'7". He has the prototypical build to fit into this defense. Just a few years ago, they looked like they had one of the most up-and-coming defenses in all of the NFL with Derek Brown on the interior there, Brian Burns on the outside. I think they need to reestablish building from the inside out, something that Carolina has lacked doing over the course of the last couple of seasons. Where are you looking here for the Carolina Panthers with this first pick to kick off round 4?
I like when you talk about the trenches here. That's where they really should bolster up. A guy like Christian Mahogany could be a nice depth piece on the inside, the guard from Boston College. Another name, he's not an edge player, but he's an effective player. And I'm actually a little shocked he's still there. Brandon Dorlus from Oregon. Bit of a disruptor, a little leaner than expected, for the position, but kind of versatile in how he can attack opposing offenses. Somewhere in there, that's where Carolina is going to make their bread today. They need to make some not so sexy picks, but they need to make the right picks.
Any thoughts?
No.
No.
I am sitting here learning from you guys because I'm the fantasy guy. I'm the dynasty guys, and you guys are clearly subject matter experts on this, and I'm taking it in because when you guys speak, because I'm the listener, I'm a player profiler, YouTube subscriber, podcast listener, and I'm thinking of the good questions to ask to try to help relay the information that you guys are putting out. How do we relate this to dynasty team building? Hey, there's a lot of value in those 3rd and 4th round dynasty rookie picks.
Oh, right.
You don't always give those away in trade. So that's my takeaways. Like, these guys are really smart.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
You're yeah. I'll be at the desk more often.
I do want to bring up one. I want to get back to the Javon Baker thing. A team that we didn't bring up that could be dynamite for his volume and success. The New England Patriots. They are deprived of a true outside guy. Him and Jaylen Polk. I think that's a nice little compliment. It won't be the most athletic bunch, but I think it's a high football IQ, winners across the board in terms of how they can get open. We love the yards per out run from Javon Baker. He provides something that the Patriots just really have not had for multiple years now.
The problem I have with that is I don't want to say they're redundant, but they can both win in the same ways. They both average 17 yards per reception in the last couple of years. They're both 4'5" athletes, 6'2", 205, 210 pounds. I don't want to see that redundancy from personal love of both Jaylen Polk and Javon Baker. I do not want to see that for fantasy purposes.
Could I jump in and ask you a question?
Yeah.
Could this be like New England's way of doing what the Bengals did for Joe Burrow? As a rookie, they drafted T. Higgins. They already had Tyler Boyd. And then the next year you add that alpha wide receiver, because listening to you guys talk the other night with Anand and Dury, you're talking about how good this 2025 draft class is going to be loaded with more wide receiver talent. Even with a rookie quarterback, the thought is New England's still going to struggle, so they could have another top 10 pick next year. Could they be building up the band essentially to eventually add that feature wide receiver next year?
That would be the cherry on top. That would be the coup de grace. That would be what the Luther Burden. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That would be what we're talking here. But you want to make it easy for Drake May. You want to give him a player that he's acclimated with. Cody,
don't say it.
I don't want to see it happen. But Tez Walker again. Well, no, they have Tyquan Thornton. They don't need 2 Tyquan Thorntons.
Man, we talk about Troy Franklin, but Tez Walker's one that you remember those first mocks, those early mocks when you would test things in there. Like I put Xavier Legette and I got a bunch of flack for it. People trickled Troy Franklin in there. People were trickling Devontae Walker into their mocks early.
It was pretty common at first.
And he's also here on day 3.
Well, when I talked to him at the combine, I asked him, describe your game in 3 words. You know what he used? 1 word, said it 3 times. Speed, speed, speed.
Yeah.
And I think the NFL understands he's fast. They see that in his game, but he doesn't bring any more to the table than that. He is a speed guy. That's what he has in his bag. And that's why the NFL is recognizing that we don't need to take that guy in day 1. Hell, we don't need to take that guy in day 2. That's a day 3 guy.
It seems like a good replacement for Mr. Tyquan Thornton. The pick is in here at 101 for the Carolina Panthers. I do not have it coming through quite yet, but I did want to mention one more name. The reason I asked you thoughts on Carolina is because Atlanta, a team in this division, has spent first-round capital, top 10 capital on running back, receiver, tight end, and quarterback over the course of the last 4 years. The quad. The Carolina Panthers in this draft have taken receiver in round 1, Jonathan Brooks in round 2. What about Jonathan Brooks' teammate here in round 4?
This was a pretty popular landing spot throughout the mocks. Jatavian going to the Carolina Panthers. It would make a hell of a lot of sense. And at round 4, the opportunity cost is just, it's a lot more palatable. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's not as big of a risk than kind of reaching and grabbing him in round 2.
I'm nervous about it. I'm nervous to see this pick come in because it could really draw and tell us exactly where Carolina's kind of brain is when they're building this roster through this draft, because they do need a bunch of needs from the interior out, but they also don't really have a tight end in place. They only have 4 picks today, this one, and then it's going to be about 60 picks before they're back on the clock. Who's the tight end right now? It's Tommy Tremble.
It's right. They don't have one, really.
We're getting from across the news desk, we're getting word that it is Jatavion Sanders.
Pick 101 in the 2024 NFL Draft, the first selection on day 3. Jatavion Sanders, tight end out of Texas. The value has fallen. He's tight end 4 off the board, and he is the new weapon here in Carolina.
Cody is the Texas fan at the desk. Are we back up? We back up Jatavion Sanders?
The thing is the situation is what you wanted. This is the exact situation you wanted to see Jatavion Sanders go to, and he brought it up. He was mocked here plenty of times through the pre-draft process in the with that first pick in the 3rd. He all the way up into the middle of the 2nd round was Jatavion Sanders, but through the pre-draft process, some stuff came out off the field, blah blah blah, and then the testing came out,
right?
And it was like, whoa, like this guy doesn't play this way. He doesn't play like a guy that's unathletic, like a guy that's going to run a 4.6 and only bench 8 reps and not look the sled pushed him. Like it was not a good pre-draft process at all. And you can say you can blame that on the agent. Like when you are in situations like this where you're only going to get a negative for doing things, you just don't do that.
That's right. Especially in this day and age when players have all the ability to just back out with little criticism.
And I think it costed him about 30 or 40 draft picks.
That's a great call. But I mean, for his sake, he's in a good spot. He's going to have a clear path to a lot of playing time. And the kid did produce back-to-back 600 yards seasons at Texas. One of the best yak tight ends in college football. He has the traits on the field.
Well, I was going to jump in and say, well, his new head coach, Dave Canellis. I mean, look at the work he did with Cade Otton the last couple of years in Tampa Bay. It's not always a 1-to-1 comparison that if he can do it here, but we have seen this coach who's going to create this offense. We've seen him in spite of Chris Godwin, in spite of Mike Evans, in spite of all this other talent around him. He was still able to carve out I won't say significant, but a respectable role as the tight end early in his career in Tampa Bay. So if you're a Jatavion Sanders believer, that's another little thing you can hang your hat on.
With this landing spot, this draft capital, Cody, how do you see it matching? So obviously, Brock, tight end 1 in the class. Now you have Sinnott. We're not going to talk about.
I think Sanders is ahead of Sinnott. Okay. I like Sinnott in Washington, but I think this puts Sanders ahead of him just from the weaponry around him. We've talked about the weaponry around him. It's not. I mean, it's first round pick Xavier Legette, Jonathan Mingo, etc. But I think with Bryce Young, with an offensive line that's going to continue to build because they spent the money on it, it's going to give him a little more protection. I still don't know if he can get that ball downfield, but I think Jatavion Sanders in the flat, Jatavion Sanders creating yards after catch is going to be a thing. But we do have a pick in. A pick is in right now. The Denver Broncos have traded up. Of course, John Schneider from the Seattle Seahawks trades down from pick 102. The Denver Broncos have come up to pick 102 to draft a wide receiver. They got Jerry Jeudy exited just a few months ago to the Cleveland Browns. They have Courtland Sutton currently on the roster. They have Marvin Mims, who's going to be playing in the slot at pick 102 in the 2024 NFL Draft in round 4. The Denver Broncos have selected Troy Franklin out of Oregon. To pair up with Bo Nix at Oregon.
Makes sense. I mean, the connection's there, obviously. The familiarity is there. Troy Franklin, the slide is over. 2nd pick in the 4th round. He's going to have opportunity to get targets. He's going to have the chance here to do a lot. But what I guess I see the Broncos having an issue with in terms of how they diagnose and how they create this offense, the way Troy Franklin has won in college is kind of how Courtland Sutton wins. So are they just going to play wee and just let Sutton and Franklin just zip up the field and just chuck it? Doesn't seem like a recipe for success.
Does this hurt Marvin Mims? Does this bury any thought of Marvin Mims?
If Marvin Mims was worried about Troy Franklin, then we have a different set.
But
I
don't think it's less about Troy Franklin than it is about Bo Nix having the connection with Troy Franklin, right?
I will say that would be the pause. Is that I don't know that Bo Nix plays the kind of game that accentuates a Marvin Mims. He throws the ball like at 45-degree angles. He doesn't really push the ball down the field quite a bit. This is going to be an interesting offense, but you say he's a very comparable to Courtland Sutton. Courtland Sutton has either wants to be traded or wants a new contract. So there's a real world where he's not in this offense, even by camp. There's still a ton of teams that would take his shot on 29, 30-year-old Cortland Sutton.
Oh yeah.
And I think Denver may embrace the suck and just not be good this year. I mean, we got to assume the Chargers will be better. Obviously, the Chiefs go without saying. And then the Raiders, the Raiders could make some noise. So maybe Sean Payton's looking at this as a 2-year build, and they may let Cortland Sutton go. But for fantasy, you might get some splash weeks out of a Troy Franklin.
Do you think the Troy Franklin believers are going to jump for joy?
Oh, my God. Yes.
Yes.
So I'm the one who was poking fun at – and guys, I'm just poking fun. It's Twitter. It's supposed to be fun. It's social media. But I was poking fun at Troy Franklin, but you couldn't have got a better spot.
Yes.
Good offensive-minded head coach, quarterback that you are uber familiar with, opportunity potentially there. This is it. If you are a Troy Franklin believer, you are so back right now.
The funny thing is, last year, the narrative that we went with for this Denver situation was the first pick that Sean Payton spent in New Orleans was on Brandon Cooks.
Yep.
So the comparable was there. Brandon Cooks to Marvin Mims in this offense with Sean Payton. The second year Sean Payton was in New Orleans, he drafted Kenny Stills. Kenny Stills, you could tie a little bit of a line. They're not identical, but you could tie a little bit of a line of the erraticness to Troy Franklin in this offense. So it'll be interesting to see them go. But as you alluded to, Memphis, the people in Twitter streets, or X as they say now, the people in the X streets,
Twix.
the Twix, people on Twix right now are going to be right back in on Troy Franklin, and they're going to be pushing right back up because he's attached to his college quarterback, and he's in an offense that just lost Jerry Jeudy, and this is a better version of Jerry Jeudy. Blah blah.
This narrative writes itself.
I'm out.
Here's the thing. This is the confusing part of Dynasty is the time of the year. The same person may be chirping in two different ways, talking through both sides of their mouth. On one end, no one liked Jerry Jeudy. Everyone said he sucked. He couldn't do anything. No one wanted him in Dynasty. And now all of a sudden, he's gone. And now the role is lucrative. Well, why wasn't it lucrative when he was there? Troy Franklin goes here at 4th round. He falls below Luke McCaffrey, Jalen McMillan, plenty others. And now because he's with his college coach, it's back on. I still don't believe in the talent. So I'm not going to believe in the player. I'm not going to believe in taking him in Dynasty.
Let's follow the Sean Payton narrative for a second.
Okay.
Is there anyone in this offense that could fill that Michael Thomas role?
Sutton.
It's probably Sutton.
Okay,
But Sutton's kind of on that.
I'm just curious who can get that role, because like from a fantasy standpoint, even if it is Franklin, I mean Michael Thomas, wasn't the best athlete, but he was always open.
Slant boy.
Slant boy. I forgot about
Slant
that.
boy, but Troy Franklin's not slant boy.
Oh no,
that's not his game.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where I need you guys to really hit me with the nuance.
The Kenny Stills, the Robert Meachams, those are the old
school
Saints.
Robert
those
Meacham.
are the names that we're going to be looking for. So I guess the light at the end of the tunnel here is if you've got some Troy Franklin in best ball, you can be a little bit excited because he's going to have those spike weeks. But you're talking about volatility. This is a guy that's going to have a ton of that in your weekly leagues. Your
New England Patriots are now on the clock. It feels like maybe Denver was trying to jump ahead of New England, ahead of Arizona, ahead of the Chargers. The New England Patriots go on the offensive line. Of course, last round they went Caden Wallace from Penn State. Earlier on in the draft, they did the right thing with Drake May, Jalen Polk. Here in round 4, 3rd pick overall, they do have another selection here at 410. They go Layden Robinson, guard from Texas A&M. So they're starting to build up that offensive line. Resident Patriot fan here. Caden Wallace, Layden Robinson, protecting Drake May. How you feeling?
These aren't the names that I was super excited about pre-draft, but they're filling the needs of what the Patriots need have to do to allow Drake May to be successful. They're guys who can kind of play tackle if there's a huge kind of disaster. But they're going to be interior guys. But I think what it really does and what it helps strengthen this offensive line as a whole, it allows Michael Onwenu to stay outside, to find a home finally, because he's been kind of jungled around as they've been really just playing catch-up and building this line.
I like it. All right, next up on the clock at pick 104 is, of course, the Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals started off the draft on Thursday night by drafting Maserati Marv. They've had 11 total picks in this draft. They went Darius Robinson on the edge, Max Melton at cornerback in round 2. Yesterday had 4 picks in round 3. Trey Benson, running back from Florida State, Isaiah Adams from Illinois, Tip Ryman from Illinois, and then they pick up Elijah Jones, the second cornerback of the draft here at the 3.27 mark. They do have a 4th, 2 5ths, a 6th, and 7th. Monty is officially on the clock. Yesterday, my thoughts when Tip Ryman went was, why didn't you just take Roman Wilson and plug him in here as the wide receiver 3? Do you think wide receivers still on their underlying visuals here?
It could be, but at this point, they're really just picking up the crumbs. They're not
Yeah.
getting a difference maker. I think they're just truly happy with what they have. Greg Dortch has not been, the beacon of production, but he's been solid when they need him. And of course, Michael Wilson, like coming off 700 receiving yards last year, he's going to fit a role that's going to complement Marv and Trey McBride. So I think their urgency at wide receiver just isn't there. Could they go? I mean, money's got what you mentioned, still 5 more picks today.
Yep.
So they had so many picks that they took a blocking tight end, and everyone was happy about it. So that's a thing to look for. But if they go receiver, I think it'll be later on today.
I'm looking forward to
Well,
it.
I think it tells us about what they think about their wide receiving group currently. They're like, do we want a 4th option, or are we good with Marv, Trey McBride, drawing a blank there, Trey McBride, and Michael Wilson? And it's like, hey, we're comfortable with the guys we got. We got Dortch. That's our 4 primary pass catchers. We'll include the running backs out of the backfield. James Conner, sneaky pass catcher in his own right. Maybe they're just content and they're going to build the team the other way.
I think that's the sneaky one right there. You just brought up, like they have McBride there. I'm thinking receiver, but it's like they're content playing with McBride and having Wilson out there with Maserati.
Yeah, I mean, Wilson from like a dynasty standpoint really became more of like if you're in a dynasty best ball league type of a guy, because it's going to be hard to hit submit in the lineup every week, knowing Marv and McBride are going to soak up all the targets in that offense. But I think Monty is doing a really good job of the way he's constructing this team, moving around the draft board, picking up extra capital, because this is lottery ticket season. Some of these guys are going to hit, some of these guys are going to fail, and giving yourself more opportunities, whether it's the real NFL draft or dynasty, your odds of success go up. So I love how Monty is doing this.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the 4th round, the Arizona Cardinals select Dadrian Taylor I butchered that one. That's the first butcher of the day. Dadrian Taylor Demerson. About to call him Tomlinson, like Travius Tomlinson from last year. Dadrian Taylor Demerson from Texas Tech to play safety. They now went cornerback twice, and they go safety here today. If you do go look back at the roster building this year, they brought in Sean Murphy-Bunting to play cornerback, and they brought in Elijah Jones, and now Max Melton, and now Dadrian, revamping the backfield, defensive backfield.
They're bolstering up their secondary. Look at the division, guys. I mean, they have to stop Seattle. They have to stop McVay and Puka and Cooper Kupp. There's a lot of dangerous weapons that they have to worry about in the NFC West. So what they're saying is we're going to take a bunch of bodies. We're going to bolster up the depth. We're going to make sure that we don't get beat, and we're going to go ahead and face these teams head on.
I wanted to see them go. I kind of wanted to see them go receiver.
Well, here's the thing.
Who would you have wanted to see? Like who was a good fit with Wilson, McBride, Marv, Dortch? Like who is like the 5th member of that basketball team? Because you got to have like the short guy, the tall guy, the fast guy.
Where's Rondell Moore?
Atlanta.
Where's Greg Dortch?
Arizona.
Who's better than both in the same size? Malik Washington.
That would have been a great pick. But again, if you can wait and get him, they have a million picks. I will say this about any of the dynasty guys that have, shares of McBride, you can be ecstatic now, because what the Cardinals really did in their 30 visits was they brought in a ton of receivers. They did extensive background research on not just the top end guys, but the worthies, the guys that they could have went after at 27, right? They passed. They continue to go defense now. They passed wide receiver again early in round 4. I think they're okay with really consolidated targets going to 2 very, very good players.
That's a good point. I think who I think fits in this, and I'm thinking I want to see Malik play there in the slot, but they do have these 2 big guys out there that are Marv is probably a 4.45, 4.47 type of a guy. He's not going to burn you. Wilson's kind of the same way, 4.5s. Somebody that you could play that could potentially burn or be utilized as a gadget guy across the formation. You think of Devontae Walker, who runs in the 4.3s. You think of Anais Smith from Texas A&M, a guy that is just go gadget all over the formations.
As I'm listening to you talk, I didn't mean to cut you off. As I'm listening to you talk, I'm like, I'm getting more and more excited about Trey Benson.
Yeah.
You think about, obviously, I'm a Colts fan. So I had Edgerrin, Peyton, Marvin. Think about, you got Kyler. I mean, we've not mentioned his name once. He's a really good quarterback. You add Marv. We all like McBride. You have some nice ancillary pieces in Wilson and in Dortch. Maybe they add someone else. I know James Conner is going to be in the way at least for a year.
Maybe.
But the more we talk about this offense and like the guys in it, the more you have to start getting excited about Trey Benson. Because how do you stack the box to take on an athlete that runs a 4.39 at his size? it's going to open up some interesting running lanes for that guy. Just maybe I'm getting more excited than I thought.
One QB draft last night as we were laying in bed post day 2. At the 107, I selected Trey Benson. 107. That was after.
That's a great pick at 107.
That was 5 receivers that went off the board. Brock Bowers that went to the board. I took Trey Benson there at the 107. So
Good value there. But the thing I also like about this NFL fantasy, they're going to be able to play off each other. They're going to be able to stay fresh. They're going to be able to be a bit frustrating. My thing on Benson, this is Galaxy Brain. This is Dynasty Brain.
I know where you're going.
I think I'm avoiding in rookie drafts and trying to buy because someone might be frustrated because James Conner is a pro's pro. They're not going to cast him aside. So I think you might be able to play on the emotions of whoever has Trey Benson. Here's the gamble. James Conner gets hurt.
I got 2 words for you, though.
That could be tough.
Pass protection. The number one thing that keeps a lot of rookie running backs off of the field is pass protection skills. If you can't pass protect, I'm telling you, with a and maybe with a modern coach like Jason Gannon, is that his name? I know, Jonathan Gannon. So maybe, but I've seen many a quarterback or running back not get the time that we want them to because they can't protect the quarterback.
We're here today, day 3.
And I got booed.
You did?
I got booed. Yeah, Josh booed me.
Whatever. We'll boo him later. We're here all day, rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. We're going to wrap it up today. We had Boots on the Ground player profiler doing it like nobody else, and we want to thank each and every one of you guys for tuning in. The true sickos are already in the building, getting ready for these
They're the stars.
3 picks. We love it. We love it. Like Cody said, the meatloaf is made. But yesterday, our guys, Bradley Starlin and Jason Allwine, they were boots on the ground at the NFL draft, and they got some fan reaction. So we're going to be playing some of their videos, and I want to put one right here. Chiefs fan. See what he had to say.
Here live at the draft for Detroit. I'm here with the Kansas City Chiefs fan. Woo! They made a splash move yesterday, trading up to draft speedster wide receiver Xavier Worthy. What do you think about it?
I'm super excited. The Chiefs understand. They've got a game plan. They're going to execute it. They're going after what they want. Moving up a couple picks, there's no risk of downside as far as I'm concerned. Let's get after it. Go Chiefs, number 1.
Chiefs number 1. Well, they were last year, and they're going to look to repeat, baby.
Revamping the offense, doing the right things. We're 5 minutes away from Alan Soslowski hopping on the fantasy desk, I think, to talk a little bit about some of these guys that have come off the board here in the early part of the 4th round. Jatavian Sanders, Troy Franklin. We started out hot, just like yesterday. Yesterday, we started out hot, the first couple picks. Hey, we got us some fantasy guys, Malachi Corley, Trey Benson. And then it was like 20 picks later. Round 4 started out Jatavian Sanders and, of course, Troy Franklin. But just remember, in 5 minutes, we're going to have Alan Soslowski hop on with Theo, and they're going to be talking all things fantasy football. Pick 105 is in, and the Los Angeles Chargers do not go running back here. They go defensive tackle, Justin Eboigbe from Alabama.
Bama boys, you know those Bama boys, and they're gonna come in. And again, Jim Harbaugh is establishing the culture that he wants. Big dudes, tough guys. He gets another one here early in round 4.
Next pick off the board of the Tennessee Titans at pick 106. They go linebacker, off-ball linebacker here, Cedric Gray from North Carolina. I mean, they've been looking to fill up this defense. They've spent a lot of draft capital on it. They took Devondre Sweat, pick 38 yesterday. Spending draft capital on the defense is the important thing for the Tennessee Titans. And guess what? I'm just going to skip right past it because it's defense, and nobody likes to listen to me talk about defense. So guess what? At pick 107 overall, Darren Waller retires, and they fill him in with Theo Johnson. The New York Giants select Theo Johnson, 107th overall out of Penn State. This is a mammoth of a human being that we saw down there at the Senior Bowl. My boy Alex Dunlap, he's just, Theo Johnson's got to be our tight end too. He's so good. He's so tall. He's so athletic. He is. He falls here to the New York Giants. I think it's the peachy spot, right?
It's a good spot. Well, and now they have a sneaky tight end room that probably isn't going to have a lot of fanfare, but Theo Johnson, remember Daniel Bellinger? Athletic tight end. They have a pretty good athletic tight end room. A lot of development is going to be needed. There's going to be a lot of projecting that we're going to be doing here. But again, now they replaced Darren Waller with 2 very young, very athletic tight ends.
What do you think about this tight end fit right in here?
I would like to see Daniel Jones use the tight end more. He's not been a big tight end guy. I don't recall Brian Daboll making a successful tight end in his career as a head coach, offensive play. Doesn't mean that they can't, because as we know in New York, the skill guys, the pass catchers behind now Malik Neighbors is pretty barren. So there's no reason why he couldn't be like a dump off valve, maybe a red zone guy. but he is a monster of a human being, just a big man.
The big note I think here is allowing Daniel Jones an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Drew Lock is also there, but allowing him an opportunity. A lot of rumors coming into this draft where the Giants, they're scouting all the quarterbacks, they're talking to all the quarterbacks, they want to go through the process and do their due diligence was their excuse to why they were doing this. They draft Malik Neighbors 6th overall, and now they take Theo Johnson here with the 7th pick in round 4, which I think is a great spot to be drafting a tight end. It's kind of like you can try to translate it to the fantasy drafts. Personally, I don't like drafting my tight ends. I don't care who you are in round 1. Brock Bowers, Kyle Pitts, don't care. Give me between 208 and 308 in dynasty rookie drafts because I just feel like you can get value there because the tight end position is sometimes such a crapshoot from athleticism standpoint, from situational standpoint. In the NFL draft, it's round 4. Round 4, I think of Theo Johnsons of the world. You can think all the way back to the Mark Andrews goes in the 3rd, George Kittle goes in the 5th. All these tight ends that have come through the process. I think Theo Johnson here to the New York Giants allows him a new opportunity to have another weapon, which they've been devoid of over the course of the last couple of years.
And Daniel Jones is breathing easy today. He's going to get a shot at being the starting quarterback and really thrive in the role. Sometimes you have to remember what you thought a year ago to remember how to project going forward. This time last year, people were very, very excited for Daniel Jones. He was coming off QB7 on a points-per-game basis in fantasy. He just got Darren Waller. Well, maybe we start revving up that hype just a little bit more because he's still got the legs. He's still got the capabilities. And Malik Neighbors, I mean, whichever way you want to dice it, is a vast improvement in terms of weaponry than even Darren Waller brought.
I made a mistake. I said that Alan Slawski was coming on the show. It's actually Mike Shope. Mike Shope, the legendary Buffalo radio host. Mike Shope at the fantasy desk talking with Theo about, I mean, Nick Coder's not here anymore. He's happy about the wide receiver.
Yeah.
I kind of want to know what Mike Shope thinks about Keon Coleman going to the Buffalo Bills because they need a receiver, and I think Keon Coleman is the right receiver.
Keon Coleman was the right receiver all along. Kick it over to the fantasy desk, and Mike Shope, the legend from Buffalo.
Yeah, so we're really, really excited to invite on the first guest, not in the house, in Player Profiler NFL Draft coverage history, a great friend of ours at Player Profiler, one of the co-hosts of the Deep End podcast, Mike Shope. Let's bring in Mike. Mike, welcome. You're a trailblazer.
I keep asking myself why I'm not in Detroit. It's
why
almost
are you not with us here in Detroit.
I know it's like it's not even 4 hours. I meet people all the time who not really understand where Buffalo is. They think it's like, kind of close to New York City, but New York City is 8 hours and Detroit is less than 4. So I probably should have made this trip, but didn't happen. I'm so jealous of you guys. The house looks amazing. What a weekend, right?
Yeah, it's incredible. And Mike, the Player Profile audience all knows your story, and you are incredibly sharp when it comes to fantasy football, one of the co-hosts of the Deep End. But let everybody know what you do for a living and your sort of your impact on Buffalo sports radio.
Well, I'm not sure what I can answer the second part, but
a positive impact.
I've been working drive time afternoons in Buffalo at WGR, the Bills and Sabres flagship station, since 2002 with my co-host Chris Parker. I have a little bit of varied experience before that, and at the beginning of those years, ESPN radio and different things. So that's kind of been my gig. But I've gotten more excited and interested in fantasy sports in the last decade, and I'm really happy to have the show with Adam and with you guys every week because it's sort of like, sports radio itself is already the fun department, but this is the fun department within the fun department, I would say. And the draft is just the best, of course.
So you got what you wanted with a trade down. You talked about that was your kind of your goal with Buffalo, trading down. And then we got to start it out, Matt. We want Mike Shope's reaction to the Keon Coleman pick and the Keon Coleman's potential impact, not only as a rookie, but sort of his trajectory. How bullish are you on this selection?
I'm okay. He was one of the most polarizing players, at least receivers in the bunch. We've been talking on WGR about potential Bills receivers like every day for months. And then Stephon Diggs was traded. It just escalated from there, like even making it more obvious that this is probably what they would do. Coleman is not everybody's favorite, right? I mean, you've got different questions about exactly what his ceiling is and certain things, but I think it's okay. I think the most important thing to feel like you know about the draft is how much you don't know and how much randomness there is in it. Just like when we play fantasy football and we draft, we just, you're sort of playing odds and you want balance in your portfolio and this kind of thing. I think Coleman could be really good. We started to hear that they might pick him specifically yesterday, about an hour and a half before the pick, before like 5:30 Eastern time. And so we started to sit with the idea, and my co-host especially, sort of the prevailing take was he's Gabe Davis. He's going to be, he's a higher draft capital than Davis was, but in terms of his body type, amazing ball skills, contested catches type stuff. Hopefully he's better than Gabe Davis, who wasn't terrible. He gets sort of crushed around here, given how last season ended. So what the Bills did by passing on Worthy and then Pearsall and Leggett go before their pick in round 2, I didn't mind any of that. I liked McConkey the most, who went the very next pick to the Chargers. If I'm the Bills, that's what I would have done. But I think Coleman has a chance. He's a really good athlete, and he's in a great spot.
To quickly update the selections in the NFL draft, we're gonna give you we'll wait till after this Atlanta pick, but I'm gonna kick it to Matt. Any follow-ups on Keon Coleman?
Yeah, Keon Coleman has the highest ceiling of any of these guys after Xavier Worthy. It's all about Keon Coleman. He's got the quarterback, he's got the athleticism, he's got the big body. He's better than Gabriel Davis in every way. Certainly the NFL felt he was a lot better, drafting him many rounds before, but he's also a better size-adjusted athlete than Gabriel Davis was. And, he's like a bunch of guys, in this class, like McConkey, who weren't mega producers, but tested well, also showed out well in like route running drills and things of that nature. So this is going to be the wide receiver class that outperforms their college production in the NFL.
Yeah, and just to update the pick, we'll get Atlanta in a second, but we saw Kyrie Jackson selected by Minnesota with the 108th pick. Very tall cornerback, and notably for our fantasy football audience, Kyrie Jackson goes ahead of Troy Franklin, who's still on the board, and Bucky Irving as well. Mike, you mentioned Lad McConkey.
But before you continue, I just want to say, and Theo was on the show when Adam and I, or the previous show, but Adam and I did sort of the updated Dynasty first round after the first, what a rookie draft first round would look like after the first round of the NFL draft was over. And I put whoever the Bills take at wide receiver as the 110. I thought like there was that kind of a ceiling for him. So, I have to admit, I was a little bit less excited about that slot after Coleman was taken, but it's still there. Like Matt said, I mean, there's tons of potential in this offense and there's a lot of room. Sorry.
No problem at all. I'll quickly add that Brandon Dorlus, we have back-to-back Oregon selections. Brandon Dorlus was a defensive tackle, some projected to be selected on day 2, goes to Atlanta with pick 109.
Yeah, Atlanta's got to get another defensive tackle after they traded up for Aurora Horo.
Yes, I believe that's the
what a name
pronunciation.
You trade up for that guy, you got to get another guy. You got to get another run stuffer. Absolutely, they got to make sure they get as many run stuffers as possible. So, like, remember Mazzie Smith to Dallas? They're still regretting that pick, but keep going. My larger point about Atlanta is that they're not the worst team. They're not the worst general manager. I know that they have this dysfunctional front office, but Carolina is by far and away the worst front office. And now it used to be that the NFL was mostly bad front offices, and it's flipped. Now it's mostly good front offices, but there are the Carolinas that are still lingering around.
And Mike, you brought up the let's get back to kind of the rookie draft. So Mike and I were actually in a dynasty league together. So you pick at the 109, and I have 107, 108 in that particular league. But you bring up sort of in like the general sense, Buffalo Bills wide receiver 110. how are you sort of seeing Keon Coleman where you'd be comfortable selecting him in like a dynasty super flex rookie draft right now? Oh, wait, we got to interrupt it. Cody Carpentier, we're going to kick it back to after Mike Shope. We're going to get Cody Carpentier's reaction, but New England drafts a wide receiver that there are a lot of fans of in this house right now, Javon Baker, who actually we have ranked pretty highly in our dynasty rankings, Matt. Javon Baker lands with the New England Patriots, and I got to say, I think Javon Baker I think they have 2 starting rookie wide receivers this year. On the record, I think it's going to be Javon Baker and Jaylen Polk in 2 wide receiver sets. This is actually an ideal landing spot for Javon Baker with Drake May. Sorry to interrupt you, Mike, but
Baker is better than
very
Polk.
excited about this pick by New England. Really, really good pick.
Baker is better than Polk.
Baker is better than Polk from Mike Shope. And I think that a lot of times when we see teams double down at a position, Matt, historically, when you see the double down, oftentimes it's the second player selected that is more impactful for fantasy. I mean, the biggest example of this is the Baltimore Ravens when they started their draft out with Hayden Hurst in the first round, draft Mark Andrews a few rounds later. That's all she wrote. Hayden Hurst is a journeyman and Mark Andrews a perennial Pro Bowler. I think you could be absolutely right. I think stylistically Polk helps them a ton, but in terms of a fantasy ceiling, I think Baker has a higher fantasy ceiling than Jaylen Polk.
Yeah, this is gonna kind of skyrocket Baker a little bit. He's gonna be a potential top 15 option right there with Polk. This is tough for Polk. Polk was in the perfect position, only competing with Demario Douglas, had New England not gone back to the well at wide receiver or gone more of a kick return, type wide receiver, right? Like a dual purpose dynamic, wide receiver, like a small guy, fast guy in round 6, 7. This is not that.
Yeah. And
this is a potential target commander. This is great for the offense. It's just not great for Jaylen Polk. So I think Jaylen Polk slides now.
Yeah, I agree. But stylistically, I think those guys coexist. And a couple of days ago, Matt, I feel a lot better about the direction New England is going with for Drake May stylistically when they add Baker on top of Polk. This is not a bad outcome when you start talking about Drake May's weapons look a lot better than when New England selected him at 3 overall. So very, very fun one. Mike, I want to ask you this, though. Give us a couple of players that have moved up your rankings, potentially with their landing spots.
Well, I was going to answer your last question before that pick happened. I think that's 5 offensive players for the Patriots already, which is pretty good. You asked me, what is Coleman now in terms of rookie draft stuff? And I'm saying, I need to know what happens between now and the end of the day, because the Bills probably should draft at least 2 receivers. Like we've been saying that here for months. And so far they're at 1. And my favorite 2 ideas, everybody's maybe favorite 2 ideas going into this afternoon were Franklin and Baker, and they both went early. So Devontae Walker, Malik Washington, you still have some other options. I don't know exactly who's the best sort of complement to Coleman, but there should be someone else new on this team, the way New England has done it and other teams have done it, and that'll probably mitigate Coleman a little bit. No one, as you guys have said, everybody has said, having Josh Allen and this kind of opportunity is tough to beat for a rookie wide receiver. But I think there'll be someone else on this team by the end of the day, and a couple of really good options have been taken from them already.
Yeah, if you like McConkey too, you need to be hoping the Chargers wait.
Yeah.
Right? Keep waiting. So that's the, you don't want the Chargers aren't picking for a while now. So I think we're in good shape if you have McConkey. I think this idea that the Bills are going to go another receiver is, I think, semi-lock.
Yeah.
Right.
They need to.
They have 4 picks in round 5.
Well, so that probably it makes your decision easy if you're debating between those 2 guys. Just go McConkey.
Mike, one question for you, because you play a lot of Dynasty and certainly a lot of redraft, and you're also like a practically addicted to best ball, but that's a whole nother story. Trey Benson and Jonathan Brooks, both had very, very kind of fun landing spots. They both have passed to big time fantasy viability some point early in their careers, if not their rookie seasons. Which player are you valuing higher in your rookie drafts?
Benson easily for me. It's always kind of James Conner keeps fending off situations, if not competitors to his role. But eventually, it comes for everybody. And that kind of draft capital is not as high as Brooks, but Benson is, in a great spot there. I'm excited about Arizona with Harrison, of course, and sort of like a new beginning in a way with Kyler healthy, new coach from last year forward. So it would be Benson. Then I think I might go Corum next among the running backs so far. And then we'll see what Dallas does. We're still waiting on that. It might go right to the top, even if it is day 3. And, Matt, you mentioned the Chargers. I mean, the Chargers will draft a running back, and the Bills will probably do that too. The Bills have 4 picks in round 5. So there's still a lot. I mean, isn't it great? There's still a lot yet to happen that'll jumble rankings.
Oh, 100%. We love day 3. We talked about some of the success of some day 3 players. All you have to do is look at the top fantasy scorers every year, and you're going to find guys drafted on day 3. Mike, I also wanted to kind of get your opinion on the JJ McCarthy landing spot, because I know you talked about this on the deep end about how bullish you could potentially be on him if he lands with Minnesota. I know Adam certainly shared. A shout out to Adam Krautwurst, your co-host of the deep end. He certainly shared your enthusiasm for that landing spot.
Yeah, he had more than I did, but he sort of swayed me a little bit. We each came together yesterday on the deep end and had each other's, compared our first round. And he put McCarthy 4 in a super flex draft. And I was uncomfortable with how that sort of created too big of a gap for me between Neighbors and Odunze. But, both are great picks. Nix is interesting too. McCarthy is in a pretty close to a ideal opportunity situation for a rookie with Minnesota and with O'Connell. But does he have kind of the ceiling to justify it? He'll be a really interesting player think about what we're actually comparing. JJ McCarthy, what is the upside, but he's got Jefferson and he's got the right kind of team versus an Odunze, who is this spectacular athlete, a top 10 pick at that, on a team with the number 1 overall pick, but DJ Moore, Keenan Allen. Really interesting call that might very well come to, and Neighbors is kind of the same point, but really it might come down to team needs. And as we talked about the other day, Theo, I feel like the safest route in Dynasty in Superflex is to make sure you're not vulnerable at quarterback, but that can mean saying no to a guy like Odunze or Neighbors, which is not a great feeling.
Speaking of vulnerable at quarterback, you are, as close to an NFL insider as we're going to speak to on today's show. You're very much in tune with we got to interrupt it real quick before I ask this question, because another wide receiver that Mike maybe would have liked to seen go to Buffalo was just selected by Baltimore. Tez Walker from North Carolina, one of the absolute stars of the NFL Combine, another Senior Bowl player, Matt, 4.36 40. He can absolutely fly, was just selected by the Baltimore Ravens. You have to like this landing spot for everything that they've been doing in Baltimore. I think stylistically, this is a huge win for them to pick up a player with this sort of speed and potential to play the outside in that offense.
Yeah, they want an outside field stretcher. This is not a threat to Zay Flowers in terms of target share. I still think Bateman will be the number 2 receiver there, but this Walker is going to be their field stretcher. He's going to open up more room underneath. It's a great pick stylistically for Lamar Jackson. It's a great pick with the wide receiver configuration and how the weapons stack up in terms of guys in their roles, where now you can have Bateman and Flowers playing off each other on the right side, playing slot and flanker, and you can kick Walker out wide, let him stretch the field, and then, there's Andrews down the seam for a touchdown.
Yeah, and you talk about the versatility of that offense. Now they've added Derrick Henry, sort of changes the philosophy somewhat with maybe a little more volume out of the running back position. But when you add in Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely, now you add in a athletic wide receiver like Tez Walker. Zay Flower is a player we're extremely bullish on at Player Profiler, and then hopefully this could be a year four Rashad Bateman, somewhat breakout here.
I think not a full breakout.
A mini breakout.
I would never predict full breakout at this point for Rashad Bateman, but a tick up from last year and just a nice, efficient offense.
So let's quickly recap the last three selections. Evan Williams, the safety from the Oregon Ducks. It's been a run on Oregon Ducks in this round. Goes to Green Bay at pick 111. Decamarion Richardson, the cornerback from Mississippi State, goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. And again, Tez Walker from North Carolina goes to the Baltimore Ravens at pick 113. Mike, so my question for you is, you're very much in tune with the NFL, the workings of front offices, and sort of the direction the NFL is heading. This year, we saw 6 quarterbacks go in the first round, and we saw a record-tying number of quarterbacks select in the first round. We also saw a team in Atlanta, for better or for worse, whatever take you have on this, dive into the quarterback position, not only in free agency, but a double down in the top 10 with Michael Penix. Do you think this is sort of the way that the league is going, where you're going to see a very high number of quarterbacks in pretty much every first round because of the value of that quarterback rookie contract? If you're not set at quarterback, you've got to dive into youth.
It really depends a little bit on how some of these guys do. Year to year, you have the Lawrence draft where so many of those quarterbacks didn't get there. And then, we'll see what last year amounts to, but Stroud had one of the best rookie seasons we've ever seen. If Atlanta were playing fantasy football, they would have announced that Cousins was on the trade block, 5 seconds after making the Penix pick. I don't get that at all. I think that's probably what most people are saying. But, the league has done, I think a lot of us, even if we were arrogant about it in fantasy, have thought for a decade or more that the league doesn't really get it, like where the value is. And, Matt's joking about Atlanta's run stuffers. You have teams that are just going to always do that. What Dallas does, some of these teams, the Raiders drafted for a long time like they didn't have the internet. So you want to see everybody sort of become more optimal. And I think that's happened. Of course, quarterbacks being picked early would reflect that. So would receivers, right? I mean, we happen to have a year where there are a lot of these good receivers, but teams also understand they want to have 3 or even more on the field all the time. So they're going to push those guys up. I think, most things about this league sort of ebb and flow, and it won't always be like that. And if 4, for example, of these quarterbacks, like in the Allen draft, 3 or 4 of them are, they hit, then it's just like going to be that much less demand in the future. But I think what data has meant to the league and sort of a better understanding of what value is, what you see with running backs, of course. Why is Carolina considered inept? They make a trade with Buffalo where they move down 50 picks to move up 1 so that they can wave a flag that they have a first-round pick in Leggett. And then they draft a running back in the middle of the second round, even though they're terrible. You still have a couple of teams like that, but not as many as you used to.
Not nearly as many, that's right. And if you're Atlanta, you're also looking at last year, the Jets, they brought in their big veteran quarterback to save the franchise, right? And they bet everything on Aaron Rodgers. He plays 1 game. Torn Achilles. Kirk Cousins currently is rehabbing a torn Achilles. So it actually makes a little more sense when you look at Joe Burrow missing all those games. I mean, we can go down the list of all the quarterbacks that continually miss games. Everyone's terrified that Tua is 1 hit away, and on and on and on and on and on. I believe Michael Penix is the best value right now in Superflex and 2 QB leagues. And at these early drafts, you're going to see a bunch of receivers go late first round. But as the weeks go by, we get into May, you're going to start to see the rookie draft ADPs correct. You're going to see some running backs get in there in the late first round and Penix in the late first round.
Well, that'll be really interesting.
The 2024 NFL draft. But while we're on here, Mike, I'd like to talk to you about some of the fantasy values right now on the Buffalo Bills, and certainly my guy, Dalton Kincaid. Where do you see his potential this year? Because this is a year ago, I was head over heels about that selection. Now he's steamed up to a point where if you're in a tight end premium format, you're going to have to use a third rounder on him. When you talk about like the FFPC main event, those sort of formats, it's a year 2 player, but why don't you break down kind of what you think about him? And also what we're thinking about with James Cook, because he's also steamed up. Kind of Mike Shope's take on the 2 highest drafted non-Josh Allen Buffalo Bills.
I think Kincaid is sort of an obvious take a second year step forward. Diggs and Davis are gone. It's rookies and Curtis Samuel, Shakir around him. Like he has, Knox is still here, but he has a great opportunity. I just don't know how much Dalton Kincaid down the field kind of targets they want. There was a big uptick late in the season last year into the playoffs. I think I read that he had 3 targets of more than 20 yards through 16 weeks, and then he had 4 after that. So maybe that's a good sign. And of course, touchdowns can happen, and he's a big body. He was one of his strong points. So the potential for a big season is there. In terms of fantasy, I'll have some of him, but there are other good options at that position, even ranging down a few rounds that I don't feel like I have to. I'm not betting at all on Kincaid in 2024. Cook, I want to see who they bring in. Like Allen has dominated the touchdowns. With every passing year, you have another conversation of how much they want him running the ball. Last year, it's all we talked about, and he scored 15 times. I mean, it's just, what do you do about that? So, okay, Cook was never the goal line back. Well, maybe Murray was, and he didn't score either. So they could, you could see that kind of thing again. They could draft a Braelon Allen today. They have 4 picks in the 5th round and bring in somebody who kind of might seem like just right for the kind of role that might reduce Cook. But they haven't done that yet either. They didn't sign anybody in free agency that cuts into him. So I don't know. I've always been kind of lukewarm on Cook. I don't like his size to projection-wise for durability's sake. I think he's just okay. The hands are just okay. Dropped some balls for them last year. They could, I don't know, Jaylen Wright, like they could draft a better pass-catching running back who could really move in on Cook here. So we have to see what happens the rest of the day. Kincaid, I'm fine with it. Cook, I never quite – Matt and I, we talked about this last year. I mean, we both did. I was ready for Damian Harris to just kind of –
and I was always team Cook, Mike, on the record.
The draft, I know. The draft capital was maybe the key thing. That was a 2nd round pick 2 years ago, and the Bills.
And quickly, let's update the last few selections. The Jacksonville Jaguars at pick number 114 drafted Javon Foster, the offensive tackle from Missouri. And then we saw actually a fantasy relevant pick. I'll be interested to see Cody Carpentier break this one down, because the Cincinnati Bengals drafted, one of the tight end sleepers in this draft class, Eric All, a big-time athlete out of Iowa who used to be a Michigan Wolverine. That's one that I think is very interesting. It'd be really interested to see what Maddie and Cody and also Jason Allwine, who's joining the NFL desk, have to say about All. But we're going to let Cody cook in a few minutes on Javon Baker. Cody, you got like 5 to 10 minutes to just go off with the Javon Baker love. But Mike, you've been really generous with your time and your takes. Let everybody know where they can find you, because the Deep End, I think, is one of my favorite weekly podcasts to watch. Let everybody know where they can find you every single week here at Player Profiler.
Thank you. And thanks to you guys for housing our show. It's meant a lot to us. At Deep End FF1, we usually run Tuesday nights. We'll be on recapping the draft, of course, Tuesday at 8:30 Eastern. That's usually when we're going live. I'm at Shope Talk on Twitter or X, whatever, you know what I mean? SCHOPPTALK. And WGR Sports Radio 550 in Buffalo is an Odyssey station, one of the flagship AM stations in the country, and a sports giant here in Buffalo. So we are at WGR 550. You can listen to us there through the Odyssey app.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Mike. Make sure you're tuning into the Deep End every single Tuesday right here on Player Profiler YouTube, and check out the Deep End podcast as well. Those guys are great, and I'm sure we're going to chop it up soon as well, Mike. Thanks for joining us. And now, Matt, we're going to kick it back to Cody Carpentier. One of his favorite players in the entire draft was just elected. Cody, how hyped are you right now?
I'm excited, man. Javon Baker gets a landing spot finally here, and it's the New England Patriots. The problem is I really like Jaylen Polk. I really like Javon Baker. Both guys coming into this draft I had as top 10 prospects at the wide receiver position. They both go into the same offense. Now, I think it really tells you what New England's trying to do. It's kind of surprising because going into this draft, like, this is a beta front office. They don't exactly know what they're doing. They might get okey doked into trading down off of Drake May. They stand pat, get Drake May. Then they go get two absolute dogs at the wide receiver position. Neither of them are day one alphas. It's in Javon Baker's range of outcomes to be Stephon Diggs. It's more than likely he's going to be a Rashee Rice type of a player. I think Jaylen Polk comes in as an Adam Thielen type of a player. And I think Memphis Young brought up a good thing is they're going to probably look next year to bring in that true alpha into this offense. But these two guys are going to come in. They're going to butt heads. They're going to bite each other. They're going to kick each other. And they're going to headbutt the hell out of each other in this receiver room. And Pop Douglas is going to be cool in the slot. But Juju Smith-Schuster might retire on day one.
Elliott Wolf, he was literally born to do this. His father was a legend. He was the archetype of their success, dating all the way back to the 90s. So the fact that they're now seems like they're giving him the reins, I think, was a great choice by Robert Kraft and the organization. And yesterday, during Drake May's interview, he said this: I think we need to support Drake any way we can, on the field, off the field. We need to add weapons to the offense. We need to shore up the offensive line, and we need to shore up our offense in general. And since that quote, they have only selected offensive players. And more importantly, in the wide receiver room, they're building a culture. Gerard Mayo, former player, understands the Patriot way, understands the culture that needs to be rebuilt. And he gets two guys, like you mentioned, DAWGS, dogs.
Any thoughts on these receivers?
Yeah, Javon Baker is someone I flag planted that this week before going into the draft, a wide receiver that really impressed me at the Senior Bowl. And as you mentioned, just a total dog. You ask him like if he did well, you're like, oh, you give him a compliment. He's like, nah, I suck. Like just one of those players, heads in the right spot. And I think that, in my opinion, he's going to outproduce Jaylen Polk pretty quickly next season. And Drake May, I don't think he could be happier than what's going on in his wide receiver room.
QB-friendly receivers, guys that can attack downfield, guys that can be security blankets. And like you said, we talked about this earlier, the over-under on how quickly they bullied Juju in that locker room.
Quick.
2 days.
Real quick.
Dogs, that's what they need. Gerard has set the tone from his very first presser that he was going to establish the new era of Patriots football. And they get two guys that are going to be good on the field, but they're going to be great inside the locker room.
So far here in round 4, we've yet to get a running back off of the board. We've had 9 picks come off the board since we've been on. Kyrie Jackson goes the one selection the Vikings do have here in round 4. They don't have a 5th rounder. They won't be on the clock until the 6th. They go Kyrie Jackson. A year ago, they took Andrew Booth in the 2nd. They took a Caleb Evans in the 4th. Before that, it was Cam Bynum in the 4th round, just 2 years before that. They spent a lot of capital. Mekhi Blackman last year in the 3rd from USC. They need to fix this cornerback room. They take Kyrie Jackson, a guy that transferred from Alabama to Oregon. This guy that got a lot of compliments while he was at Alabama.
Tall, 6'3", only gave up 1 touchdown last year and over 300 coverage snaps. A good player.
Yeah.
Not as exciting. That's why he goes day 3, but a player that he can come in and really, just like you said, help build up the secondary.
Now the next pick was 109, Brandon Dorlus, a guy that we saw. It was consensus going to be a late 2nd, early 3rd round player. A lot of the helium after the Senior Bowl was pushing just this size, this specimen, what he can be at the NFL level into the NFL, getting him to be the 2nd or 3rd round pick. Goes to the Atlanta Falcons, paired with Ruka Rororo. Of course, they have Grady Jarrett and they have David Onyemata there. Now they have Ruka Rororo as a 2nd round pick and Brandon Dorlus, resident Falcon fan. How are we feeling about their new angle? I'm going to be honest with you. Day 1, a little nervous when they passed on Byron Murphy. A little nervous.
Yep.
But I do like Brandon Dorlus a lot. I think Rook, if they can bring him along in a year, can be something nasty. And this can be a nice interior defensive line.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I mean, that's kind of been the what the Falcons have been wanting to do on defense for a very long time. I mean, Grady Jarrett is one of the all-time Falcons when you go around Atlanta and just ask fans what defensive players they like. So I think it's a very important part of this defense. And to get 2 it freaks, athletic freaks. Is just I'm excited to see what can happen. Grady Jarrett's already on his way out. Onyemata's probably on his way out as well. So they get to kind of soak up some knowledge from these two vets, and then next year they're probably going to take over the reins. And when you get Michael Penix, yes, like you mentioned, it sucked at first because everyone wanted that defensive line. And now their last 3 picks have been on the defensive line. I think that Falcons fans are starting to come around with everything and getting a lot more excited about what's going on in Atlanta. And all 3 of those picks I'm excited about, and this last one.
Matty, you're the GM here.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather use that 8th overall pick on Byron Murphy and then come back, still take Rook in the 2nd, and you could take Spencer Rattler here in the 4th? Or would you take Michael Penix in the 1st, end up with Rook and Dorless?
If I'm the GM, I'm going the Byron Murphy route because I take, 1 in the hand, 2 in the bush. That's the route that I take. And at the end of the day, 4 years from now, 5 years from now, like Terry Fontenot said, we don't know the variables that will be in play. We don't know. Predicting the future is a fool's errand. It's just simply something that is just leads you to failure. So what they could have done is had Rattler, the development in 4 years. What's the difference going to look like that far down the road? Right here, right now, I know Byron Murphy is a dude. Byron Murphy is a game changer. Byron Murphy helps in the run game. He can get after the quarterback. His ability to affect the game in multiple ways is just simply that these guys, I know that in the aggregate, it might seem like a smart move, and it is. If they're going to go the Penix route, this is how you make up for it. This is how you build the entire franchise. This is how you do it the right way. But if you're giving me a chance to be special now or a chance to be consistent later, give me a chance to be special now and take Byron Murphy.
I am very happy the Falcons did not get Spencer Rattler. that is all I'm going to say. I am ecstatic.
You would have been happy with Carter Bradley here in the 4th. Let's be honest.
That's what I would rather them have got. I wanted Byron Murphy. We talked about this on the first mock draft. That is who I wanted the Falcons to get. I think that would have been awesome. But to get 2 defensive tackles now, I think that it kind of makes up for it. And then you get a better quarterback of the future. You mentioned you can't predict the future, but you can certainly plan for it. If anything goes wrong with Kirk Cousins, they're going to be good. And now the defensive line is already fixed up. So I like it. I'm happy.
Brandon Dorless, his criticism was his weight. He comes in a smaller defensive tackle, but he can get up the quarterback. Not a single defensive tackle since 2021 has more QB pressures than Brandon Dorless. So it's a good pick. Mm-hmm. And over the course of the season, maybe he could develop into a weapon for the team. But, we've talked about Byron Murphy. Byron Murphy's the guy. He's ready to go. But either way, the Falcons are doing the right thing here. And at the end of the day, 5 years from now, we might look back on it and sometimes takes just aren't correct. Sometimes things just fizzle out.
111th overall, the Green Bay Packers got back on the clock, and we knew coming into this draft it wasn't going to be a flashy draft for Green Bay because they didn't really need it. They're deep at wide receiver. They had the running backs in place. They did take Marshawn Lloyd here in the 3rd round just a minute ago. They had the quarterback in place. They got plenty of tight ends. What they needed was interior, O-line, D-line, and DBs. They signed Xavier McKinney from the New York Giants to a 4-year deal. They drafted Javon Bullard in the 2nd round from Georgia. With the 11th pick in the 4th round, they took Evan Williams, another safety from Oregon. They're trying to just, like I said before the show happened, when you have multiple picks in these rounds, you get to throw multiple darts at the same position. Now, they do still have 2 5ths, 2 6ths, and 2 7ths the rest of the way, but they've thrown now 2 darts in the safety position in this draft as well as in free agency. Mm-hmm. They've missed on the defensive back position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many championships was LeBron going to win? That's how many times they've missed on defensive backs in the draft over the course of the last decade. They're trying to correct that thing right here. The Las Vegas Raiders go to DeCamarion Richardson from Mississippi State. They go back to the defensive backfield, which is a position that, again, that was maybe the number 1 need outside of tackle for the Las Vegas Raiders right here, DeCamarion from Mississippi State. But the guys in the other room talked about Devontae Walker to Baltimore. Mm-hmm. I want some thoughts on Devontae Walker because I asked Alex, where's he plug in? Do you put him ahead of Troy Franklin? Do you put him behind Troy Franklin? That feels like the spot right now.
He's going to be behind Troy Franklin, but we're talking about 2 kids in the back of the bus. These aren't the guys that are going to rise in my ranks. But yeah, I would take Walker over. I would take Franklin over Walker because of the connection. We knew it was going to happen. Obviously, the hype is already back because of the connection. But at the end of the day, they're just dart throws. They're deep threats with some speed. But if you're telling me to pick now Franklin or Walker, I'm going to go with Franklin.
I don't mind that take with the QB connection, but I do want to say that this landing spot for Walker it's incredible. I mean, we watched Nelson Aguilar have 4 games with over 10 points last season and actually end up on rosters. And that's a guy that we've been dropping all over for years. So that's a role on this Baltimore Ravens offense that is important. And Devontae Walker, say what you will about him and his drop issues, he was getting open at the Senior Bowl at an unbelievable rate. He just could not catch.
Yeah.
Yes, that sucks for a deep threat, but we
sounds
have
like a Hollywood Brown replacement to me.
It does sound like a Hollywood Brown replacement, but Hollywood Brown had his best seasons with the Baltimore Ravens too.
Yeah.
So it's a fun landing spot. I think that he slots in really well. It's obviously going to be behind Mark Andrews. It's going to be behind Zay Flowers, but I think he's probably number 3 in that offense. And he's going to definitely have some ceiling weeks in best ball. I think that I definitely want some Devontae.
That's the takeaway when you're talking about Franklin, when you're talking about Walker. Your best ball shares heading into the draft are not lit on fire because they'll have their moments. They'll have their spike weeks.
We're about halfway through this draft. We're not even there yet. We're 120 picks in. Sorry. There's 257 in this draft. Halfway through is going to be a marker that we're going to hit here in a minute. The Dolphins are on the clock right now, followed by the Seahawks and Chicago Bears. But I want to talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars here quick. The Jacksonville Jaguars went tackle and D-tackle. They've needed to go interior, right? They picked up Mitch Morse from the Buffalo Bills. They did nothing at the guard position. Ezra Cleveland is someone they traded for from the Vikings last year for a mid-round pick to plug in. And the number one thing I heard all offseason, I jumped on the Jacksonville radio 3 times, and all they asked me about was JPJ, Graham Barton, Zach Frazier. Which one of these guys can come and play right now and assist in Trevor Lawrence and allowing him to be in the, have a 3-5 step drop more often than not and get that ball pushed downfield, have 8 yards per attempt. They haven't done it. Javon Foster is a tackle. They've went D-tackle twice, tackle, corner, and wide receiver. Is Jacksonville missing the boat for the water right here?
Well, I think so. I think that I think it's a perfect way to put it. They're just kind of missing. But they did. I mean, they bring in some big boys right here. They brought in some big boys. I mean, you're talking about strength.
We got to trade.
We do have a trade.
We got to trade. The Miami Dolphins have snapped the streak of no running backs in the round. Took 20 picks before running back has gone off the board. And last year they did the thing where they took the fastest guy, right? They have Raheem Mostert in this backfield. They have Devon Achane in this backfield. They trade up with the Eagles, and Eagles were a team that we mocked Jaylen Wright to many times. Jaylen Wright from Tennessee, the running back, goes to the Miami Dolphins to add to the track team.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Everyone's going to hate this pick, but who survived, who thrived when Devon Achane got hurt? It was Morris, right? Now you get a younger version of that. What have we said about Jaylen Wright throughout the process?
He's got the one trick.
It's not awful, Theo. It's not awful. No, it's not. No. Because when your boy Achane's hurt again, this guy's going to thrive. Home run ability. He's going to have running lanes. This is a good spot for Jaylen Wright.
It's a good spot.
Who can utilize speed better than Mike McDaniel? I would love to hear.
He's got an Achane in front of him, Matty Kiwoom.
Achane is about as big as your bicep. He is going to get hurt again.
Matty Kiwoom, who did we name as our number 1 running back? Sell with the trade cards.
It was Devon Achane.
It was Devon Achane.
And who was one of our sneaky buys was Morris because Mostert. I keep calling him Morris. Mostert was our sneaky buy because listen, Devon Achane. I don't understand the love for Achane when his biggest red flag is injury, and then the guy gets hurt once, and we're like, okay, he gets hurt again. Okay, sometimes when you're right, you just got to take the victory lap. Achane is injury prone. Clearly, the Dolphins see it because they move up to get Jaylen Wright, and now not only do they have 1 home run hitter, they have 2.
I mean, it's a fun backfield. Like especially when Mostert is out after next season.
We're not hoping for volume when it comes to Jaylen Wright.
Yeah,
we're hoping for effectiveness. That's right.
It's a 2024 insurance, knowing that Achane is going to get hurt, knowing that Mostert's going to get hurt. It's the better running back of the group. He's better running back than Devon Achane. He's a better running back than Raheem Mostert. Mm-hmm. He's got the trick. Yes, Devon Achane has the speed. Devon Achane does not have a picture of health. Jaylen Wright has a picture of health to this point, and the guy that just walked away because he's mad that we're talking about Devon Achane this way is the one that told me that Jaylen Wright had pass-catching chops. 35 targets in 35 games tells me he does not, but Theo thinks he does. What he does have is 2 lightning bolts attached to each one of his hamstrings, and he can go Louis on any play.
And this is, we talked about this at the beginning of the show, of all of our shows here on day 1. This is the weekend. NFL teams cannot lie to us. And what did the Dolphins just tell us? This guy was on their board. This guy was high on their board, so high that they thought they had to jump up to make sure they get him. And again, 2024 insurance, maybe a bigger role in 2025. But if you like Jaylen Wright like I did, I'm still happy, baby. I'm happy with it.
Pick 121 overall, the Seattle Seahawks go the tight end route. Currently, they have Noah Fant from the University of Iowa on the roster. They go back to Michigan in the Big Ten. A.J. Barner come on down to the Seattle Seahawks. But I want to talk about this next one. Pick 122, the Chicago Bears. They only had, 4 picks in this entire draft? So the fourth and final pick of the draft for the Chicago Bears. Why not go Torrey Taylor? You've only got one of the up-and-coming offenses in football. You're not going to have to punt as much as you used to. Let's take a punter.
Let's go. That's awesome.
This is this is
it's pretty
I will
exciting.
say this. I mean, you guys can tell me you guys are at the Senior Bowl. The dude was kicking the living daylights out of that ball.
He hits bombs, but you've literally built this offense to not punt. You built it to score points. Yeah, you want to. I get the listen. I get field possession.
Yep.
But you know what he doesn't do right now? This isn't Iowa. We're not punting 197 times, right? With Caleb Williams, with Roma Dunze, with DeAndre Swift, with DJ Moore, with Keenan Allen, with Cole Kmet, with Gerald Everett, you want to make it Roshan Johnson, you want building this offensive line up, Kieran Omegadeje. They're not going to have to punt nearly as much as you think they are. Play field possession. Okay, cool. But with the 4th round pick, man, trade back around or something. Someone's got to move up for something.
Yeah.
You know, I understand take your kid to work day is awesome, but Ryan Poles did. I don't know if he has kids, but if he did, he definitely just walked away and his kid submitted the card. I mean, when you're pitching a perfect game, to throw a meatball over the plate and let it be destroyed over left field, this is not a good look. Not a good look.
I mean, our resident Bear fan that happens to be an Iowa fan, and he knows how good Torrey Taylor is, but this is
It's mad.
STOOPID, baby.
All right, there's a few picks that we did miss on, and that was the Indianapolis Colts going back to the offensive line. Tanner Bortolini from Wisconsin goes down at pick 117, followed by Tyrese Knight, a linebacker from UTEP, going to Seattle at pick 118. And the Pittsburgh Steelers, who quietly, Maddie, as my grades are getting kind of built in my head right now, I'm going to get, after the draft is done, I'm going to get down and put them all on paper. But I have them up here. The Steelers, Philadelphia's crushed. The Steelers are destroying this draft right now.
I love it.
Troy Fautanu in round 1, Zach Frazier in round 2, and they come back here in the 4th with Mason McCormick from South Dakota State, another guard.
Najee Harris. Say it with me, everybody.
Najee Harris.
Najee Harris has now went from the proverbial 3.3 yards per carry that we were talking about
to like 7.
I mean, they are going to be able to play hard-nosed football. And I know Arthur Smith has some stank on him after what he did in Atlanta. But remember what he also did as the offensive coordinator in Tennessee, allowed his players to have really big years. It was some of the best years from Ryan Tannehill. He had a great year from A.J. Brown, and Derrick Henry fed an 8-8-8. Najee Harris is going to be used a ton. He can shoulder a massive workload. And when they pepper in a little, I keep Jaylen Wright in the mind, but it's not Jaylen Wright. What's the backup? The running back from Pittsburgh.
Jaylen Warren.
The Warren. Jaylen Wright I can't get off. I'm
going to be honest with you. You asked and I broke my brain as soon as you said it. I was like, wait.
Thanks a lot, Chicago. You taking a punter just frazzled us. But anyway, Warren's a great way to pepper in, but Najee Harris, they keep going offensive line, and now they just really bolstered up that unit in a massive way.
Maddie, we've been doing mocks for a minute now, and we don't do first-round mocks. We do multiple-round mocks. One spot that I've loved to plug a tight end at, this specific tight end, is Houston, because the connection makes way too much sense because of the college connection that they had at Ohio State. C.J. Stroud to Cade Stover, 123rd pick overall in the draft today, 23rd pick here in round 4. The Houston Texans select Cade Stover, the dog, the menace. This guy wears 2 knee braces, no gloves, and bales hay like it's his job because he loves it.
Proud of it. Talked about it. You know, the kids, you talk about the advantages of going to the combine, going to the Senior Bowl, talking to these guys. Is you get a little glimpse to who they are, how they'll prepare. This kid has a great head on his shoulders. He's going to bring a rawness, eat glass type of kid. And, of course, reunites with C.J. Stroud. He's going to love that. And he's got a chance now to learn behind Dalton Schultz, who's, he's had his criticisms, but he has gotten better throughout his career. He has done the right things in terms of an NFL football player. Cade Stover's going to hit this locker room and eventually hit the field, and he's going to be able to help the Houston Texans. Really, really strong pick here. Has routinely been kind of a sleeper candidate at the position. And I think here, going in the round 4, going inside, the top 125 picks is going to be something that is now going to keep him firmly on that sleeper radar.
Let's rewind for a minute. I want to talk about these running backs because we're waiting for a couple more picks to come in right now on the NFL draft. On the clock right now is the San Francisco 49ers, pick 124, followed by Tampa Bay, the Jets, and the Eagles. I think we're about 45 minutes away from having Alan Soslowski actually come up on the show. Things are about to get a little horny when that happens. but I want to go back to Jaylen Wright. Jaylen Wright, in conversations at the running back position. So far, we have 5 running backs off the board. Trey Benson to Arizona, Jonathan Brooks to Carolina, Blake Corum to the Rams, Jaylen Wright to Miami, and Marshawn Lloyd to Green Bay. Where does Jaylen Wright plug in currently? We got 5 guys. That's all you got. You can't say Braelon Allen. You can't say Dylan Lobby. Don't care. 5 guys. Where does Jaylen Wright plug in? Is it ahead of behind Marshawn Lloyd? Ahead, behind Blake Corum? Where are we at?
So, of course, my rankings are still in the oven. They're still cooking. But as of right now, the raw dough in the oven, I think he's running back 3. I'm going to give Brooks and Benson the clear tier 1 spot. But after that, people are already throwing Kyren Williams in the trash. I do not think Kyren Williams is just left for dead. He played too well. They're going to pepper in some Blake Corum. They can now have insurance. Remember, Kyren did get hurt last year. So he's my running back 4. And I think the running back that's kind of fallen in terms of his length spot is Marshawn Lloyd, because I don't think he even sniffs a role this season. But Jaylen Wright, again, we have never wanted him to be a volume guy in the NFL. We wanted him to be an effective guy, a weapon in the NFL. And he goes to the team that utilizes speed better than anybody. So I think right now I have him as my running back 3. What do you have, Jason?
I think 3 is right. I was debating between him and Benson, but I do think that Benson has, of course, the bell cow profile going into 25 when Connor's gone. So in Dynasty, you got to put Jonathan Brooks and then Trey Benson ahead of Jaylen Wright. And then I think you're right. I will say I like the Marshawn Lloyd landing spot. Josh Jacobs' contract is only functionally 1 year. And then also he can still get some pass catching work. I know Josh Jacobs is a pass catcher, but Marshawn Lloyd is just a better, more effective pass catcher. And he's going to be on the field at least a little bit. Josh Larkey, wherever he's at, he gave a great stat yesterday on this show, talking about how when Aaron Jones was on the field, he had a 25% target share. And that's just Jordan Love loves to dump it off to the running back. So I do think that Marshawn Lloyd has a great landing spot too. Put him at 4. And then unfortunately, I think I'm with you, Corum at 5.
The problem with Lloyd, though, you can't dump it off to the guy who's sitting on the sideline with his helmet off.
He'll be out there.
Josh Jacobs was brought in to be he could do what AJ
Dillon's still there.
He could do what Aaron Jones
He'll be above AJ Dillon by the end of
Yes. He should be. But he's still there.
Right.
And Josh Jacobs is still brought in to be maybe not the 100%er, but 75%. Like, Marshawn Lloyd has no worth, at least for 2024, unless there's an injury.
Lloyd's the type of guy you just let someone pick him, and then you trade for him later. Come to the trade gods, we'll tell you when the right time is to get Marshawn Lloyd. Because we still like the player. It's not knocking the player.
So I think it's clear Jaylen Wright's ahead of Marshawn Lloyd. The question, I think, becomes Jaylen Wright and Blake Corum. Blake Corum's statistics in 2023 compared to 2022 and 2021, where he dominated, averaged 6.6, 5.9 yards per carry with a dominant offensive line, had the knee injury at the end of 2022. Coming into 2023, averaged 4.8 yards per carry. Remember, he did have 6 offensive linemen at Michigan that went to the NFL Combine that have gone through this process, are going to be drafted over the course of the next 150 picks. Everything on the underlying metrics has dropped in 2023. Shout out to our good friend Noah More Parties. He tweeted this out a few months ago. PFF rush grade dropped 13 points from 2022 to 2023. Yards after contact per attempt dropped 1.1 from 3.35 to 2.42. Missed tackles forced per attempt 29%, 34%, 2021, 2022 dropped all the way down to 11%. Explosive rush rate 14%, 15% dropped to 9%. His elusive rating was almost combined over 100. 97 and 132 dropped to 27. He's zapped. If he doesn't continue to build back up, there's going to be nothing there. He's not 20 years old. He's 23 and a half playing against Kyren Williams, who, again, ran the 4.6, but he's proved to us he can play at the next level. I'm not sure Blake Corum has enough gasoline in the tank to even fight Kyren Williams in camp.
That's the issues. We wanted Blake to go to a spot where it's like, here, you're the guy now. Here's volume. Here's everything. Now, we love the Sean McVay offense for running backs, but let's say that Kyren Williams gets the touches inside the goal line. That's where we're talking about missed opportunities for Blake Corum. And that's why I think Jaylen Wright and his home run ability, he's got youth on his side, explosiveness, and in this offense behind a running back that's really, really going to be, you're hard pressed to think he's going to be healthy throughout the whole season.
Pick 124, the San Francisco 49ers draft a safety, Malik Mustafa from Wake Forest. And at pick 125, we do get a running back. The conversation this morning around breakfast was which one of these running backs is safe, which one of these running backs has evaded a nuclear bombshell. We saw Rashad White, James Cook, Javonte Williams were the forefront of conversations. 125th pick today, 25th pick here in round 4. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers do indeed go running back. We saw during the combine, when we were there, boots on the ground, asking these guys about these specific, this is maniacal questions, right? Nobody asks these questions other than, Alex Dunlap is the OG of this. But hey, Jason Light, what do you think about Sean Tucker? And he's like, man, he's got a little ways to go in development. All right, so that was a little whoop, whoop, whoop. Keyshawn Vaughn's not there. Sean Tucker's not quite ready. They draft Bucky Irving here at 125th overall.
Bucky Irving off the board now. The running backs are shaking loose.
Mm-hmm.
The clog has been removed, and the flow is starting. So what are your thoughts here? Bucky Irving, how have you been on Bucky Irving throughout the process? You've been high, low, kind of?
Just medium, kind of waiting to see what this landing spot is. So I guess at this point, I'm still medium. I mean, he just becomes a premier handcuff at this point. I still think that Rashad White gets the bulk. So I would say I'm just lukewarm on this. I don't have anything crazy to say.
Yeah, he didn't really dazzle at the combine. Didn't show that he was all that fast, but good pass catcher. The ability to make plays in that passing game, I mean, it's going to be a big deal for him. And I think what it is, it's more of that handcuff. I don't know if he mixes in as much with Rashad White, because that's where Rashad White is also great, but Rashad White happens to be massive. Bucky Irving's a smaller stature guy, but a good satellite insurance in terms of how they want to move the ball and be able to utilize a pass-catching running back. So I like the fit, but I'm not going to get excited about the fit. We're just the medium Bucky Irving.
Yeah,
We're
medium.
If you're the GM of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and you're looking at the running back position, all the scouting you've done through the process. Bucky Irving, of course, coming from Oregon, transferred from Minnesota, looked good, looked well. Did not test how we expected. 192 pounds. He runs a 4.55. Not exactly the gold standard at the athleticism department. But there were some other pass catching running backs that we did like through the process. Still available. Dylan Lobby from New Hampshire. Round 4, still here. He's still on the board. Michael Wiley from Arizona, a guy that dominated down there at the Senior Bowl. Very smooth pass catcher. Something that was a shocker for us through the process. A guy with output at the level of Damian Pierce from a couple years ago. Just didn't see it a lot in college. Tyron Tracy from Purdue. These are 3 guys that are good pass catchers. Tyron Tracy, a former wide receiver, transferred to Purdue, played running back this past year, showed output. Number of guys available really at the running back position. Like you said, the floodgates feel like they're opening right now. Tampa Bay does it again just a few picks after Jaylen Wright goes to the Dolphins.
If I'm the GM, I'm waiting because I think Tyron Tracy is the better fit for this offense in terms of in my opinion, you want your backups, your insurance policies to be carbon copies of your stars because then you don't miss a beat if injuries happen. Tyron Tracy brings the size. He has the athleticism. He is more of that Rashad White type mold where Bucky Irving, even if Rashad White gets hurt, Bucky Irving does not move into that role. We're pounding the table. What are we pounding the table for? Earthquake in Michigan.
Pick 127 is in. The Philadelphia Eagles have drafted a running back. The floodgates are officially open. The future is here. The future is now. When Saquon Barkley's done in 2 years, Will Shipley's taking over in Philadelphia. Sign me up.
Oh, love it. I do love that. The floodgates are open. And before we get into this, I just got to say, we have over 1,900 people tuned in. The true football sickos. We love you. Thank you so much. Make sure you're subscribing to the Player Profile YouTube channel. Hit that like button. Leave a comment. So throw in a super chat. We'll interact with you, no doubt about it. But not only that, head over to the Player Profile News channel. Make sure you're subscribing to the Player Profile News channel. Bradley Stalder, his team, they're absolutely killing it. We got rookie updates and new programming coming down the pipeline. So make sure you're liking and subscribing this video, but head over to the Player Profile News channel and get those subscriber numbers up. All 1,900 you sickos, head on over there and subscribe.
Disgusting. Maniacal.
We love you.
Cockamamie. Grinders.
Yep.
Amazing. Truthers.
Making meatloaf today, boys.
You guys are the reason we're here.
Mm-hmm.
Reason it's available to us to happen. That didn't make any sense. Bucky Irving, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Will Shipley, Philadelphia Eagles. Immediate reaction in comparison to this running back class.
I'm just going to say Will Shipley is going to be one of the best buys you can make in the 2025 offseason. I think it's not. We're not.
You ain't buying it from me, son.
I'm just saying he's going to be cheap. People are going to totally forget about this process of how good of a pass catcher he is. We're going to watch Saquon Barkley light the world on fire in 2024. And then people are going to forget about Shipley. We have very short-term memories here in fantasy football. And you're going to be able to get a guy who is one of the most prolific pass catchers in this class, if not the most. So I think that I'm just looking ahead to next season, really. I'm a little bummed for this year, but next year, 2026 as well, pretty good.
And for Will Shipley, too, he's going to come an insane rookie value. I'm still grabbing him because, remember, the Eagles like a committee. They've always ran through a committee. I do not believe that they acquired Barkley just to give him 80% of the snaps. They're going to filter in. They're going to get other players involved to make sure that Saquon Barkley is healthy when the games matter most in December and in January. Will Shipley is not the specimen of a Saquon Barkley, and I use quads obviously because the guy's quads look like Theo's biceps. They're huge. But we're talking about a guy that can get some not volume now, but effective touches. He'll be a member of the pass game. And like you guys mentioned, when Saquon kind of either moves on or if he does get hurt, they got a very good running back in Will Shipley.
It's going to be interesting to see how they utilize both of these guys in this backfield. Kenny Gainwell is still there as well.
I think if you have any Kenny Gainwell shares and you're holding on tight, it's time to pull an in sync. It's time to say bye.
I like
That's
it.
my go-to jazz.
206 pounds, 4.45 40-yard dash, an elite pass catcher, an elite prospect coming out of high school. Will Shipley is going to slide right in behind Saquon Barkley. And you know what it might do? It might actually take away a little bit of that upside in the receiving game for Saquon Barkley and keep him healthy and keep him on the field long-term, like you mentioned. That this team's trying to win a Super Bowl. This team's not trying to win us fantasy championships. We just need to properly value Saquon Barkley when we do get to seasonal drafts as the season gets a little bit closer.
We love this one, guys.
Big.
Love this one. Love this one.
We love this one.
Handcuffs in football is Will Shipley right now.
That's a good, that's a good
one of the
take.
best handcuffs. Yes.
One of the best handcuffs in football. Theo Graminger said it off camera. Will Shipley.
Well, he might have to come on camera soon because we got a super chat from the Harry Snowman. I want to see an arm wrestling match between Cody, Tyler, Seth, and Theo for the championship belt. Someone make this happen. I'm glad I'm not in this because I don't want to do
Is $20 up for the winner or what?
the $20 up for the winner.
Shit, thanks, Snowman.
Tune in for the I guess the you're
Well, you know,
social guy. We gotta get some
you should
TikTok.
probably-
Yeah, I mean, there's no Tyler now, so I'm weak, but I can sub in.
I think we just tell them to subscribe to the Player Profiler news channel. We'll break the news later tonight. We'll record it. We'll post it.
There are 1,900 people watching here right now. If we can get the Player Profiler News YouTube channel up, if we can get those subscribers up, Bradley, what are we at right now? We're at 250. If we can get that number to 500 before the end of this draft, we will set up this arm wrestling match, and I will referee, commentate it. I'll be like Jim Ross. It's going to be a slobber knocker up here.
Deal. That sounds good. Snowman, good idea. Great idea. NFL draft day 3. You got to think of these cockamamie things to get through the day.
It's like announcing baseball. It's very slow. You got to talk about other things.
Yes.
Yeah. Non-football related. Non-football related. Non-American related. British Columbia offensive tackle Giovanni Manu goes to the Detroit Lions here at pick 126, sandwiched in between Bucky and Will Shipley. This is a fantasy football show, so we skip offensive tackle conversations.
No, we don't. Not when it's an absolute freak of nature. 6'8", 350 pounds.
We're not allowed to talk about these guys, man. We get too in depth on these offensive linemen. We're not allowed to do it.
This is an interesting pick, but Dan Campbell getting a guy like this to put in his this. I mean, it's a no-brainer, right?
And just warm him up.
Put
Put him in the oven.
Put him in the oven, let him cook. And now Manu goes over to Detroit in 6'8", 350 pounds, a ball of clay that can be molded here with some of the best offensive line play in the NFL. He's going to have the mentorships. He's going to have all the tools necessary to become a better player, reach those high outcomes.
So we've talked about running backs, right? The floodgates officially opened up with Jaylen right there at pick, 120. He goes off. Bucky Irving goes off. Will Shipley goes off. One of those other names that we talked about with safe running backs, right? Safe guys that made it through in Dynasty was James Cook in Buffalo. At pick 128, the Buffalo Bills go running back, 211 pounds, 5'8", 4'5", 24 and a half years old, going to be cresting 25 during the 2024 season. Ray Davis is now going to be a Buffalo Bill.
This is a great match, and this is what they need. Listen, in Buffalo, the thing that they have been lacking is toughness and unsexy football to win playoff games. This isn't a fantasy take. This is a football take. Ray Davis is going to help them win football games at the end of the season where they can slow it down, run between the tackles, and give it to the big man.
Yeah, I mean, James Cook was ceding carries to Ty Johnson and Lat Murray, right? Like this guy is going to come in, Ray Davis.
That's a good. Lat Murray had multiple touchdowns.
Like it was James Cook. James Cook did not have the snap share that we really, really wanted him to. The Bills were giving the rock to plenty other running backs in this offense. They even went out and tried to get Leonard Fournette. So it was obvious that they were going to draft a running back. They get Ray Davis, a guy that Tyler Knably, who unfortunately left this morning, would have loved to be talking about right now. That is his guy, a great story and a great profile as well as on top of really good production in the SEC. So I think this is a great pick.
I hope Tyler's driving by a lake right now. He could put that car and park and jump in it because he said if he was drafted yesterday, he would have jumped in the lake here outside of his house. Maybe he's outside the lake right now and he wants to take a quick dip.
1 running back goes in round 2, 3 go in round 3, 4 have gone so far in round 4. That is 8 if my Hayfield math does it quick. Braelon Allen is not one of those names. Braelon Allen, a guy that came in 245 pounds this season, rushed for 1,000 yards a couple times at Wisconsin. Isaac Guerendo was behind him. This guy transferred to Louisville. Braelon Allen has not heard his name called. Wow. Matty, he didn't do a dang thing through the pre-draft process. He didn't run. He came in 10 pounds light. We heard a couple off-field things. This guy just turned 20 years old in January. What do you think is up with this Braelon Allen fall now to at least running back 9, potentially RB10? We're getting into an area where it could just the bottom could just fall through, and we could be looking at a Jamar Jefferson type of situation.
Whatever advice he got coming out of his final game at Wisconsin. Remember, he declared for the draft before anybody, and our thought at the time was, these kids can consult and advisors that give him a direction. Should they go to the draft? Should they come back to school? And he jumped so quick. We thought that he was hearing that the NFL loved him, and that's why he made the jump. Because you said he's young. He could have went back to school. He could have hit the transfer portal, went somewhere else. There's a number of different avenues Braelon Allen went, and it seems like he chose the wrong path.
Yeah, he could still end up getting the landing spot that he was probably hoping for and just being Derrick Henry's backup in Baltimore, with being that whole mentor situation that we learned about at the Combine. I don't think any of us really expected a great landing spot for him. We just kind of wanted to see if he could run between the tackles somewhere. So I'll be a little patient. I'm not going to fade him too much yet. We'll see what happens.
The floodgates opened. The pick is in. We're officially at the halfway point of the 2024 NFL Draft. Pick 129. The San Francisco 49ers do not draft a running back in round 3. They're probably not going to draft one in round 6 because they just did it here in round 4. Again, another running back goes off the board in 10 picks. 120 was Jaylen Wright. We had Bucky Irving in 125, Will Shipley 127, Ray Davis 128. Isaac Guerendo, the guy that was behind Braelon Allen, goes here at pick 129. He joins the athletic backfield in San Francisco with Elijah Mitchell, who was a size speed freak. Isaac Guerendo, a size speed freak with a ton of tread on those Michelins.
We talked about what could happen to Mitchell the other day. We were talking about this, right? And what has been his biggest issue is he's not reliable. He's not always there when they need somebody. Guerendo now is going to have a golden opportunity to be the change of pace back, the guy who takes some allows Christian McCaffrey to get a breather, and he's going to go to a team in the San Francisco 49ers that we just simply always bump up their value when you're talking about running backs.
I know we just crowned Will Shipley the handcuff king. I think it's Isaac Guerendo. I really do. We've seen what Elijah Mitchell did just a couple seasons or 3 seasons ago now at this point, I think. His rookie year, when an injury kind of fell his way. If that happens, the contingent upside is massive for Guerendo. Shanahan knows how to use these running backs with that speed. I think it could be special. I think that this is genuinely a match made in heaven. And I think you'll even see the field with Christian McCaffrey out there. Like I think Elijah Mitchell's dead.
What's the theme of what we're seeing right now, guys? Wait. For real? I'm just kidding.
I'm just like, he's out.
You say someone's like, hi, maybe.
He's gone.
Is he okay?
He's dead.
But I think what we're learning right now is the importance of keeping your star running backs healthy and the importance of getting youth at the position that you can use in the dog days of the season. The Bills, the Eagles, now the San Francisco 49ers, we continuously are seeing these teams that have playoff aspirations, Super Bowl aspirations, get youth at the position. So the Saquon Barkleys, the James Cooks, these guys can be healthy when it matters most. And, of course, they're not going to have to eventually pay them.
We're kind of burying the lead a little bit, too. I just realized, wasn't Isaac Guerendo's Braelon Allen's backup?
Yeah, that's what That's the tell. That's the tell. He didn't touch the football. He didn't touch the football for 4 seasons. In 4 seasons, he had 35 carries and 2 receptions. at Wisconsin. He transfers away from Wisconsin, goes to Louisville, 132 carries, averages 6 yards per carry, 22 receptions. He's had 39 receptions over the course of the last 2 seasons. He goes from behind Braelon Allen, a projected top 3 running back off the board in any class, just because of being young, having the size, speed. Didn't test, of course. There was rumors of 4'4", 4'6", doesn't test. Isaac Guerendo comes in, weighs 221 pounds, is 6 foot tall, not 6'2", runs a 4.33. Great testing, great process as an interviewer. Gets drafted here in round 4 by the San Francisco 49ers. It's a win in all facets for him, and he just kind of schooled his former teammate Braelon Allen.
What's interesting here, we've seen a combination of a few things. We got Alan Soslowski joining the stream in about 20 minutes. And with all these running backs coming up, I think the NFL is trying to break the horny meter that we've ever had, because they're going to have a lot to talk about when Allen's in. He's going to get really, really excited about these landing spots for all these running backs coming off the board. The thought was that this might happen in round 3. We had to wait a day. But now, running backs galore, baby.
All right, we've talked about running backs a lot, but we just got a quote that came through. And one of my favorite things is getting the initial thoughts of players after they've been drafted. And you guys know my favorite receiver in the entire class, Javon Baker, who was drafted by your New England Patriots. He was interviewed by the main man, Mike Reese, up there in New England. Javon Baker, 2 Patriots fans. So this is for you, Matty Kiwum. He says, come to the home stadium and bring your popcorn. That's all I can tell you. Bring your popcorn, because I make people in wheelchairs stand up.
He just made something else stand up. I'm not going to say it because this kid's watching, but something else just stood up.
That's a line.
You might have heard a knock on the bottom of the table, and there's a good reason for it, because holy cannoli. This is exactly
that is a
what
line.
talking about.
I make people in wheelchairs stand up. That is a cold ass line.
He doesn't have the talent of this guy, because he obviously, this is one of the most prolific wide receiver prospects of all time, Amari Cooper, but he has that nastiness, that grit, that unbelievable kind of work ethic. And now apparently he's going to be quote master day 1. Because I make people in wheelchairs stand up is a bar.
It
is a bar.
I think I'm officially having 0% Jaylen Polk. It is.
No, Jaylen Polk has a good line. I think what we can do now is we can alleviate some of the nervousness that we had for the quarterback that went to the Patriots. Elliott Wolf had a game plan. We're seeing him carry it out. Some of the names haven't been the ones that maybe we would have liked, but he is building a system and an offense that is going to do right by their 3rd overall pick, Drake May.
The testing didn't go as well for this player at pick 130. The Baltimore Ravens are on the clock again, and they again get a consensus top 10 cornerback in the class. One that I've gotten a lot of crap from Alex Dunlap for having ranked so high. TJ Tampa falls all the way to pick 30 in round 4 to the Baltimore Ravens. They get a value here at the cornerback position.
That's what Eric DeCosta does. He gets value and utilizes value. You get TJ Tampa in round 4, you now don't have to worry about his role immediately. You can let him develop. You can kind of alleviate any of the nervousness you had for this prospect, the reasons why he fell to round 4. But you want to talk about thunder and lightning? Nate Wiggins and TJ Tampa is damn thunder and lightning. Blazing speed, and the hardest hitting cornerback in the class now goes to the gritty, tough Baltimore Ravens defense. Absolutely love this pick. Love it.
They tried to build this thing up a few years ago with Marcus Peters and Marlon Humphrey. And Marlon Humphrey, I remember doing the cornerback rankings. You'd think he'd looking so good, and then all of a sudden it'd be, guess who was responsible for giving up 242 yards in a game? Marlon Humphrey. They're starting to build this thing back up with Nate Wiggins, back up with TJ Tampa. Hopefully TJ Tampa can come in here and earn a role. They drafted Jalen Armour-Davis a couple years ago from Maryland in the 4th round. Trayvon Mullen came over. He was with the Raiders. He was with Dallas. He was a former 1st-round pick. They're trying to build it back up slowly. But the Ravens, building the team properly. So far, through 4 rounds, they've made 5 selections. Nate Wiggins, like you mentioned, TJ Tampa here in the 4th. They got Tez Walker a minute ago, a guy that, of course, was mocked into the 2nd round, sometimes in the 1st. Adisa Isaac, edge rusher from Penn State, athletic freak. And, of course, Roger Rosengarten to probably become their starting right tackle by the time week 1 comes around.
Mm-hmm. We didn't have to watch the draft to know that Eric DeCosta was going to do the right things. We know that he is one of the premier drafters, one of the premier team builders in the league for a reason.
One of our favorite landing spots at the tight end position was finding one to go to Kansas City. Go to Kansas City in the middle rounds. Mark Andrews was a middle rounder. George Kittle was a middle rounder. Travis Kelce was a middle rounder. Matty, who was one of those tight ends that we talked about? The one tight end that we talked about. If he lands in the right spot, he can be just disgusting.
Well, one of the guys we had talked about a lot was Cade Stover. He's already gone. The other one we talked about is still available. Jared Wiley, tight end from TCU.
He's drafted right here at pick 131 to the Kansas City
Ooh,
Chiefs.
I mean, when you guys left the Senior Bowl, the sentiment was if there's a MFer, if there's a guy who reaches holy shit status, it was Jared Wiley, given his 6'6" size, 250-pound frame, his ability to make plays on offense. He goes to the nuts landing spot. The chance to learn and develop with Mahomes and Kelsey. Fireworks, man. I don't know what to say. It's just it's a perfect fit. Sometimes the pieces of the puzzle come together so perfectly, and I think it really did here at pick 131.
6'6", 249 pounds. This guy runs a 4.62. He's got 33-inch long arms. He can do those things. He had 1,000 total receiving yards over his career, 3 seasons at Texas, 2 at TCU. Wiley sitting behind Travis Kelce for a year. I know Noah Gray's there. Noah Gray doesn't have this. You'd have seen it by now. Noah Gray's fine. Jared Wiley has the gasoline to sit there for a year, not be Travis Kelce, but
that's lofty. We all know that.
As the tables turn in this offense, right? They went from being a Tyreek Hill featured, Travis Kelce featured offense to this year being a defense oriented, run the football, get the job done because Tyreek's not there with Rashee Rice now. Now they're turning back to Xavier Worthy, Hollywood Brown. Travis Kelce's aging out. They had the run game. They have the defense. Now they add in a tight end. So he doesn't have to be Travis Kelce. Mm-hmm. If he can be above average, if he can be Dalton Schultz to Kyle Rudolph, he's going to be A-okay.
Yeah, I think he just has to be average, even when Travis Kelce retires. I think especially with the move from Worthy to and bringing in Hollywood and Rashee Rice will probably be good in 2025. He doesn't have to be a focal point of an offense. He's a good enough tight end, and he's attached to Patrick Mahomes. That's all you need to know.
And sometimes these balls are played with these players that have immense upside, but maybe aren't polished. Yeah. We pray for these landing spots because now he's going to go to a room. He's going to learn from Kelsey. He's going to be able to build a connection with the best quarterback of the generation, be coached by Andy Reid. It's just sometimes these type of players need to go to these spots. Mm-hmm. Jared Wiley did here. And if you're throwing dart throws at tight ends here in rookie drafts, now I think we have a guy that might be the premier dart throw at the position.
I would be cautious, like holding on to Wiley throughout this season. Like just because the Chiefs could totally address it.
Of course. So I mean, ultimately, dart throw, but
this is my pick.
You got to get in when you can.
Guys,
yeah.
Okay. This is exactly what I brought up earlier. I will not draft tight ends. I don't care about drafting a rookie tight end at 108, at 201. I want to address positions that I know I can nail and that are actually important to my fantasy rosters. These tight ends, I want to draft between 208, 308, somewhere in that range. In a while, you're not even going to have to spend that capital. You're going to be able to get them at 4.4. Mm-hmm. You look at the tight end class right now that's come off the board. We've had Brock Bowers to the Raiders, Ben Sinnott to Washington. I'm not talking about Tip Ryman. Jatavian Sanders goes to Carolina. He gets himself back in that conversation. Theo Johnson to the Giants. Cade Stover to Houston's nice. Jared Wiley, he's just getting pushed completely down, but he gets the nuts landing spot for futuristic usage. I'm taking Jared Wiley every single time, probably in the early 5th, late 4th round of these rookie drafts.
Futuristic usage is going to be my next band name. That's a fantastic use. I love that. And Wiley, but I got to ask you this, Cody. Jaheim Bell still on the board. The slide is real.
Yes.
What is the NFL telling us? Why don't they like Jaheim Bell?
It's just overall prospect. He played too much running back at South Carolina. He played a little bit of running back at Florida State. You can be utilized that way, but as a undersized tight end at 6'2", 248 pounds, he's athletic enough. He created yak at a monstrous rate ahead of Brock Bowers, ahead of Jatavian Sanders. But that's just not what the NFL is looking for right now. The NFL should be because they've come down in their projection of size with the Sam Laportas of the world, 6'3", 245 pounds like the Dalton Kincaids. Jaheim Bell, to me, would have been a guy going off in this range. But we're not talking tight end anymore because I was waiting for a couple of guys to come off the board. And I was going to talk to the chat because there's an offensive tackle that's still on the board that I want to see go to the Chiefs, but they go Jared Wiley. They skipped on him again with their pick at 133. So I'm not going to talk about it because they went safety. At 134, the New York Jets are on the clock. They have Breece Hall in the backfield. A year ago at this time, they took Israel Abanikanda, the super athlete, the 20.4-year-old last year, I believe, was the age on draft day. This running back that they just drafted is 20.1 years old in round 4 at pick 134. Braelon Allen is the New York Jets, Jets.
And now I'm fading Braelon Allen.
Well, it sounds like the New York Jets just got a nice little fullback.
Yeah, that's probably the avenue he's looking at right now. And also, you combine it with the fact that Breece Hall was drafted 2 years ago. You talked about it. We talked about it. We saw running backs get paid this year. They didn't get paid in the archetype of growth where the receivers right now are going, all right, you're getting 28. Cool. Let me get 30. Cool. I'll take 32. You get 34. These running backs are getting paid. You ain't getting more than 12. McCaffrey's special. Everybody else is capped.
Mm-hmm.
Breece Hall is going to need a contract here in a couple of years.
Right.
Abanikana's there with 4.3 speed at 210 pounds. Braelon Allen now enters. Braelon Allen doesn't have to do anything this year. He'll get a couple carries, sure. But really, I think this is a long play for the Jets. They're trying to just keep the money in the pocket at the running back position. They know they can probably bet on Abanikanda. They can probably bet on Braelon Allen. They're doing the thing that the franchises should be doing, which is not drafting running back early. It's drafting running backs here with projection, with size, with athleticism, with youth. Braelon Allen, I like it. I'm not going to touch it with a 27-foot pole. I like it from a team building perspective, though.
No, it makes sense. And I think the point here is NFL has been telling us over the last couple of years how they value running backs and how they will build their teams at that position. And this is now the new standard here. What did we say? How many? The prediction when we did bold predictions for the draft over on the Futurecast with Theo Greminger was I thought 6 would go in round 3. I was a round late because we've seen a lot of running backs now come off the board here in round 4.
How many has there been? Let me pull these back up here right now. Round 1, right? Round 2 we saw 1. Round 3 we saw 3. Round 4 so far we've seen 6.
Yeah, this has been the premier running back round. But I do want to take it. We're going to round out here. Round number 4 is going to be done here after one more pick. Alan Soslowski will be here in about 15 minutes. But I want to bring up this pick because again, Dan Campbell gets another DAWG dog. Sione Vaki. Good pick here. An athlete that isn't particularly – he doesn't wow on the field athletically, but he has the intangibles. Played a little bit of running back. He's just going to be a nice little Detroit Lions fit.
I think he fits into this backfield in that they're trying to build it. You saw them trade up for Terrion Arnold. They sat still, got Ennis Rakestraw. They take Sione Vaki, and they're addressing the back end. Like you talked about with the NFC North, they need to address the back end. Addressing the back end against DJ Moore, against what?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but here, this is why you have to subscribe to the Player Profiler News channel because Bradley Stalder is killing the news. He just relayed something to us. When he was announced as a running back, not a safety.
I love it. That's
dumb.
It seems dumb.
He's a shit running back.
Well,
exciting though.
He's a shit running back.
Yeah, it is fun, but it's kind of weird.
That's dumb.
I'm
no longer complimenting Brad Holmes on this pick.
Yeah, no. Yeah. I was going to talk about him as a safety. It's funny. We're, Player Profile. We're a fantasy platform. It would have been more fun to talk about Vaki as a running back, but now I don't want to talk about him because it feels like
I'm good.
He's never going to be on the field.
This is Godwin Igwebuike 2.0.
Right.
This is dumb.
He
played running back. They put him at running back at the Senior Bowl. This is no disrespect to him. He's a better safety. He's a better defensive back. He's a little bit of a weird tweener, which is why they have him here at running back. But when he was on the field at the Senior Bowl, you could tell this dude didn't belong with that group.
Yeah.
I'll just put it that way.
Right. So if he's announced as a running back, doesn't mean he will settle there. But it is interesting that is what they decided to announce him as, was a running back, not a safety.
All right. Round 4 is almost in the books here. San Francisco 49ers are on the clock right now. As we look forward to round 5, there's a couple of players that are still available on the board at the running back position, Maddie. And there's a team that has yet to take a running back. We talked about them yesterday. You said you ankled at them adding Zeke Elliott. They have Royce Freeman. They have Rico Dowdle. They have Deuce Vaughn. That experiment we've heard is all but what experiment was that again? Deuce Vaughn, who? What? That's exactly what we heard from some sources down there at the Senior Bowl. Looking at the running back position, the Cowboys. Looking at the running back position from a player standpoint, Audric Estime is the highest graded player right now at the position. Tyron Tracy, Rasheen Ali, and then we get into the dirt stuff. Dylan Lobby, where's he going to go? Round 5 is cresting as we begin talking here. I know Alan Soslowski is going to be on in 10 minutes, so I just want to get some thoughts on running backs going into round 5.
Lobby is still my guy. I think he just has the best single trait of the remaining running backs in terms of his ability to be very, very effective in the passing game. And what he could do in terms of versatility, I think is going to bring tremendous value to whoever takes him. And you're right. Round 5 is always where we were hoping he'd go.
All right. The last pick is in. Pick 135 to the San Francisco 49ers. Jason, I'm coming to you with this one because you were down there. You watched him. Senior bowler, wide receiver. We talked before the draft. Oh, Brendan Ayuk is on the trade block. during the draft. Deebo Samuel's on the trade block. They draft Ricky Pearsall in round 1. They take one of the best gamers in the game this year's draft, Jacob Cowing, at pick 135, the last pick here in round 4 from Arizona, formerly of UTEP, a guy that is dynamic with the football in your hands. What do you think about Jacob Cowing here going to San Francisco?
You know, the first thing that people will say is that he's undersized, and this is true. But you might remember this catch. He made an incredible catch at the Senior Bowl. Like, he still has ups. He plays pretty big, and just such a smooth route runner, and has the college production. So a lot of people have been saying, like, we could see a Tank Dell 2.0 situation with a player like this.
Great comp.
And I mean, especially if a wide receiver is moved, I would not be surprised. And I could throw a hot take out there. Do not be surprised if Jacob Cowing outproduces Ricky Pearsall.
Woo! I like that.
I don't. I think Jacob Cowing. I don't like that. Jacob Cowing is a prospect. He's an underdeliverer. He's a small guy.
He has production out
he
the
has-
wazoo.
I mean, barely getting over 1,000 yards as a team's leading receiver is
3,200
barely massive production.
3,200 receiving yards in the last 3 years. He has numero uno among all levels of college football.
Yes, he has like over 4,500, I think, in his career.
He's a savage. He should have been out. He should have been.
He
the
should have
draft
come out 2
ago.
years ago.
Yes,
He had a scare at the Senior Bowl this year. We thought he tore his ACL. He did not. He made it through just a tweak.
And
So
Ben showed up at the
I
combine.
think that salvaged his draft capital.
The problem with Cowing for me here, there's no where's the path he gets on the field?
Trading one of these receivers. One of these receivers
And then
is
Ricky
gone.
Pearsall goes into one of those roles.
And guess what? No Juwan Jennings. We don't need to play this big
No, of
boy
course
thing.
not. Well, I'm not
Danny
even
Gray.
factoring him
I
in.
love Danny Gray. Jacob Cowing's more complete receiver than Danny Gray.
With Jacob Cowing is a playoff minded. This is a guy who gets one target, makes a big catch, and keeps the drive going. He's not a guy that you're going to build around. He's not a guy that's going to have numbers in the NFL, but he is a guy that could be used when they need to dial something up in a big game. That I will give him credit for because, like you said, he has some dynamism to his game. But come on, this guy's 5'6", 112 pounds. He's just not going to have a role in the NFL that's that lucrative. The reason why we love Tank Dell was he checked the boxes and overwhelmed throughout the process, led the nation in receiving. Wowed at the Senior Bowl, made people look silly, got the draft capital, was able to capitalize. But again, what happens? He got hurt. Sometimes when you're right, you just got to acknowledge that you were right. Devon Achane was one we talked about earlier. We talked about Tank Dell getting hurt. Jacob Cowing falls into that mix that he's not going to get volume, but he is going to be an effective player when they need to dial up a 3rd and 7 in the playoffs.
I completely disagree with you. 175 receptions over the course of the last 2 years, over 1,800 receiving yards, 20 touchdowns in an Arizona offense that has grown with Teddy McMillan that is there right now. He's going to be a prospect. He ran a 4.38, man. He came back from the Senior Bowl injury and ran a 4.38.
At a
He ain't dead.
£112.
He started 52 games in his career in college. He was healthy. I get it. He's 168 pounds, but so was Xavier Worthy. So is Tank Dell. He ran a 4.38, which is right between Xavier Worthy and Tank Dell. He's not quite the route runner that Tank Dell is, but he's a better route runner than Xavier Worthy is, and he's a hell of a gamer. He's going to show up, and he's going to get opportunities.
He's going to show up for the one target that he gets, and he makes a nice 8-yard reception when they need it the most. That I do agree with.
I completely.
I think Ricky Pearsall is the one play dial-up guy. We need a first down. Let's go, Ricky.
Then you don't take that in the first round.
You shouldn't.
You don't take that in the first round.
You shouldn't. It was a bad pick.
Ricky,
Ricky's
the new dependable.
This is
Ricky is the new dependable number 2.
The debauchery right now.
Brandon Ayuk is the alpha. Ricky Pearsall is the new dependable number 2, and Jacob Cowing has the ability to be a stretch dominator like Tank Dell. Not quite to the level where Tank Dell exposes 1,400 receiving yards as a leading receiver. Brandon Ayuk can play your Nico Collins role. Jacob Cowing can play the Tank Dell role. And guess what? Ricky Pearsall is in your Noah Brown role in this offense. If you're building it, looking at what Houston did last year, Jacob Cowing is an excellent wide receiver, and he will succeed and will be targeted more than once a goddamn game.
Boys, I smell some bets that we're going to have to lay with each other because you guys can bet on an underwhelming small guy.
I want to interrupt. I want to say this one excites me. The Jacob Cowing landing spot really excites me. And what we've seen, I think we could look back and we could like both of these picks, the Pearsall pick and the Cowing pick. And I'll say this, no offense in this entire draft has gotten more athletic and faster than what San Francisco has done. Isaac Guerendo, 4.33 40, one of the fastest speed scores of all time. Jacob Cowing, small, but a 4.38 40. And Ricky Pearsall, arguably the most athletic wide receiver in this draft class, and a 4.41 40. They've added not only fast players, but lightning fast players to this offense.
And it's only going to help and succeed this offense with Brock Purdy. Like I said, Juwan Jennings no longer matters. I loved him. He was a dog. You want to go look up the original dog? Go look up some Juwan Jennings. Type it in. Juwan Jennings dog, Tennessee. You'll like the video you see. Danny Gray had the 4.3 speed. This is a 4.3 guy that is a good route runner and is a gamer. Juwan Jennings gone. Danny Gray gone. Insert Ricky Pearsall. Insert Jacob Cowing. Debo Samuel. See you later in a week. You're a Jet. Bye.
You guys were down at the Senior Bowl, right?
Yeah.
You guys finished the week of practices at the Senior Bowl, right?
Yeah, we
Who
did.
didn't finish the week of practice?
Dude,
at the Senior
He
Bowl?
got injured,
It
dude.
wasn't an
That's
injury.
my point, guys. Is you get these
He
guys get
started
injured.
52 out of 58 games in college, man. It doesn't matter. He got banged up. He got tweaked. When you get tweaked at the Senior Bowl, it's over because they don't. It's too much to explain to these
If you
guys.
want Jacob Cowing, make sure you got a bunch of IR spots.
Ricky
No.
Pearsall didn't finish
That
the
is a
Senior Bowl
complete
either.
fugazi of a goddamn answer, Matty. You know that. You put him on the IR. He started 52 games in college. He didn't get hurt. He got a tweak at the Senior Bowl, and that's a scare. When you get a scare at the Senior Bowl at an all-star event, they just pull you.
So you guys are putting your eggs in a basket. We gotta go to Boo Boo.
This is the
He's
rules.
demonstrated-
This is how you nuke. This is how you nuke draft capital. If that would have been an ACL, if he says that's a tweak, I'm fine. Let me go back in, coach. Rips the hamstring off the bone. Guess what? You ain't getting drafted in the 4th round with a ripped hamstring off the bone a month ago.
Yeah, I mean, and he had just made like a really good catch before that, so I think it was just I'm hanging it up. And the fact that he was able to come back and perform that well at the combine after suffering an injury at the Senior Bowl, I think displays that he has some toughness.
Okay.
I'm
He has
in
some
on-
toughness. We
and-
talked a lot about the Super Bowl hopefuls, 49ers. But Jason, you were on the scene yesterday and you were asking some of the 49ers fans what their expectations are for the Senior Bowl. I think we have a clip, right?
Yeah, it was. You'll see.
Let's go. Let's run.
All right, we are live at the NFL Draft, joined with some football fans. I've got one question for you: who's winning the Super Bowl?
Oh, who is winning the Super Bowl? Almost ready. All right, I'm a 49ers fan, so 49ers.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's going to be the Chiefs. I think they've run out of their luck, so I'm going to go with 49ers.
Definitely isn't going to be the Bears. I'm going to go with 49ers too.
All right, Niners, you heard it here first.
And we're back. Alan Soslowski is waiting in the wings where they're going to be talking. I have a feeling it's going to be a lot of talk about all of these running backs that we have seen come off the board. So make sure you stick around. 2,100 people checking in. We love you. Make sure you're subscribing to the Player Profiler channel. Like this video. Leave a comment. Hit a super chat. We'll get to it. Also, head over to the Player Profiler news channel. If we get those subscribers up over 500, we're going to see an all-star arm battle here. And now it's Alan Soslowski over with the Fantasy Desk.
This episode brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy has been sponsoring Player Profiler and everything we're doing here since 2020. Sign up. Use promo code UNDERWORLD for a 100% instant deposit match up to $100. 100% instant deposit match up to $100. And you're like, oh, well, everyone's on Underdog. Not true. There's plenty of people in this audience that have not yet tried out Underdog, and it's time. They're adding more sports. They're adding more contests. Like when we're heading into NFL draft season, there's the rookies and sophomores game. When you think about way too early fantasy football, that's what Underdog is. When you think about best ball, that's what Underdog is. And if you can pick players at the end of an Underdog Fantasy best ball draft that are under rostered, that few people are picking at all, and that guy, like Kyren Williams, hits, you will likely experience positive returns. All you need is that one guy at the end who no one else is rostering, and the way to find that guy is to listen to us. UnderdogFantasy.com. The promo code is Underworld. 100% deposit match up to $100 with promo code Underworld. Underdog makes everything we do possible.
We're back, Matt, and it's sort of a impromptu mini Sonic Truth in the middle of our NFL draft coverage. We were missing our third co-host from Sonic Truth, so we wanted to bring him in as a guest. The Roto Underworld loves Alan Soslowski. We're bringing him in. Alan Soslowski, how are you doing, my man? I know you're enjoying the NFL draft. Welcome to the show from sunny Jacksonville, Florida. And welcome, Alan Soslowski.
Yeah, I was hoping to watch Player Profiler After Dark. That's where I want to see like Matty Kiwoom's penis hang out and like who makes the smelliest dumps. That's the stream that we need to see. The football stuff is great, but I want the after 1 a.m. stream when it gets totally crazy there.
Well, Alan, it only took you about 30 seconds to go there, and we appreciate you keeping it real. But
well, actually, it's funny. So we've got a big room with a bunch of beds, and they saved the best bed. It's a total like Game of Thrones bed for Alex Dunlap because he's actually a real hunter. And they had Seth Dewald in there last night with Maddie and Cody, and there was a lot of muscle in that room. And I went up there to ask a question about today's broadcast, and I pound on the door. I open it, and I walk in. And it's just a bunch of shirtless dudes.
Oh, I love it.
And in their underwear, all sitting around in a circle. And I'm like, am I interrupting guys? And then I just sort of Homer Simpson backed my way back out of there. I don't remember even what the conversation was. I just remember there was a lot of skin, man. There's a lot of skin. You love that. You would have loved hanging out in that room, Alan.
Guys are keeping it real in the draft house.
It's like
a little bit of mental fatigue and physical fatigue start kicking in. But Alan Seslowsky is here to energize the troops.
Well, Theo, real quick though. So what happens when you get tired from doing football? Guys turn gay. That's the takeaway here.
Not sure about that one, Alan. Not sure about that one, Alan. I want to take this. I want to take this to this is, Alan is really, really taking it there in our draft coverage, Matt. Alan throwing curveballs. If every week on the Sonic Truth Dynasty podcast, and this week we have a loaded Sonic Truth Dynasty podcast. Tune in Tuesday morning. We are going to be laying down our rookie rankings and doing a rookie mock draft with Alan. But Alan, before we do that, sort of your biggest takeaways from this draft. Give us your biggest rookie riser based on a landing spot.
It's not even a rookie. It's like this whole. I like Blake Corum more than the Podfather. I heard him pronouncing. Not
sure about that. Podfather's into Blake Corum right now.
Oh, you are? Okay, you changed because last night I heard you were talking about R.I.P. Kyron Williams, but the thing with Sean McVay, I don't really remember. If you guys know a situation, you can let me know where he ever used more than one back. I saw Corum more as a remember last season they were like getting Darrell Henderson off the couch. So it's like for the most part, Kyron Williams does everything well, right? Pass catching, goal line, pass protection. So the Blake Corum thing doesn't scare me as much as Podfather's original reaction does. So, he's a good handcuff. You like that they reached up in the, in a good round, was it third round to get him. So I'm still like Kyron Williams, even though I acknowledge there's more risk. I don't think Kyron Williams is dead. It's just because of Sean.
Did Brian Robinson affect Antonio Gibson?
Antonio Gibson was not RB1 overall. We're talking about a couple different things.
Antonio Gibson had a huge, massive breakout. Was bigger, faster, stronger than Kyron Williams. There was legitimate hype around Antonio Gibson. And then they go out and they draft a Brian Robinson cardboard cutout, just good enough at everything in the third round. Tell me it's any different.
Yeah, I think that he's going to be one of the, Kyron Williams is going to be one of the split players, right? There's going to be people that aren't as scared, and there's going to be people that are completely out. So if Kyron Williams goes from like RB 10 in Dynasty or ish to RB 17, you're always going to buy cheaper if you like them. I'm just not as nervous, although
you're drafting Kyron Williams at RB 17.
Yeah, sure. Especially in dynasty leagues where I'm grabbing,
can you take a message when it's delivered? Like what happened when the UPS comes to your door and they knock on the door and they hand you a package? Do you refuse it?
Oh yeah, no, I acknowledge.
Can you just accept the information that we've been given here and get real?
I saw this more as a Cam Akers, Darrell Henderson backup replacement, but I understand there's more risk now. I'm still liking Kyron Williams. I'm not going to flag plant for him or anything like that, but I don't think it's a death sentence because Kyron Williams is good. He does everything well. But I'll answer Theo's. We can debate it on the Sonic Truth.
I think we're actually going to start out the Sonic Truth before we do our rookie mock draft on Tuesday. We're going to have Matt and Alan debate, and I will be the moderator. I'm just going to throw questions back to you guys. We're going to have a Kyron Williams, Blake Corum breakdown. But Alan, you talked about that landing spot. My question for you is, in our rookie guide, which you can still buy at playerprofiler.com, if you want to get the best breakdowns of these rookies heading into your rookie drafts, go ahead and check that out on playerprofiler.com. Alan, you did a breakdown for Keon Coleman, and I want to get your reaction to both Keon Coleman and Ladd McConkey. Both players were drafted very close to one another to start out the second round. Where are you at on those two guys? Where would you be comfortable drafting them?
So it actually, this question will answer what you first asked me, is who's the biggest dynasty riser. Even I couldn't understand why Keon Coleman, and I wrote him up for the player profiler draft guide, like you said, was I was shocked that he was the polarizing guy. Every year there's one. Sometimes the people that are saying don't draft this guy, like Kadarius Toney or Wright, and sometimes that it goes the other way, where the people that were on a certain player are right. I think Keon Coleman was that guy. He's definitely going to be a riser, right? He was someone that we were prepared to say, like, okay, he's probably going to be like 2.5, 2.8 in our rookie drafts. And now he's a legitimate pick in the first round, at the end of the first round of your rookie drafts. And you say that's not really a big rise going from 2.5 to 111. Yes, it is, right? You get one first round pick. And then, a lot of times you have multiple seconds. So I am good. I like both guys. And it's one of those things where the cop-out advice is I'll take whichever one comes to me. But if I'm on the clock, to answer your question, right? And in a PPR setting, you got to like Ladd McConkey better. But it seems like that Keon Coleman is the player that has like the 14 touchdown upside, right? So that's it depends on what type of fantasy player you are. I'm the one who likes, I'll draft Stephen Baker from the Jets from a decade and a half ago and miss out on like Julian Edelman. That will be the downside of this. But I love taking like the guy who literally can break fantasy, and Coleman with Josh Allen, who you guys told me to take him 1.01, Josh Allen in Dynasty Superflex. I listened to you. That's where your rankings have him, like right up at the top. So I want the guy attached to him.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, Matt, because we've had Mike Shope on and now Alan Soslowski. Alan has a way more optimistic outlook for Keon Coleman than I think Mike did. And I'm sort of with Alan, sort of like...
Well, Mike is predicating that caution on these next two picks. Buffalo picks now, and then they pick 4 picks from now.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So the one of these two picks could easily be a receiver that has some ability to command targets, right? Who's left on the board.
Is Malik Washington still there?
Malik Washington?
Yeah, I think, at this point, when we get into round 5, the longer we wait, the better it is for Keon Coleman. Because if their depth is much later than this, when you talk about the mega hits from day 3, the mega hits from day 3 for fantasy are Amon-Ra St. Brown, Stephon Diggs, Puka Nacua, and Stephon Diggs. All of those players were
he said him twice. He said him twice.
What's that, Alan?
I think you said Stephon Diggs 3 times on that list.
Oh, excuse me. Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill was the fourth one. So
Tank Dale.
We're getting a little fatigued here in the draft house, Alan. But another situation where we're interested to get your take on, because I think that there is a little bit of debate going on in fantasy, is Trey Benson versus Jonathan Brooks. I think those are the two clear running back winners from this draft class. But if I ask 10 different people, I'm going to get a couple of different answers here.
God damn it. The Chargers could have done it. They had...
he's not going to do it.
Dylan Lobby would have been oh my God. They didn't know.
Harbaugh's not going to draft. Harbaugh's not going to draft a running back.
That was the dream. The dream. I had a dream. I was daring to dream for a Dylan Lobby to the Chargers. That would have been the most perfect landing spot. They go Cam Hart, cornerback from Notre Dame. Go ahead.
Well, that's a good segue from Matt. Let's update the last few picks. We saw Tarheeb Still, the cornerback from Maryland, go at 137 to the Chargers. We see Xavier Thomas, an edge rusher from Clemson, heads to Arizona, continuing their strong draft. We see Jordan McGee from Temple, linebacker, goes to Washington. And then Cam Hart from Notre Dame breaks the Podfather's heart with another selection by the Chargers. I don't think that Jim Harbaugh is going to draft a running back this draft. I think it is what it is. It's going to be a lot of Gus Edwards with some J.K. Dobbins. Maybe they'll get an undrafted free agent. Maybe they take somebody in the 7th round. Kamani Vidal has been linked to the Chargers. That would be a really, really fun way for us to end our broadcast. But Alan, let's go back to you. Continuing to look at sort of these landing spots, Let's talk about two players. I think it's clear right now if you're drafting in a single QB format, and I know you don't like discussing single QB format, Alan, but
I'll
Malik
discuss it.
Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr., those guys are your 1-2 with Harrison Jr. off the top, Neighbors at 2. 3 is interesting. Rome Odunze joins a potentially boxed out situation where there's going to be target splits with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen, 2 top 8 PPR wide receivers last year in Chicago. Odunze, of course, goes within the top 10 picks at pick 9 overall, and he's going to be attached to one of the best young quarterbacks in football already in Caleb Williams. Then you have Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers goes 13 overall, so we love the landing spot, but I think it's a little confusing for some as to how they're going to use him. I'm on a very optimistic outlook with Bowers with this landing spot. Curious which way you would go between those two guys, and maybe if you want to throw in another player you'd consider if you're drafting at the 103 in a single QB format.
Well, something that Podfather always talks about, it was actually a very valuable dynasty lesson, is that when there's a great player blocked by veterans, especially veterans that have a year left, that you still draft that player in your dynasty rookie drafts. I mean, Podfather's been talking about that for a decade. You take CeeDee Lamb when Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup are ahead of him. And isn't that what Rome Odunze is? If you believe Rome Odunze is that level, I mean, by all accounts, that Rome Odunze would be the wide receiver 1 in the last 5 draft classes, or, you know, some version of that. I mean, you take him ahead of the tight end. Now, I don't think any of us think that Brock Bowers is like a tight end, right? He's like a pass catcher, right? And if you think Jacoby Myers is going to stand,
say the word tweener, Alan. Don't, Alan. Do not say the word tweener.
We don't say stuff like
that. We purport to be Brock Bowers fans here. You can't say that word.
No, I like Brock Bowers. I think that, you know, he's in any sort of a premium format. That's the tiebreaker. Like 1.75, 1.5, it's going to be like a 50-50 decision. But in any sort of premium format, why can't he have the Jacoby Myers season from last year, right? I mean, that's basically, I think we could presume that he's going to be prioritized over him. Devontae Adams is still, you know, his 170 targets are served up to him. He's the type of player that lasts for a long time. But this makes me more excited about Gardner Minshew. Nobody's really talked about him. He avoided Michael Penix. He avoided Bo Nix. And he's like the new Andy Dalton, right? He's a year-to-year quarterback that keeps getting jobs. And now he's loaded up with an elite prospect. A lot of people said that Brock Bowers was either their 1, 2, or 3 best prospect in the whole draft. So on the clock, I mean, it's so hard to get a good tight end. I will break in favor of Brock Bowers. I like the landing spot. I know the initial reactions were it was bad, but I mean, what were they expecting? The Jets was the chalk pick. That would have been horrible. Aaron Rodgers never throws to a rookie tight end, and there's, you know, still a rookie or a tight end, right? So this, I think, is an elite landing spot. I would even call it. Gardner Minshew is good enough. You know, you don't need someone that's like
Gardner Minshew, you know, he's walking around raindrops here.
Gardner Minshew is a sneaky dynasty winner right now. I think that there's still an opportunity to trade for him because there's some trepidation in the community that could be AOC over Minshew. I don't see why Minshew signs with Vegas unless he sort of has an understanding that that's his pathway to being a starter.
Kirk Cousins had that understanding too.
I want to just update the picks here, guys. Alan's favorite day 3 center prospect, Cedric Von Pron Granger from Georgia, is now a Buffalo Bill. Keon Coleman avoids another potential rookie wide receiver. So Keon Coleman's looking a little bit better with that pick. And I know Alan's excited about Von Granger going off the board. He was talking about that to me this morning. Want to segue back. Alan, let's talk about one player who, Matt, it's crazy. We see a quarterback going 12 overall into a situation where he's going to start day 1. And it's sort of like the guy that nobody's talking about because everybody's got a Michael Penix take. Everybody's got a J.J. McCarthy take. But Bo Nix, Alan, do you like the landing spot? I mean, talk about Bo Nix. This is a guy where we did a mock draft together in the Sonic Truth Dynasty podcast. And I believe you selected, was it Nix or was it Penix towards the end?
I got them both. I got them on the spin. I ended up getting them both. For me, again, this is something that you, Theo, myself, and Podfather argued about 2 weeks ago on the Sonic Truth podcast. You take quarterbacks in super flex leagues, right? It doesn't matter that it's Kenny Pickett and it doesn't work out. Now I'm talking about like in the back part of the draft. If Michael Penix is going to be available at pick 10, pick 202, right? You draft him. Just understanding what you're drafting. You're basically drafting a 2025 first, right? And you're banking it. You get Michael Penix, and he's not someone that you're going to be able to use this year. If there's an injury or a setback to Kirk Cousins, I mean, think about where would Michael Penix be ranked across the industry, guys, if he gets a clarified start in week 4? Top 12, top 10, right? So this is a player that we already know in a couple years. Forget about the team building thing, right? Michael Penix what you're buying with him at pick 110 is basically the 103, but from 2 years from now.
Quick interruption before Podfather talks about Knicks and Penix. The Indianapolis Colts just made a very fun selection here with the 142nd overall pick. They select Anthony Gould from Oregon State, and he is a smaller, fast receiver, but also a top-notch return man. Had the fastest 10-yard split of any wide receiver at the combine. The Colts continue to get more athletic under Chris Ballard. I think he's got a type, Matt.
All right, I don't care about Anthony.
Yeah, no,
Gould.
You don't care about Gould.
I don't care.
Cook.
The
Go ahead,
fifth
Cook
receiver, special teams pick.
Go ahead.
It's
Updating
fine.
we're
Listen, what's going to happen here? I can explain to you what's going to happen. What's going to happen during the season is at some point in time, Kirk Cousins is going to break a thumb. He's going to have some sort of neck strain. There's going to be some sort of shoulder impingement / separation. He's going to be questionable. He's not going to play. We've seen this from Burrow last year. Aaron Rodgers played one game, in a sort of a similar, exorbitant veteran signing, the veteran savior, the premium veteran savior that is Aaron Rodgers. And then boom, he barely plays. So there's a lot of injuries, and to quarterback in recent years, they can't protect them enough. It's impossible. The game's just too violent. So we're going to see Penix this year, and it just takes one, Alan. It just takes that one big boom performance, especially if he happens to be starting in a great matchup, puts up 35 fantasy points, and then Cousins comes back. But that asset has suddenly hit the Mario mushroom just with one game, where a running back puts up a big game, a receiver puts up a big game. It doesn't have that kind of windfall effect like it does with Penix just showing it one time.
Oh my God. Yeah. This is exactly how I play Dynasty fantasy football. These type of players with upside like this are not available to you when you make the playoffs every year, like you do, Theo, right? Pick 110. You're like choosing between like Xavier Legette types that nobody likes, or okay, I'll take a 4th round running back like Damian Pierce from a couple years ago, and yeah, those things are like okay. But Michael Penix, if he was the 8th overall pick and Kirk Cousins wasn't there, where would he be? Podfather just outlined a situation where if only we had recent samples of a history of Kirk Cousins missing a season. Oh wait, it happened last season. That's right, it does happen. It will happen. And I mean, look, like I just said a minute ago, if Michael Penix gets clarified start, is he a top 10, top 12 quarterback? If you're at the end of your draft and nobody wants to touch him, he's kryptonite. I would even consider trading up if I had like the 206 to go get him and maybe give up a little more. But I know that's not going to be everyone's style of play. Bo Nix too. You asked about him. That's like
Bo Nix. Let's talk about Bo Nix because that's the one nobody's talking about, Alan.
Yeah, I think that's like you almost think of it the same way like when you drafted Kenny Pickett at the 109 a couple years ago. He's a starting quarterback that some people don't love, but he's a starting quarterback, right? I mean, if it lasts, we've already seen now. The new NFL is like, just because you're a 1st round pick, they'll move on from you next year or 2 years, right? Kenny Pickett got his 2 years. Unless you are the 101, that's the like ironclad insulation. Bo Nix, you take him if you need a quarterback. And yes, there's some upside there, especially I like that that you guys called out Javonte Williams yesterday on the show. To me, that's like the biggest veteran. Yeah, no, you said it yesterday. That just like had like light bulbs going off. I think that you could try to make some moves for Javonte now before that becomes a narrative because I mean, yeah, if it's not already too late. So yeah, I like Bo Nix, but I'm thinking of him the same way as I thought of Kenny Pickett. QB 18 to 22. It could be the pick that you make at 107 to 110 and you take them. It could all be over in a year and a half, or you could have like the perennial QB 16, which is, by the way, in Superflex is awesome.
Can we just talk briefly about how abysmal and actually, I think for the first time, you could argue that the fourth round generated negative returns in terms of the players and where they went. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me about these landing spots in the fourth round? Puke. Jaylen Wright is Israel Abanikanda on the Dolphins. Puke. Bucky Irving now has no value.
Well, Bucky
no
Irving,
value whatsoever. Now he's a handcuff. That's all. There's no threat to Rachaad White whatsoever. 5'9", 192. Rachaad White does everything better than Bucky Irving. What you didn't want if you have Rachaad White, you didn't want a Braelon Allen going there and getting a bunch of carries and goal line looks. You know that Bucky Irving's not going to supplant Rachaad White inside the 20. So I think that's actually a great landing spot in terms of just a meat shield running back, not threatening your overall workload in Bucky Irving. But for Bucky Irving himself, it's horseshit. For Will Shipley, it's a disaster. You go down the board. Braelon Allen, all these, even Jacob Cowing, all they're doing is hurting players we like or players that were drafted earlier. Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowing hurts Ricky Pearsall. He does. He actually does. Braelon Allen, what are we doing here?
Game day inactive.
I know that we love Breece Hall. I get it. But in hindsight, knowing that they have no one behind Breece Hall, the Braelon Allen selection is not as surprising. Clearly, they saw everything they need to see from Israel Abanikanda, and they're moving on already. This means fewer carries, period, for Breece Hall. You're going to rerun the projections and see if Breece Hall is a first-round pick in seasonal leagues and best ball.
I'll say this. Of these landing spots, the Will Shipley one's interesting because Will Shipley, I think, becomes the best handcuff running back, one of the best handcuff running backs in football, because he steps into one of the best offenses in football behind Saquon Barkley. If Saquon Barkley were to miss time, Will Shipley is a 4.39 40. He had a ton of success at Clemson, over 30 rushing touchdowns, caught nearly 90 passes in his career there. The Will Shipley one, it's a contingent upside play, but I think based on the quality of the offense, I'm into that one. I'll say
You're
this
in it because you think he's much better than Kenny Gainwell.
Yes, I think he's better than Kenny Gainwell.
I was going to say,
maybe. No, I think they're the same guy in many ways. I think this is puke.
No, I will push back on the Gainwell, and I'll say
I think they have so many positions wrapped up. They have such an excess of riches in Philadelphia that this is what they're doing. They're in the fourth round, and they're like, I guess we can just go running back and get our third running back. So I don't like these selections. I don't like Braelon Allen, worst case scenario.
Yeah.
So many of these guys. Do you think that Tez Walker is going to be able to command any targets as the fourth guy in a low volume attack in Baltimore? I mean, Javon Walker and Troy Franklin and Jatavian Sanders were the only three players, skill position players, to land well in the fourth round. And of those three guys, the one guy that's tethered to Bo Nix, his college quarterback, is Troy Franklin.
That's the one.
Just when I thought I was out on Troy Franklin, you pair him up with his college quarterback, you give him very little target competition, and suddenly they can be back in on him.
Troy Franklin, I mean, Baker and Franklin both landed in spots where they have a clear pathway to wide receiver, like being the one wide receiver 2 in the offense. And in Franklin's case, I think it becomes Troy Franklin versus Marvin Mims will be an interesting one. And two kind of players that they've won. Mims last year, they took the end of the second round. Franklin, they take at the beginning of the fourth. Franklin has the benefit of playing with Bo Nix, like you said. That'll be an interesting one. One thing I want to push back on, Matt, is Bucky Irving is annoying for Rachaad White in the only sense that Rachaad White had 70 targets last year. And now Bucky Irving puts a target cap on him. Bucky Irving, the one thing Bucky Irving does really, really well is they took a pass-catching running back in the fourth round. Rachaad White did have 270 carries last year, top 4 in carries, but it limits his ability to get back to where he was last year when you put this pass-catching back. Bucky Irving had more receptions than any running back in the nation last year. And after that combine, I'd say draft capital wise, round 4 was a win for Irving. We had worries that Irving was going to slide down to like the 6th round because of the poor performance at the combine.
Right. He's not that good.
But
he's not
he
that
can catch
fast.
the
He's not
ball.
that explosive. He's small.
He's a specialist.
Right. He is a specialist. We're talking about a Devin Singletary ceiling.
That's fine.
Right. And a bunch of guys as his floor that we will never even speak their name ever again because they were never relevant. So we'll see what happens. This was a depth play only. I'm not concerned about Bucky Irving. I think there's going to be a scenario where he does rotate in on 3rd down. But again, please, by all means, everyone that I'm drafting against, please avoid Rachaad White because of Bucky Irving. Please do that. Thank you.
Do
Alan,
you think
which running back selection today interests you the most?
I just want to just tag on to Bucky Irving. It's a Sean Tucker replacement, right? They weren't happy with Sean Tucker. They weren't happy with Keyshawn Vaughn. It's I could see why, because what do you have?
Of course they were going to draft a running back. If they
Right.
had drafted Braelon Allen, that would have been much worse.
And if Rachaad White misses a week or two, Bucky Irving will headline all of Theo's waiver wire columns. I mean, that's the right thing. Right? Week 4.
I mean,
yeah. I don't see him as chewing into rather than just a one. You guys said it before I came on. Teams are now looking with quarterback and running back for the 1-to-1 replacement or a complete complement piece. And Bucky Irving seems like, yeah, if Rachaad White misses a game, we could still do the things we like to do, but with Bucky Irving. You asked about handcuff. I mean, it's got to be in San Francisco, right? I mean, isn't that the one you want? I still think that a lot of these teams, like they'll go. It's never like the RB2, the rookie that just gets the workload. It's usually like, for example, if Saquon Barkley misses a game, it's not like, hey, it's Will Shipley time. It's Kenny Gainwell and Will Shipley, and then neither one of them are really that useful for fantasy. That's more often it happens that way than not. That's similar to the situation that we're looking at in Green Bay, right, guys? I mean, AJ Dillon, yes, he's still there, but he was a free agent and then signed for the bare minimum. I mean, even they may have even paid him less than the minimum. So I like Lloyd a little bit, but again, if Josh Jacobs misses some time, we've seen AJ Dillon is like basically can't even, when he has the workload, he's been garbage. So that's what makes me a little bit more optimistic about Lloyd. But all these other guys, if you're gonna be in the 3rd round. And are you going to take Bucky Irving in your rookie draft? Or are you going to take Javon Baker? I mean, those are the type of decisions you're going to have to make. I'm going
to take the guy you mentioned. I'm going to take Isaiah Guerendo.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to go and say glass half full, this guy is at least an elite handcuff, I would say that guy is now Guerendo. That guy. In fact, I think there's a higher probability that Guerendo just outplays. We've seen this with these Kyle Shanahan teams and the 49ers in particular, so many years where going in, Jordan Mason, for example, is now suddenly a real threat last year to Elijah Mitchell. And then before that, Elijah Mitchell supplanted everybody. They're like, what about Trey Sermon? Well, no. It's the guy in the 6th round that actually jumps up. So no one's going to be surprised. No one. Everyone knows the script by now that Guerendo is going to be a threat. If he impresses at all, bam, he's the RB2 in San Francisco. And then Theo, that's your 4th round sneaky handcuff. But again, the script is already written and everyone has already memorized it that he's not going to be a value. Like, that's a great question, though. Where do you see Guerendo getting drafted in rookie drafts?
3-1, 3-2, 3-3.
Yeah, I think he nailed it. And I think that Guerendo is also the one, based on the landing spot, for our redraft listeners right now and viewers, of course, Guerendo is the one that's going to steam up in redraft, because you think about the 101 is Christian McCaffrey. Guerendo had a 125.7 speed score, freaky combine. And to put that in perspective, 120 plus speed score guys do not exist. You're talking about Saquon Barkley. You're talking about going back like Niall Davis, and then there's a few guys that were completely like flamed out, like just athletes that were non-football guys. So with Guerendo, for months on podcasts, I've been taking the approach that let the NFL tell you where you should be selecting Guerendo. If they draft him in the 4th round, then he's a guy that you want to target in your rookie drafts. If he drops to like the 7th round, then they're treating him like he's a track star. They took him in the 4th round, and it not only was the draft capital, but it was the landing spot, a franchise that hit on Elijah Mitchell a few years ago. They know what they're doing in San Francisco when it comes to athletic players. So Guerendo's super, super interesting. I think he'll be the highest drafted of these guys in redraft, Alan, just as a contingent upside guy, elite athleticism behind the best running back in football, but an older one in Christian McCaffrey.
Let me ask you this. What's more valuable in Dynasty, right, when you're making a pick? It seems like a lot of people like Jaylen Wright, but the caveat that a bunch of the guys at the desk are already saying are, oh, you're going to have to wait till next year when Raheem Mostert hopefully leaves. I'd rather have Guerendo, who I get 2 starts out of forever, like Ty Chandler, right, that I can actually use their clarified start. When I need a win in week 13, he's there for me, than someone that maybe I can have next year that's a little bit long-term when we're talking about these late round running backs. So that's how I play Dynasty, that when I'm making these picks in the 3rd and 4th round, I want a guy that this year I can get a clarified start or at least get off him for exactly what I paid or a profit.
Let's do a quick update on the selections that have happened. At pick 143, J.D. Bertrand, linebacker, Notre Dame, goes to the Atlanta Falcons. Austin Booker, the edge rusher from Kansas, who some people like, he goes to the Chicago Bears, continuing their strong draft. Chris Abrams-Drain, cornerback from Missouri, Alan Soslowski's favorite day 3 cornerback prospect, goes to the Denver Broncos with pick 145. And Jarvis Brownlee Jr., another cornerback from Louisville, is selected by the Tennessee Titans with pick number 146. Denver is on the clock. We'll update you as the picks come in.
I have a question for you
big,
guys.
Though this is big for Javonte Williams. This is the last one. This is really the last chance. Now we're into the 6th round of Broncos picks. If we go all the way to the end of the 5th round, the Broncos do not select again. They do not have a supplemental pick in this round. That means this is it. This is it.
So we don't want to see Audric Estime or Tyrone Tracy potentially land right here. That would be an unfortunate landing spot. Certainly Dylan Lobby, Matt, Kamani Vidal. There's a few players right here that it's really any running back.
I don't want Vidal. No, I don't want Vidal here. That would I would hate. Oh, it's not it. It's Brandon James.
Brandon James. No, it's Audric Estime. That guys, this is I talked it into existence. I talked it into existence. This is a disastrous landing spot for Javonte Williams.
This is
Audric Estime. Audric Estime is the all-time leader in touchdown. Set the single season all-time record for touchdown runs by a Notre Dame Fighting Irish player.
We're in round 5. We're in round 5. This is not
Alan. It's round 5, and Audric Estime, Denver. I hate this for Javonte Williams.
I hate it.
I hate this one. Audric Estime.
This TD upside gone.
Yeah, TD upside gone. Audric Estime.
It's already a bad offense. Now they have Estime to inside the 5.
This is a committee, if anything. Audric Estime is not a good. This is not ideal.
So close.
You were so close, Matt. Why did you? Matt Kelly talked it into existence by talking about.
I saw these Broncos picks coming up, and I was like, "We're in the clear."
So Audric Estime had the very slow 40 time at the combine, corrected it at the pro day, and I know Matt Kelly and Alan Soslowski do not trust pro day 40s, but it looked pretty good to me. And Estime had a very, very good testing numbers in other metrics of the combine. Again, this is a highly productive player, very similar to Braelon Allen in the fact that they're both younger running backs with a lot of size. Audric Estime, not the one you want to see for Javonte Williams. I love this landing spot for Estime.
Theo. We've seen this a million times. This road is littered with Dwayne McBrides and Evan Holes and more of those guys than someone that comes in and in the 5th round. Now, it can happen. Obviously, it can happen. But again, if this is going to cause pessimism on Javonte Williams after all the things we just highlighted, why there's upside, I mean, I'm very happy about that. I mean,
he's a big Notre Dame grinder. It's not the same, man. It's just that this is a guy that has, he has the brand that, they're going to want to give him the rock. They're going to want to run. They're going to run him inside the 20. I know they're going to do it.
This is not good.
They're going to do it.
Alan, this is not good. Audric Estime has a path here in Denver. And I'll say this, Alan, it's an unnecessary selection because you have Jaleel McLaughlin, you have Samaje Perine, you have running back depth, and you have Javonte Williams. They don't trust Javonte Williams to hold up, or they want to replace one of those two other guys. You better hope it's they want to improve on one of those two other guys. And Estime is also the most similar to Javonte Williams when you talk about those three running backs.
Right. It's
McLaughlin
game day.
smaller, so he's the threat to Javonte.
If he's a game day inactive, week 1, right? And
I'll take that bet, Alan. I'll take that bet.
all right, it's on. It's on.
Audric Estime game day inactive for Alex Soslowski. We will decide the stakes on the Sonic Truth Dynasty podcast.
The way to save Javonte Williams is that Estime is just too slow, right? That he's just too sluggish, and the NFL play speed just overwhelms him, and it becomes clear in August that it's just not going to happen, and that he's going to be a game day inactive. That's very possible.
Well, when
that's very possible.
If you factor in the Pro Day 40, which I know you don't trust it, and you compare their two speed scores, Matt. Javonte Williams never explosive burner. He was a guy that his speed score was sub 100, a very capable running back when he was healthy, but their injuries have been there. We've not seen that dynamic production from Javonte Williams that we all hoped for after that rookie season. Audric Estime, when you factor in that corrected 40, they have pretty similar speed scores. So that was the reason we kind of, took Estime way down. And certainly the draft capital is not ideal for Estime, but I'm intrigued by this landing spot. I am absolutely intrigued by this landing spot with Sean Payton in Denver. Guys, we're about.
Wait, well, we got to wait for the Bengals pick. The Bengals pick is coming in, and they need a running back.
Hey guys, best comparable for Audric Estime on PlayerProfiler.com is Jordan Howard.
Well, Jordan Howard as a rookie was pretty special. Jordan Howard had that run as a rookie where that was his best fantasy run. Jordan Howard corrected way too highly and didn't have longevity. But and I know that running backs sort of have this short shelf life. Jordan Howard, I think you just made our point, Alan.
Yeah, the league likes players like Estime more than we do. And we're just realists about that, Alan. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Not sorry.
That's fair. Well, I brought up the Jordan Howard comparison, because I want to explore all sides of this. I'm not planting my flag saying, but if you're just going to go based on like 5th round running back with Javonte Williams there, McLaughlin does the things that neither one of those guys do. So it's like, it's even if Estime is better than McLaughlin's more likely to be active because he does different things. I'm not saying that Estime won't get some clarified starts if there's a problem with Javonte Williams, but again, if there's going to be optimism on him and I'm not going to reach up for someone like this, but listen, I'll defer to you guys. You've done the work on this. You like Estime, but I'm still,
we don't like Estime. Oh
yeah. So the Cincinnati Bengals select Josh Newton, the cornerback from TCU. The previous pick was the Las Vegas Raiders selecting Tommy Eichenberg, a linebacker from Ohio State. So, guys, I'm actually of the opinion that the Bengals, if they draft a running back, it's going to be in round 6 or 7. I think that it's going to be Chase Brown and Zach Moss.
Wow.
Alan talked about Zach Moss as a dynasty buy. I'm sort of I'd like split exposure to both those guys. I think Cincinnati's just going to go cheap at the running back spot this year. Moss, they signed him as a free agent. Apparently, they beat Dallas to the punch. They like Moss more than maybe some in fantasy do. And Chase Brown is a guy that I'm a fan of because I think his receiving upside in that offense is exciting. And he had some explosive plays last season where he really flashed. So another sort of running back spot is avoided here with Josh Newton. I mean, Matt, if you would have flipped this around and you would have had Josh Newton going to Denver and then Cincinnati drafting Estime, I think you would be ecstatic about that Estime landing spot for Cincinnati and
it would be great.
Fantasy.
It'd be great for everybody. No one likes Zach Moss. I mean, when you look at the board, though, the problem is most of these teams don't need running back. I think another team to look for. I mean, we're going to go 10 picks here. There's not going to be a running back selected, but the Chiefs. The Chiefs have picked 159. They are going to want running back depth. And then if we scroll down, the third to last pick in this round is the one to watch because we are now on the Dylan Lobby watch. Dallas picks at slot 174.
Yeah, whoever Dallas, if Dallas could just avoid running back altogether at this point, I'm looking at a few. Tyrone Tracy is sort of the fantasy hope, in my opinion, for Dallas. There's a lot of people in this house that are big Tyrone Tracy fans, but
Really?
Tyrone Tracy, sort of a next level athlete, converted wide receiver, has some Antonio Gibson like qualities. I think if Dallas drafts Tracy, he'd be an absolutely huge riser.
Oh, yeah.
Dylan Lobby, though, you would like it as sort of like he's better than Deuce Vaughn, but I think that the Rico Dowdle bag holders right now and people that are holding a little bit of Zeke Elliott.
That's the one.
Dowdle and Rico Dowdle and Zeke Elliott. Those two guys could be in sort of a competition with whoever the third down back is, taking away some touches, but you might have like running back 20 this year out of Dowdle or Zeke Elliott just because of the lack of competition and the fact that it's an offense we're betting on to score some touchdowns. We got to kick it back shortly to the NFL desk. But before we get out of here, let
me do a prediction.
Yeah.
Come on.
We gotta mention this one.
Oh God.
The New Orleans Saints, Spencer Rattler, a huge Senior Bowl winner. He was the MVP of the Senior Bowl game. Spencer Rattler was a player that we were bullish on at Player Profiler, and we thought that he could potentially sneak into day 2. We were incorrect on that one, and Spencer Rattler falls all the way to the 5th round. But in terms of landing spots, with Jameis Winston now in Cleveland, and Derek Carr with his struggles, we love Spencer Rattler to New Orleans. This is actually a very interesting landing spot.
Best case scenario. Chris Olave gets to sit behind Derek Carr for at least a year. Perfect situation for Spencer Rattler. See if they can fix him.
Yeah.
Podfather, do you know who the QB2 is without looking on New Orleans right now?
Tell me.
It's Nathan Peterman.
There you go.
Yeah, so your QB2 is Spencer Rattler. Spencer Rattler was at one point the Big 12 Rookie of the Year. He was looking like a potential top 5 pick in the NFL draft. He was it just happened to be at Oklahoma when one of the best quarterback prospects that we've seen in the last 20 years showed up, took his job away from him as a sophomore. He's had sort of a long way back at South Carolina, but this was a player that was one of the best high school recruits in the country. Big 12 freshman of the year, won a ton of games that year at Oklahoma and was sort of a riser. So it's now you see Spencer Rattler making it to the NFL, bad draft capital, but great landing spot. The last question I have for you, Alan.
Wait, where will you take Rattler in Superflex rookie drafts? Is he a 3rd round pick now?
No, I think he's probably still, for me, because of the draft capital, I rarely would select a round 5 quarterback, but I'll take some shots on him in the maybe end of the 3rd, probably the 4th, though. Sounds a little bit more accurate.
Okay.
But I have a question for you. One player that we didn't get Alan's reaction from, and you got a chance to hear my reaction at length and the Podfathers at length, was Xavier Worthy with the sort of the nuts landing spot, the absolute dream landing spot for Xavier Worthy being attached to Patrick Mahomes. Where are you at on Xavier Worthy, Alan? How bullish are you on that one? That's a one that we sort of laughed off people that said he wouldn't be a 1st round pick. We were sweating a little bit at the end there, but he did go in at the end of the 1st round. We're always sort of right on the Sonic Truth podcast. You just got to wait for it. Alan, where are you at and how bullish are you on that landing spot?
I'll be brief. I mean, he's obviously not Tyreek Hill, but isn't he the wide receiver that closely does the type of things that Tyreek Hill used to do for this team? Right? I'm not saying it's not.
I tweeted that out. People don't like that, but
I know he's not.
Patrick Mahomes has had a guy who could run away from any NFL defense.
Yeah, I mean,
it was Tyreek Hill.
I mean, I can't see any. Is there anyone else that could be wide receiver 4 in this class? I mean, is there even the next? No, yeah, it's it's the big 3 tier break. Xavier Worthy, tier break.
Yeah,
and then we'll have our
McConkey and
we'll have all those fun.
That's right.
You're right. It's just a sort of a. If you don't take Xavier Worthy as the wide receiver 4 in this class, it's somewhat of a cowardly way to play fantasy football because Xavier Worthy, any of these guys can bust. We know that when you get to the end of the 1st round at wide receiver, but to not take the chance that Xavier Worthy doesn't make absolute magic attached to Patrick Mahomes. We've seen it before. It's a dream landing spot. It is the fastest player in the history of the game attached to arguably the best quarterback in the history of the game.
If he has Tank Dell's season from last year, is that a successful season?
Yeah,
1,000,000%. We'd like to see him play more games, but I think you hit it on the head, Alan.
Well, that's it. And I think that isn't that like his almost like expected outcome at this point, right?
He's Brandon Cooks, man. He's Brandon Cooks. He's Brandon Cooks in his prime. That's what he is. He's a technician that also has deep speed and can win everywhere. It's an exciting thing. My prediction for the rest of this round, Lobby goes to the Chiefs as their Jerick McKinnon replacement, and then Kamani Vidal to Dallas at the end of the round.
Yeah, and I appreciate the chat. J Todd in the chat. He's right. We were all over this one. When it comes to Xavier Worthy, the Sonic Truth podcast is where you want to be. Sonic Truth podcast is where you want to be all off season long. The three of us, we are usually going in the morning these days. This week, again, we will be Tuesday morning. We'll get a tweet out, let you know where we're at. And if you're getting ready for your Dynasty rookie drafts, the three of us are going to be talking rankings. The three of us are going to be doing a rookie mock draft. It is going to be awesome. Alan, let everybody know where they can find your work.
Instead of using it to promote myself, I want to just use my 30 seconds here to let you guys know that this has been probably, I've been watching all the live streams like from the other companies and things like that. You guys hands down are putting out the most fast paced, information laden. You guys have the picks first, and it feels organized. It feels like a television broadcast. So I just want you to know that as a fan and a consumer of Player Profiler and a subscriber, by the way, as well, that I feel like that this show and this broadcast is getting better every year, and you guys did top it. So that's what I want to use my time to tell you.
I'll promote for you, Alan. Look for all of Alan's work on RotoWire. Alan is dropping his solo Dynasty podcast with guests. I believe you have a really sharp guest coming on in a couple of days, Alan. You got one scheduled for early May. I don't know who. But Alan's solo Dynasty podcast on RotoWire. Make sure you're checking that out. Make sure you're checking out all of the work from our friends at RotoWire, Jim Coventry, Alan Soslowski. They're killing it. We appreciate all the help you give us here in the Roto Underworld, Alan. And we're going to kick it back to the NFL desk.
Alan, we miss you, brother.
Carpentier,
miss
Bradley
you, Cody.
Stalder, and Matty Kiwoom are ready to take you through the end of round 5 into round 6.
Alan,
buddy.
Alan,
Thank you.
we love you, brother.
Much love.
All right, we're here. We're cooking. We're at the mark where we have 105 picks left. Woo! We're at 152 with the Philadelphia Eagles on the clock. Spencer Rattler goes off, and we just had a little bit of a
Had to celebrate a little
cashed a little plus 1,600, paid for my lunch today, and Spencer Rattler going to the New Orleans Saints. Not a big buck, but a little buck at least. Boys, let's jump right into it. Bradley Stalder joining us as the rotation of the center chair is here. Working on projections. Audric Estime, the nuclear bomb to the Denver backfield. Javonte Williams looked like he made it through day 1, day 2, day 3. Not so fast, my friend.
Not so fast. Audric Estime, product of the University of Notre Dame, and a player that I've been loving, and I loved the Kyron Williams comp. You know, the Notre Dame backs, the team always asks them to do everything. Catch the ball out of the backfield, run between the tackles, and that's what the Denver Broncos are going to get in Audric Estime, a pro's pro, as Maddie likes to say. And so when you have a pro's pro drafted by Sean Payton, you're looking at Javonte Williams, who has been ineffective and inefficient during the first couple of years of his career, including an injury, the ACL, which he's still been working his way back from. And so this is a situation that looks a lot better than I think the initial impression may be, given Jaleel McLaughlin played pretty well. But I liked, Cody, you talked earlier about how Jaleel McLaughlin, kind of that Philip Lindsay, like out of nowhere, showed a little bit of surprise, showed a little spring in his step, but that isn't going to hold off a bruiser like Estime. So I love this landing spot, and I think that, yes, he's going to be an easy smash in the 3rd round of your rookie drafts.
Audric Estime, he can catch the football out of the backfield. Audric Estime, he brings the weight, he brings the pass catching chops. And like I mentioned with the McLaughlin thing, he's nice. He's fine.
He's fine.
I drafted Philip Lindsay in this gnarly league that I was in a few years ago. 53-man rosters, 10-round rookie drafts. Drafted him in the 9th round. Great value. Great guy to have in your roster for a year, 2 years. But in the NFL, these guys are turnstile backs. Jaleel McLaughlin's a great story. He's a great back. He's a turnstile back. Audric Estime kind of in this draft capital classifies the same way. However, he's 225 pounds, and he can just hold up a little bit longer. What are the thoughts right now as we walk into the 2024 season for Estime as far as usage goes compared to Javonte Williams?
Yeah, I think it's clearly still Javonte pegging as about a 50% carry share, but you can look at estimate being the number 2 rushing back, probably 20% of the rushes, 25% of the rushes. McLaughlin clearly a third, and then Samaje Perine is still there. I think at the beginning of the season you'll see a rotation of Perine and McLaughlin and Javonte, and there is a question of whether he's going to be active week 1 estimate, because his skill set may be redundant by a few of those backs. But once we get into weeks 4, 5, 6, it may be Samaje Perine who's not. He's going to be the one who's boxed out, and Jaleel McLaughlin who's going to be the one who's boxed out. So I like this estimate landing spot for he's going to be your round 17, round 18 best ball pick, and I like that. If you are you're rotating through those types of backs, this is one of those guys you want to be targeting.
When you look at the receiver position, the running back position, the quarterback position, we haven't had a lot of them go off here in round 5. We do have one right here, Maddie. The Philadelphia Eagles have a wide receiver 3 spot that it's kind of void. They've been trying to fill it. Yeah. My boy Quez Watkins didn't quite answer the bell. He was solid for 2 years as a plug, but he never got to that next level. They tried last year with Julio. They just signed Devontae Parker. Here in round 5, they go with a guy very versatile, the joystick. When you turn the film on with Aniyah Smith here, who goes at 152 overall, 17th pick in round 5, Aniyah Smith is going to be a go-go gadget that they can use all over the formation, and they can plug him in the slot. What do you think about Aniyah Smith here to the Eagles?
I think this is a good pick by the Eagles, and I also think that this is now the range where we'll see the teams that have playoff aspirations, Super Bowl aspirations, really target players that can win with the new kickoff rules.
Yep.
This is where they can win on the margins in comparison to their biggest competitors. Aniyah Smith was a dangerous kick returner in college, and he doesn't have the size. He's not the comparable type guy, but in his usage at A&M, it's like a discount Malachi Corley, and just the way you can construct these plays, these touches to Aniyah Smith, and then he can make true differences in the kickoff. Before we get into more Aniyah Smith, I wanted to ask this before I forget, Bradley. We've seen a million quarterbacks come off the board. Running backs, boom, 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 running backs. But one spot that we were all so excited about when it comes to running backs was the Dallas Cowboys. Brian Schottenheimer, Mike McCarthy, that offense. Yes. They have not addressed the position. No. They've been boxed out in terms of the higher end talent. What type of usage is still up in the air? And should we be excited about the Isaiah Davis potential, the Kamani Vidal, Rasheen Ali, these type of guys going to the Cowboys?
Yeah, so the way I'm looking at it now, based on how the Cowboys have not addressed the running back position, we see in my initial, because I do my own projections, about a 260 open projected rushes.
Jesus.
260. Now, there's been chatter about Ezekiel Elliott re-signing with the Cowboys. Sometimes it makes sense, but it also would fit with them drafting one of these round 5, 6, 7 running backs to also find out, is there a guy among Dowdle, among Malik Davis, among a back that's going to go here at the end of the draft to be mentored by and taken and shared the load with Ezekiel Elliott? I don't think that the Dallas Cowboys have someone right now on the roster who's going to be that 200 plus carry running back. And they may just go through a running back by committee and who's the newest flavor. So, right now it's an avoid, frankly, because of how there's extreme uncertainty to the point of the talent isn't there. You have the opportunity, but how much confidence do we have in any of the players right now? We don't. We just simply don't. So we need to be listening very carefully to the reports coming out of Dallas over the next couple months, because that's what's going to be the key indicator. Right now, we have nothing. We have no information on what Dallas is doing. And that's why, in particular, you need to be checking out Player Profiler News, the YouTube channel, because we are bringing news to you. Also go to playerprofiler.com/news. And we have that feed of the grind the news desk content creators are putting out to make sure that you are getting the most up-to-date news. For instance, in this Dallas Cowboys situation, it's going to be ugly.
It's going to be ugly. We got a couple more picks that have come through here. The Eagles are currently on the clock right now. The Eagles just selected, of course, Aniyah Smith, their backup right now. The Browns are going to be up again now with their 3rd draft pick so far in 5 rounds. Michael Hall in the 2nd, Zach Zinter in the 3rd. Now they're going to be back up here in just a minute, but a couple of picks that we did miss. DeAndre Prince down there from Ole Miss goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They add a cornerback to that room. And Brennan Jackson, Maddie, I like this one for the Rams here at pick 154. Brennan Jackson from Washington State, a guy that is going to go down, and they can add him to this front five, where they had Jared Verse, they had a Byron Young last year from Tennessee, they had a Colby Turner last year in the middle rounds, who borderline could have been first or second in the Rookie of the Year voting on the defensive line. On the interior, they're continuing to add pieces. Brennan Jackson's a guy that's going to slot in. I forgot the name Braden Fisk as well. Brennan Jackson's a guy that played 41 games. He started 41 games in his career. Washington State averaged a half a sack per game. This reminds me of Yetur Gross-Matos, kind of a spot where Yetur Gross-Matos was overdrafted, but a guy that can come in there and work as the rotational guy. I think of Ray Edwards from a decade and a half ago behind Jared Allen and Brian Robeson, guys that are rotational that can grow into a role behind Jared Verse, behind Byron Young, potentially take over for Byron Young as he kind of moves out into that outside linebacker type of a position. I like the Brennan Jackson spot here at 154, and I'm going to skip right past that one because I know you're going to want to talk about this. This is a bloodline pick. 155 overall, 20th in the 5th round. Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Finally.
Philadelphia Eagles.
Listen, the fall was bigger than I expected. I knew that it seemed like his stock was kind of falling throughout the process, but then he goes to the Eagles here. Legacy pick. You know he's gonna have the great circle. He's gonna have the bloodline.
This was too easy. This was too easy of a spot.
Sense. Yeah. Real quick about Brennan Jackson, I just want to bring him up because we're seeing the LA Rams have a dynamite draft so far. And what Brennan Jackson can bring, 6'4", 260 plus pounds, he's great in the run. And when he gets his role, when he gets his numbers up, when he becomes part of this defense, if he can help assure the run, it's going to allow the Braden Fisks and the Jared Verse to pin their ears back and cause disruption for opposing quarterbacks. But we're moving on to Jeremiah Trotter Jr., linebacker, Clemson, here in the 5th round.
We've been waiting.
Howie Roseman, the rich stay rich, baby.
Was this your number one player available on the big board right now? Because for me, it was clear cut. I had him 30. And again, we're looking at the big board on TV right now. Daniel Jeremiah has Christian Jones as his best available player, 55th on his big board. Mine was Jeremiah Trotter, who was 36th, followed by Christian Boyd, 38th, the D-tackle from Northern Iowa. Where'd you have Jeremiah Trotter slated in overall?
Jeremiah Trotter was my 57th overall player. So he has been the best available for me for a long, long time. I track kind of the progress throughout the draft process, and he was down 12 spots previous. So I have been higher on him. But still, for me, a top 60 players still on the board in round 5 makes a lot of sense. And sometimes you just let the board fall to you and you get these pockets of immense value. Jeremiah Trotter brings a whole lot to this Eagles defense, and they needed a thumper. They got a thumper in round 5.
The middle linebacker position, the off-ball linebacker position, we knew was going to get a little devalued. We knew it was going to get pressed down. We liked a lot of these guys. We liked Peyton Wilson, but we talked about this yesterday. None of these guys were overly valued as killers at the middle linebacker position. Edgerrin Cooper has the length, has the athleticism, has the abilities to potentially be a Ryan Shazier in the future. He goes round 2 to the Packers, and it's radio silent round 1, radio silent the rest of round 2. Round 3, we saw a bunch of linebackers go round 4, 5. This is the value you're going to see these guys go off in. Trotter falling all the way here. The Eagles continue to eagle. Of course, I mean, they just get to this point, they're like, man, we got 3 picks in every round. He's here. Let's take him. Whatever. Plug him in. I think this is a great pick, but I just want to stress this again, that this off-ball linebacker value is getting oppressed, kind of like the running back position has in prior years. We talked to many people in personnel situations that have talked about the tight end position. If it's not up here, it's down there. And that's where the tight end position gets pushed to. Running backs, off-ball linebackers are all going the same way.
And talking to Jeremiah Trotter at the Combine, you can tell that none of this is foreign to him. He grew up in this life, in the NFL spotlight, his dad being a long-running veteran in the league, and he was able to carry himself like a pro already. So just bringing that type of mentality, bringing him into your fold, it makes a whole lot of sense. And he did have 12 sacks over the last 2 years, so he's not a nothing in getting after the quarterback in the rush game. So Jeremiah Trotter here up the 5th round makes a lot of sense. I absolutely love the pick for him.
We have an interest. What do you got?
No, just saying a big shout out to Jay Chod in the chat. One big shout out to Bradley. He said Mahomes would be like QB7 last year, thought he lost his damn mind. He was right. So actually, it was not news. I thought Bradley was pointing to news. He was pointing to a brag.
All right.
You son of a gun, you dog.
The Jets have inquired on a trade, and the trade is not for a draft pick.
Ooh.
The Jets are trading John Franklin Myers, defensive tackle, to the Broncos, and it's for a draft pick, a 6th-round draft pick, not this year, not next year, in 2026. So Joe Douglas sitting there, and man, we're looking for the future. Trades away John Franklin Myers, defensive tackle, to the Broncos for a 2026 6th-round pick. When you're looking at these two rosters, what they've brought together so far, the Jets, offensive tackle with Olu Fashanu, Malachi Corley, Braelon Allen. When you look at what Denver has done so far, Denver has needed to address the interior on the defensive line. They'd struggled mightily getting after the quarterback and causing havoc in the backfield. They brought in Jonah Ellis in the 3rd round, but have not addressed the interior at all. They do it here with John Franklin Myers from the Jets.
This is like in Dynasty. I'm going to correlate this. Obviously, defensive player is not what we do at fantasy, but this is when you see a little trade in your inbox. You go look at it and go, I'm just going to hit accept before you realize he's offering me a 2026 6. I'm going to hit accept. So the Denver go ahead and makes a no-brainer trade here, getting some help on the inside. I want to go back to your projections real quick.
Yes.
The Ray Davis one is kind of a bit of an enigma to me because we like the style of play. We like what he brings to the team. And obviously, James Cook had a great year last year, but what does this mean for the addition of Ray Davis for James Cook and for himself?
Yeah, we're looking at James Cook still being the lead back, even with Ray Davis. But what we forget sometimes is that the second leading rusher is not James Cook or anyone else. It is Josh Allen.
It's
Josh Allen. It's the big dog. So we will have James Cook, Josh Allen, and then Ray Davis as the third, because they were trying to rotate through who was going to be that running back too all of last year. That's been the desire for the Bills, and so they find someone with Ray Davis. I have a projected 16% rush share, 300 rushing yards, 3 touchdowns on about 70 carries over the course of the season. That's just initial projections. And so, we saw Ty Johnson and Darrington Evans, a Billy Muzio favorite. Shout out to Billy, who is sipping wine from Oregon. Shout out Bend, Oregon. But we do want to acknowledge that there has been a type of running back that the Bills have been trying to get, a pass-catching capable back. The Ty Johnson, Darrington Evans, even Leonard Fournette was brought in for a hot minute last year, right? The corpse, the dusty.
They brought him in because he had one nice picture in practice. We were like, yeah, Leonard Fournette looks like he's got it.
I think the Bills PR team just needed a social media bump.
They need them followers to go up.
Lombardi Trophy, Lombardi Lenny. I think that Ray Davis easily pegs in as this running back too. We're looking at him as one of those rotational round 3 rookie draft picks. You're going to be drafting him because of the landing spot, because of the opportunity. And anytime you're on the Bills, you're going to get some opportunity. And I also think that when it comes to who else is going to get some rush share, it's going to be Curtis Samuel in this backfield. Samuel is the do-it-all type of back/wide receiver. Yes, a 16% target share in my projections, but a player that is going to eat a little bit into the rushes. But Ray Davis, I think, still is your running back too. And so when it comes to how you're approaching it, you want to get guys like that in your round 3 of your rookie picks. So Ray Davis now solidly in that round 3 consideration.
One more fantasy player comes in, and his name is Jamari Thrash here at pick 156 to the Cleveland Browns. Another wide receiver off the board before Brennan Rice. Jamari Thrash, who did excel in flashes down there at the Senior Bowl. Not a guy we loved on tape as much as we did down there at the Senior Bowl, but a guy that can win deep. He has a good double move. He goes into Cleveland where, again, they haven't had very many draft picks in this one so far. Michael Hall in the 2nd, Zach Zinter in the 3rd. They take Jamari Thrash here in the 5th. They only have 3 more picks. One of the last picks in round 6 and 2 picks in the 7th. Not much. And they spent the capital here on a wide receiver after trading for Jerry Jeudy. Again, they still have David Bell, who was a 3rd-round pick 2 years ago. Elijah Moore, who they traded for. Amari Cooper, Cedric Coleman they took last year. They're adding weapons to this to this receiver room. It's nice for Deshaun Watson, but for Jamari Thrash, it's probably a 0 for fantasy football.
Probably a 0.
Where's he going to fit in, Brad, in the projections? I mean,
Yeah,
what
no,
type of targets
like,
can
is-
you get after naming all those guys?
Let me
He's
guess,
already
let me
been
guess.
boxed out.
Let me guess. It's going to be about 4 receptions for 47 yards in year
Yeah,
one.
pretty much. That's what we're looking at for Jamari Thrash.
Jacob Cowling type numbers, if you ask me.
It would have been nice if Thrash got late day 2 or early day 3 capital on a better landing spot, because his player profiler comp is Jahan Dotson. If you go to playerprofiler.com, you can see some of the best comparable players. Jamari Thrash, though, 6'1", 188, not a player who's going to force his way onto the field. You have Amari Cooper, you have Cedric Tillman, just drafted last year. David Bell, who we thought, had some interesting pieces to his profile coming out of Purdue. It was Purdue, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it was coming out of Purdue. And so, look, this is you have David Njoku, you have some of the running backs, who are able to get all of the targets. So yeah, he's boxed out of getting any opportunity.
Yeah. Fantasy football. That's why we're here. That's why we play this. We love this game. It's kind of why we're here. You're here to get the fantasy football knowledge. We have a fantasy desk in the other room where they're working on projections as well. So far in the NFL draft, 48 fantasy relevant players, wide receiver, running back, tight end, quarterback, 48, 12-man league, 4 rounds. We're almost there. We almost have enough for a 5-round rookie draft. We're going to send it over to Josh and Dario, get their thoughts on some of the projections to this point.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Dario Offstein, Director of Analytics at Player Profiler. We're going to be talking through some quarterback projections. We're going to hit on the receivers. We're going to hit on the running backs, and then we'll talk a little bit of Brock Bowers. We'll be kicking it back and forth with the NFL news desk throughout this. Let's start off with the quarterback position, Dario. You've been working on projections last night. You were working on them today as well. Obviously, Caleb Williams is our quarterback one. I think anyone out there that tries to say otherwise is a little bit foolish at the very least for this upcoming season, given the supporting cast, given the generational talent. If we look at Jayden Daniels at pick 2 to the Commanders, we've got Drake May at pick 3 to the Patriots, and then we've got J.J. McCarthy pick 10 to the Vikings. How should we be looking at these 3 for this upcoming season? And let's begin with raw pass volume and rush attempts. How are those 3 starting to look just in terms of pure usage?
So in terms of raw pass volume, Minnesota is the ideal landing spot for any of these guys. So JJ McCarthy projects for the most pass attempts out of those 3 quarterbacks. But like you said, rush attempts, and like we know, Konami quarterbacks, rush attempts make a huge difference for fantasy quarterbacks. And the combination of Jayden Daniels' skill set, the way that he reacts under pressure, like he consistently either scrambles or gets tackled. He's one of the lowest rates of attempting a pass under pressure in college, and that translates really well to the NFL. So he's going to be running the ball like crazy. As a result, we have him as the QB2 out of the rookie class for the 2024 projections. But then you kind of have that toss up between believing in the talent more so with Drake May and then having a better situational landing spot for JJ McCarthy.
Dario, let's get specific. I want to know pass attempts. JJ McCarthy, what rank is he at quarterback right now? Do you think he's like 10th, 20th? Where is he kind of at in terms of either overall pass attempts or pass attempts per game? I'll let you pull that up.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. I think that I would probably peg him in the top 15 if I had to guess. I have him for more pass attempts than Lamar Jackson. I have him for more pass attempts than Brock Purdy. So there's some players that we already know are established fantasy studs that are going to be in situations that we probably expect them to throw the ball less than Minnesota. But I do think Kevin O'Connell is one of those coaches that is going to tailor his offense to his players' strengths. And when he had Kirk Cousins and a very precise, established pocket passer, they were able to air it out. I think that defense got better over the course of the season, and I think they're going to lean on Aaron Jones as they ramp up JJ McCarthy. Mm-hmm. And there's still an outside chance they try to start Sam Darnold the first few weeks.
Woof.
But I think right now, assuming 15 games played for JJ McCarthy, I think he would end up somewhere in the top 15, top 20 in the league in pass attempts.
Now let's look at the other side. Let's look at rush attempts for these quarterbacks. I would assume Lamar Jackson, Anthony Richardson, maybe Jalen Hurts taking those top spots. Do you think Jayden Daniels can kind of break into that upper echelon, kind of maybe fulfill what Fields won't be now that Fields is going to be backing up Russ with the Steelers? I'm really curious where Daniels is, and then I'm really curious where Drake May is, since Drake May is someone where my pre-draft comp involved the legs of Daniel Jones. Remember, folks, 2 years ago, Daniel Jones had 700 rushing yards. The supporting cast with the Patriots is pretty bad. So I'm pretty curious Let's talk about Daniels and May. Where do you have them right now?
Right. And keep in mind the 2022 season for Drake May, he ran a lot more than he did in 2023. I have currently 6 quarterbacks projected for 100 carries this season. Their names are Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Anthony Richardson, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May. So Drake May barely makes the cut. 100 carries is his projection.
How many rushing yards do we have him at?
I have him at 481 rushing yards, a little bit less efficiency on the ground than Jaden Daniels, who I have at 561 rushing yards on 112 carries.
I like that. Now, generally with these rookies, we're going to project them a little bit more conservatively oftentimes than we're actually drafting them. And we had a conversation this morning, a few of us, where we were talking about someone like Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy's fine. He's probably not the guy that's going to help you win your league. At what point in the redraft process do you think you might start to take some shots and say, you know what? I understand my projections for these rookie quarterbacks are lower, but we hit, I don't know, Brock Purdy, Justin Herbert, Tua Tagovailoa. Who are we hitting where you start to go, you know what? I don't quite see the 2024 upside. I could see a Jaden Daniels or a JJ McCarthy, somebody like that starting to become a true decision point. So if I want to take 2 or 3 flyers at quarterback, when would you recommend doing that?
Yeah. So currently our quarterback 10 is Trevor Lawrence. And I think Trevor Lawrence has become one of those guys where we're kind of wish casting a leap forward that it's already been 3 seasons. We haven't seen it from him. So I think as early as quarterback 10, you can really make the argument for Caleb Williams. And then speaking specifically to the Jaden Daniels, Brock Purdy situation, right? If you're on the clock at quarterback 13, say, I think, like we were saying, in terms of a redraft league, Jaden Daniels has much more of an actual shot at becoming a top 3, top 5 fantasy quarterback than Brock Purdy does. Last year, Brock Purdy was the QB6, 19 PPR points per game, hit his absolute ceiling.
Led the NFL in touchdown pass rate.
Yeah, in terms of efficiency, it does not get any better than QB6 for Brock Purdy. And like that, while you might think that's appealing, I'll have the floor and he'll be quarterback 10 or 12. You really want to be swinging for the fences with guys like Jaden Daniels who can carry you. It's the same thing we had with Anthony Richardson last year. Like his projection might have been quarterback 15, but I was happy to be drafting him at quarterback 12 if it came down to it. And then when he was on the field, he was top 5 in points per game of all quarterbacks. Historic rushing production. I think we hopefully see something similar with Jaden Daniels. The question of health is obviously always troubling with these rushing quarterbacks, but in terms of upside and rushing ability, Jaden Daniels has it all.
I like that. We're going to hit on Daniel Jones. I think he's one of the biggest winners so far in the NFL draft. Before we do that, anything quickly on Bo Nix? I'm going to skip Michael Penix purely because Michael Penix is pretty unlikely to start games this year unless something happens with Kirk Cousins' recovery. Do you have any notes on Nix in terms of either pass volume, rush attempts, or is there at this point nothing too exciting since I don't love the Broncos supporting cast. I didn't love Nix as a prospect, but at the same time, guy goes pick 12. He's got a little mobility. Do you have any interest there?
I think Bo Nix, and talking about him with Daniel Jones, is actually just like extremely fitting. Daniel Jones was a top 10 pick, right? Kind of someone that the Giants took because everyone knew they needed a quarterback, but the analysts weren't exactly excited for him. Right now, we have Daniel Jones as QB 25 in our seasonal projections, and Bo Nix is QB 27. So they're only split up by about 8 PPR points. I have more pass attempts for Nix and more carries for Daniel Jones, about 97 carries for Jones and 53 for Nix. I think Nix is someone where he has the athleticism that he could be breaking the pocket more than that. But I just find it hard to get excited about this Broncos situation. Like you were saying, the weapons aren't really there. And I think Bo Nix, I don't know what happened that inspired this quarterback frenzy at the top of the first round this year, but I think Bo Nix is really more the type of player that we would have seen go in the late first, early second in most years.
Guys, that's Dario Offstein, Director of Analytics at Player Profiler. I'm Josh Larkey. Before we kick it back to the NFL desk with Cody Carpentier, Matty Keon, Bradley Stalder, let's just talk for a second about this AFC West. Now, if we're looking just in terms of some fantasy points, some projections, these team offenses, it feels to me like the Chiefs have almost like last year we talked a lot about like, wouldn't you love to be in the NFC once the playoffs hit? It feels to me right now like if I'm the Chiefs, I think, damn, it feels good to be an AFC West team. We have the Chargers who, when you look at their roster, I think they're actually set up for long-term success. This year, not so much. The Broncos taking what looks like a true project at quarterback and Bo Nix at 12 without much of a supporting cast with a defense that has holes. The Raiders are actually rolling into this season where under center is Gardner Minshew. Behind him is Zamir White. That does not feel, with a shaky offensive line, that definitely doesn't feel playoff caliber. It seems like the Chiefs at this point can just kind of sleepwalk into just yet another, 7-8 in a row division titles at this point. Do you see any concerns there, since this looks like a deep roster from projections perspective?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of weapons, right? If you just think about who these quarterbacks are going to be throwing the ball to, or purely pass catcher and weapons, like the Raiders have some weapons, and then you have to worry about Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell being the one throwing them the ball. And then the Chargers and Broncos completely lacking weapons, and the Broncos having quarterback questions on top of that. We'll have to see what Bo Nix has. But the Chiefs are just the rich getting richer with Xavier Worthy in this draft. I mean, Rashee Rice, we'll see what happens with the suspension. Travis Kelce's getting a little bit older. Maybe they draft another running back still yet today to kind of help relieve a little bit of the load from Isaiah Pacheco. But Isaiah Pacheco's been awesome in the NFL so far in his career. So, yeah, just from an offensive and fantasy standpoint, they're clear and ahead of the rest of the AFC West teams. And like you said, I think if you're the Chiefs front office right now, you'd be disappointed to win any less than 5 of your 6 division games this year.
I like that. Dario Offstein, Josh Larkey, we will be back with you shortly to go over some receiver projections. There have been more picks made. We're going to bring in the NFL desk to hit some of these new picks. We'll be back with you shortly. Cody, Maddie, Stalter, over to you guys.
What's going on, fellas? We're back, and we've gotten 6 consecutive non-fantasy relevant players since that Jamari Thrash pick at 156. The Carolina Panthers go Chow Smith-Wade, a cornerback from Washington State, followed by the Miami Dolphins going back down to the defensive line, going edge with Mo Kamara from Colorado State. Maddie, this is a guy that he was high on a lot of boards, maybe not third round, second round high, but he was a guy projected to go off early on day 3. He comes off here at pick 158. What do you think about the Miami Dolphins angle of adding to this defensive line?
You got to love it. This kid, in one word, if I have to summarize Kamara, relentless. High motor, gets after the quarterback. And I like what the Dolphins are doing. You know, they're the team that traditionally goes with the sex appeal, right? And they did a little bit with Jaylen Wright. You know, we'll talk to OG a little bit later about his thoughts on that. You guys got a glimpse of it before. But here also back in round 1, they're just kind of making the right picks, going after the defensive side of the ball. They understand that you can have all the glitz and glamour in the regular season, but when push comes to shove, winning football games when it matters most, you got to get after the quarterback or stop the quarterback from throwing to his receivers, and they've kind of addressed that now here in this draft.
The next pick, the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs do another right thing, adding depth to the offensive line. Of course, earlier on during this draft, they added Kingsley Suamatia with the second to last pick in round 2, a guy that was projected to potentially be the 32nd overall pick they got at the end of round number 2. In round 5, they go Hunter Nerzad, a center from Penn State, a guy that Lance Zierlein, one of the most respected NFL draft analysts in the country, in the world. His dad was an offensive line coach in the NFL. He says Hunter Nerzad is a guy ready to come in and play center today. The problem in Kansas City is that Creed Humphrey was a second-round pick about 3 years ago and is an excellent top 10 center in the NFL right now, maybe top 5. Joe Thuney is at left guard, Trey Smith at right guard. They seem locked in. Nerzad's going to be able to come in, potentially learn that left guard position behind Thuney, and potentially take over. Followed by Edufian Olufashawi from Washington, an edge rusher from going to Buffalo. Dominic Hampton from Washington, a safety, goes to Washington State to Washington, D.C. And the one that's been long awaited, Darian Jeremiah's 55th overall player. Maddie and I have loved this offensive tackle from Texas. Had him move all the way up into round 3 at times. Performed very well at the Senior Bowl.
Loved what he did.
Monty. Christian Jones, Texas, right tackle to Arizona with 162nd pick.
This has already been set in stone. We're the Monty guys. We're Monty bros. Now he just continuously gets some value. Christian Jones, great mindset, high caliber guy. This is the type of guy you bring in when you're trying to start winning games, get that mentality up. You know, sometimes there are those factors that we can't quantify, the moxies, the dog. Christian Jones brings a little bit of that head smart kid, good approach to the game, approach to how he does things. Falling here in the 5th, obviously, was probably not ideal for him, but going to a team on the upswing like the Cardinals is probably something Christian Jones is very excited about.
The interesting thing here is that they also drafted Isaiah Adams earlier on. So I wonder what the projections are going to be as far as this offensive line, if they're going to let these guys duke it out for right tackle with Paris Johnson moving over to the left. They also signed Jonah Williams in free agency this year. I'd love to, yell to an off mic person right now. Alex Dunlap, can Christian Jones play guard? 100%. Yes. He can play guard. He can come in. Maybe comes in. He plays right guard. Maybe they keep Paris on the right side for the year. They have Jonah on the left side. They teach Isaiah Adams to kind of move around. It's going to be a lot of moving parts in this offensive line. We've seen Christian Jones fall to this point. That might angle more so of them thinking Christian Jones is going to be a guard rather than a tackle. That may be what they're telling us with Christian Jones coming off right now. Also, Isaiah Adams has been listed at guard for some people in their rankings. So It's a very good pick here by Monty Ossenfort. We've talked about it before. Him having 11 picks in this draft. He's continuing to nail them. We talked about Xavier Thomas in the last round at edge, stacking picks. Monty Ossenfort stacking picks. The Green Bay Packers just made a pick, a center, Jacob Bonk from Duke. It is what it is. They had another death piece on the offensive line. Bradley, we talk about projections.
Yes.
Who are you looking forward to Who are you looking forward to most right now of some of the guys that you've gone through?
Yeah, one of the players that I was really excited about last night in the 3rd round, Jermaine Burton. There was a significant target share hole left by Tyler Boyd, who's still a free agent right now. And with T. Higgins, his contract situation in the flux, Jamar Chase having a subpar year last year, Jermaine Burton has a lot of opportunity. There's not a dominant tight end on the Cincinnati Bengals, so that wide receiver 3 position is very, very valuable.
Subpar for Jamar Chase?
I know, last year. Come on, he needs to bounce back.
Subpar?
Subpar.
Come on.
A par that is sub.
It's true.
6 inch or foot?
True.
Chase has set the standard so high.
6 for 6.
Yeah, he has set the standard so high that a mediocre year last year due to the injuries, due to poor quarterback play. The reality is Jermaine Burton can step into that wide receiver 3 role very easily. And while we did have off the field concerns supposedly bumping up, we didn't hear much, just that there were rumbles. We can push those to the side. Cincinnati Bengals said, this is our guy. And based on Matt Harmon's reception perception, he looked really good in that profile. So Jermaine Burton fits this offense, and not only in a short term fill in 100+ targets, but can also be the number 2 next year if the Cincinnati Bengals move on from T. Higgins and extend Jamar Chase. So I like the Jermaine Burton a lot as a back end round 2 of your rookie drafts.
He seems like a sleeper. He seems like he's going to be the guy stuck in the minutia, just kind of pushed down and ignored. I don't want to say I forgot that Tyler Boyd wasn't on the roster because I knew he wasn't on the roster, but it feels like it's just like it's over there. It's kind of like the Tyler Boyd value for the last 10 years. It feels like you've always had a value on him. You could always take him. You could always count on 80+ targets. But Jermaine Burton's lined up in the same exact spot.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we talked about it last night. He has more speed. 4th highest ranked guy in reception perception. He has upside, and he goes to a team that's going to make sure those off the field problems get corrected. They're looking to win. They're looking to set up their culture. Joe Burrow is the leader. This is a good landing spot for Burton.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Another wide receiver that we talked about briefly on this news desk earlier was Troy Franklin, beginning of the 4th round. And the question is, right out the gate, Marvin Mims or Troy Franklin for fantasy, because we think they're going to be on the field at the same time. But when you're making a fantasy pick, who are you going to pick, Troy Franklin or Marvin Mims this summer? That's a major question.
I don't think it is. And I love Marvin Mims.
You do love Mims.
I don't think it's a question. And I love Marvin Mims.
Elaborate. I want to hear. I would love to hear his take.
It's this Bo Nix thing, dude.
Yeah,
it's the Bo Nix thing. I can't. You can't get away from it. It's one thing to say opportunity is at hand for Marvin Mims. It's one thing to say opportunity is at hand for Troy Franklin. But the bottom line is these guys had the connection that they built at Oregon.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that quarterbacks make receivers. Receivers don't make quarterbacks, but they do work together. And you know what? You could blame Nix on making Franklin in college. He made Taz Taz Williams. Sorry, Taz Johnson. Jesus Lord. Taz Johnson at Oregon. You could say the coaching staff, Dan Lanning at Oregon, made Bo Nix. But the bottom line is Bo Nix, Troy Franklin have a great connection. It's built on rapport. Bo Nix still has to create that with Marvin Mims. We've seen Marvin Mims struggle to create that last year with Russ, with Stidham, with all these quarterbacks in Denver. They like him, but they don't love him. Bo Nix loves him some Troy Franklin. So as much as I don't love Troy Franklin, I got to understand that the situation is indeed situational.
Yeah, and listen, they're gonna they're gonna be able to say things to each other without using words.
Exactly.
That's the type of thing, the type of shorthand that's gonna take a guy like Frank and allow him to seize the opportunity at hand and seize this. So Bradley was on the boots on the ground yesterday at the NFL draft. He was asking some Bronco fans what they're thinking about the draft. We're gonna go ahead and run that tape right now.
The NFL draft today, and I'm joined with a Broncos fan with a very interesting jersey. Can you turn around? So this is the perfect guy to ask. Is Bo Nix the QB of the future?
I don't know. I'm hoping so. I think at the 112, it was a little bit of a reach, but if Sean Payton likes him, let's go with it. See what happens.
Yeah, I mean, quarterback's the perfect position. If you like a guy, you like a guy. You can't let him slip. Now, what are you hoping for that they get today, now day 2 here in Detroit? Wide receiver?
I don't know. We got some wide receivers might trade Sutton, but I mean, I don't know. We the whole roster, we need to fill everything. So, best player available at this point. I don't really care.
All right. Denver Broncos, Super Bowl champions 2028.
Hey, if Bo Nix pans out, you never know. Bo Nix, Sean Payton, I can see it. It could happen.
Go Broncos?
Go Broncos.
All right, we're back, and there's 12 picks left here in round number 5. We're sitting at 165 right now with the GOAT himself, Eric DeCosta, on the clock at 165. Maddie, I want to talk about a few fantasy-relevant players that are still available on our board because we haven't seen a ton of fantasy-relevant players go off so far in the 5th. We saw Jamari Thrash go at 156. We saw Anaya Smith go at 152. We saw Audric Estime go all the way back at 147. Anthony Gould. It just hasn't been a fantasy-rich round. That's for damn sure. So the 6th round, we're hoping for a few more best available players right now, fantasy-relevant. For me, at the top of the board, it's Brendan Rice, it's Malik Washington, Jordan Travis, Tyron Tracy.
The first two there are the guys for me also, and it's with a bullet. There's a sizable gap in terms of best available players. Brendan Rice, Malik Washington, 2 wide receivers that I thought would definitely be off the board by this point, and now they're in danger of slipping into the 6th round and kind of becoming a bit, kind of going into fantasy hell.
Seth Williams.
Boom, Seth. Exactly, and that scares me. A couple other guys. You mentioned Tracy. Blake Watson is a guy. Dylan Lobby obviously was I'm very high on my big board. He's still available. Kamani Vidal. Okay. The NFL is telling us that yes, we like these guys, but these small school contributors, monsters in the small schools, might not be a priority for these.
We have enough.
I knew as soon as we brought up the fantasy relevant conversation, I knew it was good juju. I knew we would get some more players out of this thing. The problem is the Baltimore Ravens were on the clock. They had Keaton Mitchell last year. People aren't going to like this. College free agent Keaton Mitchell. Listen, what did we say earlier with the Denver Broncos? Turnstile back.
Yes.
Phillip Lindsay, Jaleel McLaughlin, turnstile backs. Keaton Mitchell's nice. He's very, very slight. Justice Hill is nice. He's very, very slight. They have Derrick Henry in here. They have drafted Rasheen Ali, running back from Marshall, here at pick 165 overall, 30th in round 5. Just to give you a second to ramp this up, how many rush attempts or opening is there in Baltimore right now next to Derrick Henry, next to Keaton Mitchell? Is there any opening for Rasheen Ali to get opportunities? Because he tore his bicep down there at the Senior Bowl. That's why we haven't really heard his name over the course of the last 2 months. But Rasheen Ali was a running back that had an abundance of output as a sophomore. 1,400 rushing yards at Marshall before he took a year off. He came back this year, proved he was ready, got drafted by the NFL in round 5. Didn't fall to round 7, round 5. How does Baltimore look?
Yeah, there's space for about just a sprinkle back, essentially. Keaton Mitchell is working his way back from a catastrophic end of season knee injury. So depending upon how long it takes for Keaton Mitchell to return, obviously Rasheen Ali dealing with his own injury recovery. But this is, I think, a reinforcement of Justice Hill as the RB2 for Baltimore behind Derrick Henry. Obviously, Henry, the big dog, he's going to get, the lion's share, the dog share of touches, receptions, carries. But Justice Hill is also loved by this Baltimore Ravens team. He was hailed as the unsung hero in the combine. When the coaches and GMs were asked about the running back room, immediately Justice Hill's name came up. He was the only one under contract at that time outside of Keaton Mitchell. So I think this cements Justice Hill as the RB2 to start the season, given Ali and given Keaton Mitchell's injuries that they are recovering from. It's going to take time to ramp up those backs. And look, maybe it is, Justice Hill who holds on to it for the rest of the year, but maybe not. But this is the information that we're getting right now, and that's how we should operate.
Maddie, I want to know your thoughts on Rasheen Ali, but one of the interesting things that I did see, I love going through Dane Brugler's The Beast draft guide. One thing that I did see was the measurement differences between Rasheen Ali at the combine and the pro day. 5'11", 206 at the combine, 31 and a quarter inch arms, right? 31 and a quarter. Mm-hmm. Something that, doesn't really change very much. Pro day, 5'11", 197 pounds, 9 pounds lighter, 206 to 197. And his arm length shrunk from 31 and a quarter to 30 and a half. Just some random little nuanced things here. I don't know. Rasheen Ali, what do you think about him as a back? Because I think as a sophomore, like I said, 1,400 yards, 250 carries, 46 receptions. My boy!
Well, real quick, let me do something real quick. We got some awesome news. So another player that we're going to be more than happy to talk about. Ali was a guy that I liked early in the process. He's somebody who had multiple seasons of 20-plus catches, 46 receptions a couple of years ago at Marshall. From what I understand, he was a sought-after kid that was hoping to be in the transfer portal. Never happened, stayed at Marshall. I thought the injury to the biceps was going to be the last nail in the coffin, him getting this type of draft capital, because he has been injury-prone his whole career. But now he goes to the Baltimore Ravens, and he's going to get a chance at some point to potentially get a role. And he has a good skill set, but like Bradley said, it's going to be a big mountain to climb.
We got another running back going off the board here. Pick 166. The New York Giants finally go running back.
Pick of the draft.
Let's go.
Tyrone Tracy. Tyrone Tracy.
Let's go.
Tyrone Tracy. Best pick.
Tyrone Tracy from Purdue goes 31st overall in round 5. Pick 166. The New York Giants finally clicked that button at running back. They have Devin Singletary on the roster. Took Eric Gray in the 5th round last year. Tyrone Tracy falls here. Tyrone Tracy is going to come in right now above Eric Gray and above Gary Brightwell in this backfield. Definitely above Jaysean Corbin. I don't know if you ever had him in your top 5 or not, but I know some people might have. Tyrone Tracy, Devin Singletary, immediate thoughts.
Well, Devin Singletary is a guy that's going to hold it down for as long as he can. But Tyrone Tracy has all the skills, and what he brings to the table is an elite ability to make plays in the passing game. Mm-hmm. Something that Devin Singletary, it's not been a strength of his. He did it in Houston by virtue of just being the only one who can. Now there's someone that's going to push him in that department. Tyrone Tracy, really a limitless ceiling in this spot, if you ask me.
Yeah. Singletary, 56% rush share last year in Houston. We really didn't see him handle that type of share in Buffalo before. So Tracy, there is a pathway for opportunity. There's dynamism. If you go to playerprofiler.com, you can see the 40-yard dash. You can see the burst score, the agility score. He's able to make catches out of the backfield. This is a pathway, a massive pathway of opportunity. And that's where these running backs who are drafted at this time need to have the right landing spot. You've got a good enough profile. You've got great opportunity. And Tyrone Tracy, This is what we've been waiting for, the Giants to fill in what would have been the RB2, but there's pathway even for him to rival and push over Devin Singletary by the end of the season. I still think Singletary is going to be a good value in your best ball and dynasty and all those drafts, especially for this year, especially to start the season. But we could look at Tracy as someone who can supplant by the end of this season.
24 and a half years old is Tyrone Tracy. He spent 6 seasons in college, 4 at the University of Iowa as a wide receiver. He was actually a team captain as a wide receiver in year number 4 at Iowa before transferring to Purdue, where he had 113 carries this last year for 746 yards. He can do it in the receiving game. He's a poor man's version of Antonio Gibson. That's the layup comp. We're finally going to get an Antonio Gibson type, right? This is what he is in an offense where he can truly get a chance. Antonio Gibson never got a real shake in a real offense. This offense, the Giants, I don't love the offense, but I love what they're doing to surround Daniel Jones with weaponry. They gave him the burner last year in Jalen Hyatt. We don't love Jalen Hyatt. As a third-round pick, we'll take it, right? He runs 4.3, runs 4.4. I think it was a 4.40 officially. They bring in Malik Neighbors. Wan'Dale Robinson's a great slot receiver. If they can get this offensive line put back together, Theo Johnson at the tight end position. They signed Devin Singletary, and now they bring in Tyron Tracy. There's enough weaponry here to have a successful offense in a very, very tough division. I love the archetype of Tyron Tracy in this offense and taking that step forward.
The Giants are essentially telling us through this draft, they said, listen, Daniel, this is your chance, bud. We got you an elite receiver. Now we have you a weapon in the backfield. We already added Singletary, another tight end. We're saying, listen, if you can't do it now, listen, buddy, you're never going to do it.
We have another running back going off the board, Keelan Robinson to the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's the Jaguars have been trying to address this running back 2 position for the last couple of years. Dernis Johnson, Tank Bigsby, Keelan Robinson. Now they gave a ton of work last year to Travis Etienne. There's been chatter this offseason of whether or not Travis Etienne will get a reduced workload. We'll see, but they're once again addressing this backfield.
Kylan Robinson's not going to play much running back on this team. Tank Bigsby's the running back behind Travis Etienne. Kylan Robinson at the University of Texas was a special teams unit. Maddie's brought it up a couple times today on the podcast and on the show. Anthony Gould as a special teams ace. This is what Keelan Robinson is going to do with the new special teams rules. He's going to go into Jacksonville. He's going to get a ton of opportunity in the receiving game, a ton of opportunity in special teams. He runs a 4.38. If you're talking about backfield usage, the one thing I will say with Kylan is he can take 1 or 2 carries out of the backfield. The one thing he does bring to the table is an immense level of burst. We've seen what Texas has had in the backfield the last couple of years. Bijan, Roshan, Brooks. There's new guys coming along. Jaden Blue next year in the draft. Cedric Baxter in 2 years. They're loaded at the running back position. But the guy with the most burst out of that entire group was Kylan Robinson. They just didn't give him the workload because he's not a pure running back. He's 190 pounds. He's 5'8". He's got the juice to flow, and he can cook, but it's not going to be in any type of output as far as a workload goes. It's going to be special teams, a couple of receptions, and maybe 1 or 2 carries. But those 1 or 2 carries, he can make them count.
He had almost 900 kickoff return yards at Texas. That's what he's going to be for this team. And again, because of the new rules, these weapons are now going to have a little bit of bump in value. We've now seen it throughout this entire round. Anaya Smith, Anthony Gould, we have Robinson here. These teams now have to address a position that they haven't had to address in the last 5 or so years.
And the game right there, we're in the 5th round. The game is widening by inches. What you're doing with this Kylan Robinson pick is you're adding a yard. You're adding a yard. You're adding 2 yards in the special teams game and the receiving factor. If you can go from averaging 21.5 yards per return to 23.5 yards per return, that's big. On offense, if there's a piece of a guy that runs a 4.38 with the dynamism to stretch the field this way, it widens it a little bit, which does allow less guys in the box, which allows, like we've talked about all day and all week with the Jacksonville Jaguars draft, they haven't gone after the offensive line like we've wanted them to. It allows that defense to widen out, rush less, and gives Trevor Lawrence a little bit more time. So from a team building nuance standpoint, I like the Kylan Robinson pick. It reminds me a lot of the Kene Nwangu one in the 4th round a few years ago by the Minnesota Vikings. It's exactly what the angle was here. A few carries a game is fine, but a big workload is just not what the guy's built for. We have one more pick here, and we're going to kick it over to the fantasy desk. Javon Solomon, edge rusher from Troy, goes up to Buffalo. Solomon should have went around earlier.
It felt like this is a fall for him. I mean, another example of the NFL kind of devaluing the small school players. He was very good at Troy, good edge rusher, and I think Buffalo got a pretty good pick here, a team that definitely needed a little bit of a bump in that department.
They've went edged now twice in this draft here. Edufan, I'm not going to butcher this. The one name I can't say, Uliofosio from Washington. Uliofosio, Ede Fuan, Uliofosio from Washington, and Javon Sullivan here, both in the 5th round. Let's kick it over to the fantasy desk, though, because they don't want to hear us talk about edge. They want to talk about running backs, receivers, tight ends, and quarterback.
Let's do it.
Running back right now. Thanks, guys. We're going to talk about the running back position. We were going to discuss receivers after quarterbacks. We are now going to switch and talk running backs. Just a quick thing on Tyrone Tracy before we get into some more of these picks. Tyrone Tracy, New York Giants. Devin Singletary has never been a super high volume running back. He has always been one of the NFL's least efficient running backs in the passing game. This has to be one of the absolute best landing spots for a guy that might be a little bit of a developmental project, but at the very least is in a place where, I mean, what's the competition at this point? I think he can be the RB2 for the Giants starting week 1.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure, like you said, this pick happened 5 minutes ago. We have not yet put him in the projections, but with the New York Giants, I mean, their current depth chart behind Devin Singletary was just Eric Gray and Gary Brightwell. Those are absolute nobodies. And I even had like just 10 penciled in temporarily, like any other running back for about 50 carries in this offense. Like it's instantly going to be Tyrone Tracy, if not more. Like you said, Devin Singletary, not a guy who's been able to stay on the field well. And Tyrone Tracy has had some really interesting, promising metrics just like in his favor. So I think that he's someone that I was kind of already happy to take a flyer on in the last round of my rookie drafts. I think nowadays you're going to have to be looking at him in the early 4th.
Yeah, he's a little bit like Antonio Gibson light in terms of he's got some receiving chops, he's got the size, he's got some speed. He's kind of just slightly worse than Gibson across the board in most metrics. Some of the rushing efficiency metrics a little bit better than Gibson, but then when you look at the sample size, it's such a tiny sample. All we know though is that there are indicators that there's massive upside here. Let's not pivot though. We're going to go back. Let's think about some of these earlier running backs that have been drafted. We've got like Jonathan Brooks going to the Panthers, Trey Benson, Cardinals. A lot of really, I'd say, pretty solid landing spots in general. Who currently projects as the RB1 for this year in this class? Where I'm looking just this year, redraft best ball. Who do you think you're going to end up ranking or projecting the highest?
I think it's definitely going to be Jonathan Brooks. The draft capital between getting that mid-second round pick that he got from the Panthers and then Trey Benson as the RB2 in draft capital at the 302 in the NFL draft, that's a big difference in draft capital, a big difference in how much a team signals they want to use you by drafting you in those parts of the draft. The Panthers also traded up for him. So, I mean, the steam was already there. The Cowboys wanted him at 56 overall, so the Panthers weren't going to risk letting anyone else get him. I think that the only limitation on his projection is the fact he's coming off a November ACL tear. I don't think they're going to have to rush him by any means, but they're going to use him, and they're going to use him heavily. And the competition, Chuba Hubbard was perfectly serviceable last year in relief for, Miles Sanders being absolute dust. And both of those guys are not going to be able to hold a candle to Jonathan Brooks in terms of every play, explosiveness, receiving game usage, all the things that he brings to the table. So he's the clear running back 1 of this rookie class, in my opinion.
Can't disagree with that. Now, I think one of the most interesting running back rooms to both project and to start to think about how we're going to evaluate them in fantasy has got to be the Buffalo Bills. This is a perennial top 5 scoring offense. We know every single year that they keep doing weird fits with running back. They try to force it when guys aren't in the right role. It seems like they've started to lean towards James Cook as a very high volume change of pace type back, and that they really want a thumper to complement him with. Did they get their thumper in running back Ray Davis? He goes to the Bills at pick 28 in round 4. Guy's a great story. How do we project him right now in terms of Cook? In terms of what do you think the rush share split might be? And then how do you see those targets breaking down? And then finally, we got to talk about some touchdown projections.
Yeah, I just got to say, first and foremost, if only Tyler Knabel was still here to jump in the lake when he saw this landing spot for Ray Davis. I mean, he was crossing his fingers for that day 2 capital, but if you're going to go in the 4th round, landing with the Bills as their instant complement to James Cook as the thumper, like you said, for that offense is going to be sick. Currently, before inserting Ray Davis into the projections, we have 228 carries for James Cook and 63 targets. I think that's going to have to come down. They probably want James Cook to be 180 carry or so back roughly. And I think Ray Davis can probably easily slot in 80 to 120 carries in terms of the projections. And then in terms of targets, like I was saying, we have 63 targets projected for James Cook. I think they want to keep him in that role. He was really explosive for them in the pass game. He's definitely going to stay comfortably above 55 in the projection. But I think just median outcome for Ray Davis, you're also looking at a guy who Josh Allen is going to want to throw the ball to at least 30 times this year. And he's going to be on the field. And they've had all these conversations about helping relieve Josh Allen's role at the goal line, not putting his body on the line so much. So if Ray Davis is able to steal those goal line carries that last year were going to Latavius Murray, of all people, that's going to be huge for Ray Davis's fantasy upside, and probably the best running back landing spot that we're going to have all day today is my take.
Yeah, I'd say the way I'm looking at it, it's probably either Ray Davis or it might be Jaylen Wright to the Dolphins, just because it's that Shanahan style running system where ultimately one cut, you're running as fast as humanly possible, usually into contact. Raheem Mostert's undersized, Devon Achane's undersized. So I might push back a little bit on Ray Davis, clearly the best. I'm willing to hear that, but I think Jaylen Wright has to be in that conversation in terms of who's actually there. I would assume Jaylen Wright projects pretty horribly right now, though.
Yeah.
Just because we do have Mostert and Achane assumed healthy at this moment ahead of him on the depth chart.
And this is where, a lot of people say that season-long projections are really just extrapolated week one projections. And I think that's true to a very large extent. Like there's so much uncertainty that unfolds over the course of an NFL season. Drafting a guy like Jaylen Wright helps you to take advantage of that uncertainty. I mean, we talk about the famous anti-fragility 0 RB articles by Sean Siegel. But right now, Raheem Mostert is going in the 8th round. Devon Achane is going in the 2nd round. Those guys are going to drop. I think Jaylen Wright is going to be exciting. And in terms of his dynasty career outlook, probably a better landing spot than Ray Davis with the Bills. But I think in terms of his 2024 outlook, Ray Davis has a better landing spot in Buffalo.
I'll take it. Let's now turn to the Broncos running back room. So we had Javonte Williams. He's now in the final year of his rookie deal. There's no 5th-year option because he was a 2nd-round pick. This is essentially probably the final year of Javonte, unless for some reason he tries to come back to the Broncos on an extremely reworked, inexpensive extension of some type. We have Jaleel McLaughlin, very exciting back. Clearly, as Cody mentioned a couple times earlier, the classic Philip Lindsay type, the change of pace back that they just rotate through. These teams do not like these undersized backs.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Audric Estime. Now, Audric Estime does everything well except run the 40-yard dash at the NFL Combine. He goes in the 5th round, pick 12 to the Broncos. So a severe lack of draft capital, but it's a team that is clearly changing their identity completely. We have Bo Nix inserted in there now. Sean Payton's trying to kind of resurrect his image in his career at this point. I really think this is going to be one of the more unpredictable offenses, coaching staffs to predict in terms of what they try to do. Estime, though, at the very least, seems like he should be in the mix for touches in week one, even with the 5th-round draft capital.
I mean, keep in mind, Samaje Perine is still on that roster, so I think there's a very good chance that
for now.
True, but just at this exact moment, he is. So I think that there's a chance that he starts out as the RB4 on the depth chart. He's probably going to have to earn his way up in training camp. But like you said, Javonte Williams is really on a final tryout for whatever team is going to look to sign him in free agency. And he didn't have that same burst last season as he did prior to his major knee injuries. And Jaleel McLaughlin, like you said, not really a guy that teams build around in the long term. They bring that juice in their first, second years. I mean, you think of what happened to James Robinson as a UDFA, who was awesome. And then it's just all it takes is one injury to really kneecap those guys' careers. So I think that Audric Estime lands pretty well for opportunity. But like you said, this offense, in terms of how we're going to project the overall size of the pie and the overall efficiency, really remains to be seen in terms of what Bo Nix is able to bring to the table.
Yeah, I think Estime is actually in many ways kind of similar to Javonte Williams. It's a guy that doesn't really have the breakaway speed, but because of his vision, because of his tackle breaking, he's generally going to show up incredibly high by most of the quote unquote explosive run metrics. So not necessarily the breakaway runs where we're hitting 20 plus yards, but if you're looking at runs where you get 10 yards, Estime was one of the most consistent running backs throughout college when it came to just getting 10 yards, getting that first down. And that's kind of what Javonte Williams has been known for in many ways, is that he's going to get what's blocked and then just a little bit more. He's not going to break those long runs. Very, very interesting. Very, very similar type of player in many, many ways. Let's now turn to two of the NFC's most exciting offenses that also took running backs in the Eagles and the Niners. And then, folks, we will discuss the Cowboys, who are going to pick shortly. We'll see if they take a running back. We'll see if the kind of other extremely exciting NFC team right now decides to go running back. But first, at pick 27 of round number 4, the Eagles took running back Will Shipley. Let's talk about that, and then we'll hit Guerendo with the Niners. So Will Shipley, I believe at this point he should be number 2 on the depth chart behind Saquon Barkley, ahead of Kenny Gainwell. How are you seeing that in terms of how many touches do you think you'd project week 1 for Saquon Barkley?
I think it's going to be a veteran deference thing, to your point about, being number 2 on the depth chart. I'd be surprised if we see that in week 1, but I'd be surprised if we don't see it by week 15. So I think Will Shipley is going to take that role over. And Jason Kelce retired, but this should still be one of the best offensive lines in the league. And in terms of the week 1 projection, I think we'd be looking at a comfortable 17 to 19 touches for Saquon Barkley, maybe 5 to 10 touches combined between Shipley and Gainwell, more and more in Shipley's favor as the season progresses. And I think that, in the handcuff world where Saquon Barkley goes down, say he misses a couple games, I think Will Shipley is definitely someone that we'd project to get more carries than Kenny Gainwell. So this is a really good landing spot for Will Shipley.
Yeah, I agree there. Let's now turn to the 49ers. They continue to value speed at the running back position. They take Louisville running back Isaac Guerendo. 4th round, pick 29. He goes to the 49ers. This is the guy that tore up the combine. He weighed in over 220 pounds. He ran a 4.33 40-yard dash. That is significantly faster than running backs that we've loved throughout their dynasty careers, like Jonathan Taylor, like Saquon Barkley. This is a faster 40 time even than the 200-pound Elijah Mitchell. I think there should be optimism that if something happens to Christian McCaffrey, Isaac Guerendo is at the very least in the mix for a highly fantasy relevant role. That being said, where do you have him right now on the depth chart today?
Right now, I think he has to slot in as the RB4 on this team. The Niners have shown that they like Jordan Mason, who they drafted in the 5th round 2 seasons ago. He's actually kind of became the RB2 last season for a little while, as Elijah Mitchell was constantly up and down with his injuries. I think the clearest path to Guerendo being the backup to Christian McCaffrey is a scenario where he's outright better than Jordan Mason, which is very possible. And then Elijah Mitchell has just lost a step due to all the injuries he's dealt with over the last 3 years in the NFL. So I think right now, if we had to compare Guerendo and Shipley, I like the landing spot better for Shipley. I like the immediate usage better for Shipley. And I think both of these spots have tremendous upside if either of these guys find a way to be a starter any given week. You know how it is with DFS, and just like there could be an Isaiah Guerendo chalk week. There could be a Will Shipley chalk week because of injuries to the starters ahead of them. I think we're more likely to see one of those Will Shipley weeks this year than a Guerendo week. But as a running back, you want to land in an offense like the 49ers, like the Eagles, where you just know that they bulldoze opposing defenses week after week. So it's a really great spot for both of them fantasy-wise.
Yeah, nobody likes to think about Christian McCaffrey getting injured. Christian McCaffrey has spent many seasons injured. Same thing we could say about Saquon Barkley. I remember looking earlier, Saquon Barkley has missed multiple games due to injury in 4 of his 6 NFL seasons. That's 2/3 of them. McCaffrey's a very, very similar story. When you look at the seasons that he plays in full, I believe it's 3 of his past 7. He's been relatively healthy off the top of my head. I'm looking at Elijah Mitchell right now. I'm on playerprofiler.com. As a rookie in 2021, he played in 11 games, 963 rushing yards on 207 carries, 19 receptions, 6 total touchdowns. So not even a crazy balloon touchdown rate, but because of the speed, because of the efficiency with the Niners, he ended up with 15 PPR fantasy points per game. That was 14th best 3 years ago at the running back position. I don't think that happens to Guerendo, but I don't think that's actually the most unreasonable stat line. Should McCaffrey get injured, and then they start to look at who the next man up is. So I think there's an outside chance that Guerendo in this landing spot can have that, simply because we don't have the clear cut backup running back where if you told me that Mason beats out Mitchell or Mitchell beats out Mason this training camp, neither of those outcomes would surprise me. And I think that's why we should inherently start to get at least a little excited about Guerendo.
I mean, uncertainty works in favor of these rookie running backs. That's what we have to keep in mind. And like you said, Elijah Mitchell, when he came onto the scene his rookie year, everyone thought Trey Sermon was going to explode. They had 2 rookie running backs, and all of a sudden it was this guy, Elijah Mitchell, that no one had heard of, that had, 100 yards and a touchdown in week 1. So anything can happen. Any running back is very likely to pop in the Shanahan system.
Guys, we have breaking news. We're going to cover the Jets taking another running back. We're awaiting. The pick is in for the Cowboys as well. So Jets at 173, Cowboys 174. Then after that, we will kick it back to the NFL desk, to Cody, to Bradley, to Maddie. So I'm just going to cover Jets at 38th pick of round number 5. Took running back Isaiah Davis out of South Dakota State. The kind of guy that kind of flashed some all-purpose potential. Unfortunately, they took Braelon Allen earlier today. They have Israel Abanikanda. And of course, they have Breece Hall, who, if I had to give 5 names of running backs I thought were extension candidates in the next couple of years, he would be on my short list.
Yeah.
What do we do here at all with someone like Isaiah Davis, Braelon Allen, and Dynasty? I don't even know if they're worthy of being a 4th-round rookie pick at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, it was already bleak for Braelon Allen in this landing spot. Like, there's a reason we weren't talking about him the way that we were talking about Isaac Guerendo and Will Shipley, some of these 4th-round running backs that have at least a chance to see the field. But now to be one of 2 rookie running backs that are entering a room where Breece Hall is going to command 70% of snaps and Izzy Abanikanda is an explosive big backup, like it's tough because Isaiah Davis and Braelon Allen both have some traits that we were enticed by, but this is just making it really hard for either of them to have a path to fantasy relevance, not just in 2024, but in terms of developing into an NFL relevant career.
Yeah, I think the one good thing I could say about this is that we see this often when 2 guys are kind of hit back to back and a team double taps. It can be a little bit difficult to read the depth chart there. I'd say right now we simply have to assume Braelon Allen is ahead of Isaiah Davis, and they're both behind Israel Abanikanda. So I think right now, like it would be Hall, Izzy, and then we have Braelon Allen, then we have Isaiah Davis. That being said, I could see a little bit of shuffling there. And the other thing I'll note is I think Isaiah Davis is, to his credit, a better pass catcher than Braelon Allen, and probably a better pass catcher than Israel Abanikanda as well. At least I think that's the path for him. Allen feels, to me at least, like the most blocked in terms of, even if there's an injury to Breece Hall, he's probably going to be looked at as a worse pure runner today than Israel Abanikanda. So I think right now Davis at least brings something else to the table, but still, you hate having 3 guys all kind of jockeying at this point as to who is going to sit on the bench for 80% of the snaps on game days.
And I think there's a path for both Davis and Allen to make the roster. I mean, right now it's literally Hall, Abanikanda, and then nobody else. Dalvin Cook ate up some carries last year. Michael Carter got traded away by them mid-season last year. So there's a path for both of these guys to have some snaps, but it's just not going to be anything that we want to see, as at least in the world where Breece Hall is healthy, which is the world that we are all obviously rooting for as we draft him in the top 5 of fantasy drafts.
Yeah, I'm refreshing. The pick is supposedly still in for the Cowboys. We'll wait one more second just in case we need a fantasy reaction to 39th pick of round number 5. The Dallas Cowboys depth chart is still just Rico Dowdle, Royce Freeman, journeyman, and then the 170-pound Deuce Vaughn. Dario, let's look at the projections for the Cowboys for a second.
Yeah.
Let's say, what do you have right now for Dowdle? Since I'd say your current Dowdle projection, I think we could comfortably call this his touch ceiling, as in this depth chart is so hollowed out. This is anything we're projecting right now on paper, kind of, is Dowdle's sort of touch ceiling for projections.
Yeah, well,
what do you have him at right now?
As a matter of fact, the way that I've been treating Dowdle is the assumption that the Cowboys are going to bring in another running back. So I don't even have a projection for him where it currently adds up to 100% of the touches for all the running backs that are currently on the team. Like you said, I mean, I currently have 79 carries for Royce Freeman, which would be an obscenity if that happened for the Dallas Cowboys in 2024, and then 109 carries for Rico Dowdle, which I think is probably something he could get to reasonably. Like right now, if you wanted to make sure it added up to 100%, you could instantly have a projection of almost 250 carries for Rico Dowdle, but that is just completely ridiculous. So we currently have about 150 carries sitting unclaimed in this offense. So do they bring back Zeke? Do they draft somebody with this pick right here that we're waiting for?
They did not, in fact. So these carries remain unclaimed. Folks, that's Dario Offstein, Director of Analytics at Player Profiler. I'm Josh Larkey. The Dallas Cowboys took cornerback Kalen Carson out of Wake Forest. The 0 RB run continues. You can hear the podfather Matt Kelly in the background booing the pick. We're going to kick it to the NFL desk. Let's hear a little bit about Wake Forest cornerback Kalen Carson.
Wake Forest cornerback Kalen Carson. Wake Forest cornerback Kalen Carson is an absolute dog. When we talk about the dog rating, Kalen Carson is one that came in top 3 in the class. I have not released the official rankings, but I will tell you right now, Kalen Carson is above the menace level. Menace threshold is 8.00. Kalen Carson came in at 9.6. Matty Kuhn's working on plugging in an interview right now that we got from him at the NFL Combine. This guy controlled the audience, dominated it, and you know what? Even though he lined up against Keon Coleman in college at Florida State, and Keon Coleman scored 2 touchdowns on him, he still put that seatbelt on him, according to himself. He says he's the best cornerback in this class. Dallas Cowboys are getting a cornerback that can come in with a mentality to dominate. They have Trevon Diggs in this defensive backfield already. I love the landing spot for Kalen Carson. I'm going to give Matty a minute to upload this interview, but over the course of the last 5 picks, we did have a couple more in. Kitten Oladipo, safety from Oregon State, does come in to the Green Bay Packers. Funny enough, we've talked about this already. They already drafted 2 safeties and assigned Xavier McKinney. This is a 3rd safety now coming on down to the Green Bay Packers. Bub Means, a Shrine Bowl guy this year, goes to the New Orleans Saints, a spot that was kind of wide open. They have Rashid Shaheed down there. They have Chris Olave. They have an abundance of other weapons.
Perry.
Okay, from Wake Forest. Have it. Gotta
say, look, he's a guy. He's a guy there.
If you were the trash man, Alex would yell at you right now if you were the trash man.
Equanimous St. Brown.
Pick 171. Jordan Travis comes off the board from the Florida State Seminoles. He's the next quarterback. We went 173 picks without having a quarterback go. And Spencer Rattler goes to the Saints at 150. And then at 171, we have Jordan Travis plugging in here to the New York Jets. A perfect spot. This is a sleeper quarterback, I think, in the Lions on the long term of Dynasty, because Jordan Travis is a fine quarterback that can sit behind Rodgers for a year or 2 and come in and be a competent pro if this team is built right to be undertaken by him. Pick 172, Trevor Keegan, offensive lineman from Michigan. We talked about 6 offensive linemen from Michigan being drafted this year. This is just another one of those guys going down to Philadelphia as a depth piece right now. And Philadelphia has got an aging offensive line. You just continue to add darts like we talked about. These guys have multiple picks in these later rounds to throw darts on these positions. Isaiah Davis goes to the Jets. Kalen Carson goes to the Cowboys at 174. We got 2 picks left here in round 5. With the Saints and the Jets.
So as we wait for this video to upload, we have a whole story behind it, so stick around for that. It's a good one. But before we get into that, I have to ask, Bradley. Jaylen Wright, Miami Dolphins. Talk to me, brother.
Yeah, I like this landing spot for the long term. The short term is going to be tough. It's going to be real tough because you've got Raheem Mostert, who had a median 50%,
him up first
a median 50% rush share last year. He was actually among running backs in Miami. He was the lead back. Now, Achane, the more dynamic back, he's extreme. Like, okay, I'll put on my analytics hat and my projections hat, and Devon Achane had the highest standard deviation of fantasy points last year among all players. Greatest standard deviation, meaning that his range of outcomes can extend above almost any other player. Problem is, his median rush share last year was 37%. 37%. Now, Raheem Mostert has dealt with injuries. We've seen that throughout his career. He is also almost as old as Aaron Rodgers in terms of relative positional age, right? Raheem Mostert, 32 years old. Is he going to turn 33 this year? I think he's going to turn 33 this year. Raheem Mostert is way past the age apex. So this is both a short-term and long-term investment of the Miami Dolphins in an extremely talented running back, Jaylen Wright. Not great for an immediate plug and play for your end of the first round, beginning of the second round of rookie dynasty drafts. That's not a comfortable spot to be taking him, but he is an investment type of back. We know that it's the Miami Dolphins. We want the Miami Dolphins backfield. And if Mostert gets hurt, it's going to be Achane and Jaylen Wright. What we know is that two running backs can coexist in terms of being fantasy, not just fantasy relevant. In terms of best ball value rating last year, Achane and Mostert were both top 6 options. They're both able to access elite ceilings. And so Jaylen Wright can step in and be a player that can access ceilings as well. So I know that it's not a high floor scenario, but the Miami Dolphins still is a great high ceiling scenario. I don't hate it as much as maybe Theo or others.
You like it if you're a Miami Dolphins fan, but not ideal. Not ideal, Bradley. Not an ideal. Not ideal.
No, it really hurts Jaylen Wright's dynasty stock.
Absolutely.
Round 5 is about in the books. We've got the Saints pick in. The Jets are on the clock, but we want to shoot you over to a video that we got just a few short months ago when we met Kalen Carson at the 2024 NFL Combine. Kalen Carson, the cornerback headed to the Dallas Cowboys. Kalen Carson, the reason he fell to this point, truthfully, didn't play a full season during the pandemic-shortened season, missed multiple games each of his seasons at Wake Forest. Very injury-prone, 5'11", 193 pounds. 4.52 40-yard dash, a little undersized across the body, but Kalen Carson has the biggest dog in him in this class on the defensive side of the football. Kalen Carson.
For example, I feel like Keon Coleman, I feel like when I press him, that was something to my advantage. You know what I'm saying? So it just all depends on who the receiver is.
Kalen, if you only had 3 words that describe your game, what would they be?
Physical, sticky, energetic.
That's the man, Kalen Carson. He's a dude.
Dog.
He's a dog. And he's going to, the thing is, it's a late 5th round pick. So it's not something that you're going to say, oh, the Dallas Cowboys, they hammered it right here. They just added a piece. They added a depth piece that can grow into an offense, into a defense. Jordan Lewis was a guy that they had in this defense that has been injury prone over the last couple of years. They tried to bring in Stephon Gilmore. They've been trying to plug guys in. This is a late round dart. Carson just has the mentality. When you're in these late spots, you look for guys with mentalities. Why did Brock Purdy work? Because he had the mentality to succeed. Kalen Carson has the mentality to succeed, even though, and you heard him talk about the way he played against Keon Coleman. You wouldn't have known by that interview that he allowed 2 touchdowns against Keon Coleman.
Could have been 3.
You got to let it wipe out of your mind. You got to move forward, put the seatbelt back on these receivers and attack. Pick 175. The New Orleans Saints go down to Texas. Off-ball linebacker, Jaylen Ford. Jaylen Ford, wish Alex Dunlap was in here. We could talk about it because he's been covering him longer than I have. But Jaylen Ford is a guy that, for me, it was straight up. It was always going to be a 5th round pick. I thought he could have been potentially pushed up to the 4th. 6'2", 240 pounds. He did run a 4.71 in the 40-yard dash. But Jaylen Ford was a guy that was 3rd-team All-American 2 years ago, 1st-team All Big 12 this past year. I think it was a Big 12 Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year in 2022. Sorry. Jaylen Ford's played in 49 games, started 29. He was the leader. He was the green dot. They had the green dot this year in college football. That was a big news item about 2 weeks ago. The green dot's coming to college football. Jaylen Ford was 100% the green dot on this Texas Longhorns defense. It's a piece that can come in to the New Orleans defense and add a sense of strength. You remember back when they had Kiko Alonso, Demario Davis is there. This is their new Demario Davis.
Yeah, and just like Demario Davis, fantastic in coverage. Tied for the all-time leading interceptions record at Texas amongst linebackers. Like you mentioned, great player, in terms of his college production. Of course, off-ball linebacker, we've talked about it now multiple times throughout the entire stream, that is the side, the defensive side that's getting pushed down. But it's a good player for the Saints, and it's a guy that could make a difference for them on the margins.
176th pick is in. We officially have 81 picks left as we enter round 6 right now. The New York Jets at pick 176 don't go to the college route. They go to the CFL. Mr. Quantez Stiggers from the Toronto Argonauts is going to be a New York Jet. We talked about the Jets in round 1. The sickest of all landing spots we could have probably seen in round 1 would have been Quinyon Mitchell teaming up with Sauce Gardner with the Jets, right? Quantez Stiggers is now going to join the Jets. They've had a great draft class so far. They got one more pick left. This is the last pick here in round 5. They won't pick again until literally Mr. Irrelevant. 2 full rounds. They're going to wait until they have another pick. Quantez Stiggers is the pick here at the 41st pick here in round 5. What do you think about Stiggers?
Intriguing pick. He's got the size, 5'11", 207. Was the defensive rookie of the year for the Toronto Argonauts. Insane story. Didn't even play college football. Went up to the CFL, played really, really well, and now here he is, an NFL player. He's going to go to the Jets. He's going to get a chance to kind of develop behind one of the strongest secondaries in football with Gardner and everyone that's there. So it's an interesting pick. He was also one of those guys we've talked about, Christian Boyd, who's still on the board now. He made the rounds with the 30 visits. Stiggers was also one of those guys because NFL was intrigued with his size and his ability to make plays.
Round 6 has officially begun. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock here at pick 177. The Vikings themselves, we talk about not having many picks left.
The Vikings picked it forever.
The Vikings have not picked since the 8th pick in round 4. So the 8th pick of the day today, we're already to pick 177 where they'll pick. They have 2 here in the 6th. They have 2 picks in the 7th in the early part. The Steelers are next, followed by the Seahawks, Patriots, and Chargers. So if you're waiting to hear those names, please keep on staying tuned in. We're getting to the hours where we've crested 4 hours now. These are the waning ones. These are the grinder hours. If you guys are here in the chat, we appreciate you guys for tapping in. Please click that like button. Please click subscribe. Please go over to the Player Profiler News channel as well. Click that subscribe button for all things news, all things Player Profiler. And guess what? If you're here, drop some comments in the chat. If you want to see something, you want to talk about something, drop it in there. You know, a couple bucks will go a long way. Maddie, round 6, Walker Roos, tackle, Oklahoma to the Minnesota Vikings. I thought guard would have been the position they looked for. Left guard, they have Blake Brandel right now locked in. Dalton Reisner is a guy they added during the season last year to play guard. They need a guard. Walter Roos from Oklahoma comes in to play tackle. They have Brian O'Neill. They have Christian Darrisaw. I'm assuming they're going to want to move Roos inside.
Roos is big, though. He's 6'6", 313 pounds. His body type seems more of an outside guy, but you're right. That's what they need him for. That's where they're going to slide him. But again, a beacon of consistency. He played all 39 games last year. He's always on the field, consistent. And these are the picks that don't win you games. They're not the picks that are sexy. They don't get the fan base going. This is the opposite of getting the people on their feet. But these are the guys that you get in the trenches. And like you said earlier, this is where the meatloaf is made.
All right, let's talk about some fantasy relevant players here. It's been a minute here. Let's get an update to our big board. Some of the guys that we're looking at right now.
It's the same guys, man. We talked about it before.
Well, Isaiah Davis goes off the board to the Jets. I don't know how much we talked about him necessarily.
No, we haven't. But the fantasy does kind of cover that, so we should do it too.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Izzy Abanikanda is dead, but
Can
what
we
are
say
your thoughts?
fantasy dead? It feels very
Fantasy dead.
grim. He's a young man. His
He's
fantasy
dead for
relevance
fantasy.
is DEA dead.
Deceased. His
Fantasy relevance
skull
deceased.
emoji, as the kiddos will use. Izzy Abanikanda, but also there's been some chatter about Braelon Allen. How are y'all handling Braelon Allen versus Isaiah Davis? Obviously, the Jets drafted Allen above Isaiah Davis. However, Davis has the Tyler Algier comp in Player Profiler. What do you think?
For me, what this is, it's going to be just a competition. It's going to be who plays better in camp, who does better. And for all the preseason Olympians,
Who's the dog?
Who's the dog? Who's the guy? All the preseason sickos out there. This is going to be the guys who, that are going to get a lot of touches because someone has to win out. And if you're a Braelon Allen believer, the Jets just brought in someone who can make him irrelevant before he even gets a sniff on the field.
I like it. I like the running backs. I like the running backs they got. I don't like both on the same team.
It's weird.
As they were talking about in another room, you can take this however you want. I'm going to go unfiltered in this route. Isaiah Davis has got the bigger nuts in this situation. He's the one that's going to come in
more juice.
And he knows in my round 5 draft capital, I was expected to go here. Braelon Allen was not expected to go here. I'm not sure Braelon Allen has the gravitas, has the heat, has
The
the
NFL does
power
not like him,
to understand where he just went in this draft as a 20-year-old, 245-pound bruiser that has rushed for over 1,000 yards multiple times at the University of Wisconsin. Isaiah Davis did the same damn thing at South Dakota State. Guess what? He won national championships doing it. Isaiah Davis is a better back in this situation than Braelon Allen is. I like the talent of Braelon Allen better, but I like the situation right now for Isaiah Davis mentality-wise. I could see Braelon Allen shutting down in this situation behind Breece Hall.
It feels like it. It just seems to me as this is doomsday scenario for Braelon Allen and his potential value as an NFL player and as a fantasy player. It may never crest anything. We may never see him. What did we say earlier? He becomes the guy that you like, but Jamar Jordan. What was it? Jamar Jefferson?
Jamar
Jefferson.
Where we liked him,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden, before he even gets a shot, he's gone.
Boom.
Now I'm going to go to the chat real quick because Gerard Dean, fan of Player Profile, shout out to you, super chat. But Bud, you forgot something.
No, he scroll up just a bit.
A question. I don't see a question
Scroll
here.
Up, scroll up.
No.
No.
just trying to break you
He was just breaking us. Hey, shout out to you. But at any point you have a question for us, drop it and we'll make sure we
I do think that was the comment because it was at the same exact time, 4:13. I do think that might have been the comment.
He paid $20 to tell you that you are the grinder of all grinders.
Let's go.
Again, boys, stop taking my energy. Stop
There
trying
we
to
go.
gloat for yourself. I understand. People love you. And that's
I
a
didn't
good thing.
point to the damn thing.
No, you just yelled it. But anyway, do you have a next question about IDP? I don't play in IDP leagues. Does anyone have a favorite defensive player? I don't play in IDP leagues. But what I do understand from IDP is you want linebackers. Jaylen Ford's the type of kid. Is that an IDP guy? I don't know.
I think that's a sleeper IDP guy.
Okay.
Like I said, the Mario Douglas situation is the one that I'm looking at. That's the one that I love. So I understand it. I see that. If I'm pulling it up right now, let me pull up the linebackers quick and tell you exactly what I like on day 3. Peyton Wilson would not. It's probably just Jaylen Ford, probably at linebacker. Jordan McGee's a sleeper in Washington with Jamin Davis leaving going from Kentucky. They didn't bring him back. On the defensive line, defensive tackle position, Logan Legal's on the board. We didn't talk about that one here to Pittsburgh right now. Dorless is interesting. Fantasy relevant IDP? No. You go to edge. We can scroll all the way through it. Probably my favorite though. As far as long-term success goes, Xavier Thomas has the most upside. You're going to get him at a value because he was a 5th-round pick going to Arizona. This guy played high school football with Micah Parsons. He models the game after Micah Parsons. He was a 5-star prospect. He was injured a lot in his time at Clemson, but the opportunity is here now for him to take over in Arizona. But listen, I don't want to talk about IDP. You know why? Because we got a running back off the board, baby.
Let's go.
The Los Angeles Chargers with the 5th overall pick in round 6 have drafted Kamani Vidal.
I called this one.
Let's go.
We talked about Kamani Vidal being a Los Angeles Charger on multiple player profiler podcasts. When there's smoke, there's fire. This has been a player that's been attached to them for a while. We love this landing spot. Kamani Vidal. This is a great one, Matty Keon.
Isaiah Pacheco,
bad.
best
Ain't
comp on
bad.
Player Profiler. We like that comp. We like the player. 5'8", 213. Let's go.
Kamani Vidal is a Los Angeles Charger.
Oh.
This is a really, really good one, guys. Really, really good one.
It is a good one. But we got, speaking of good ones, we got a good one over at the fantasy desk right now. Couple of big dogs, couple of legends, Matt Kelly and Alex Dunlap. What do you guys think of Kamani Vidal in La La Land?
Yeah. I'm going to put him right under Marshawn Lloyd.
Fellas.
Boys, what do you think?
Fellas.
Big moves being made on the rookie cheat sheets. Big moves.
Excuse us.
Oh, gosh.
We're trying to calibrate ourselves. We knew you were coming to us, but then with the Vidal pick comes in, and we're like, wait, where can we put him? So we did back of the napkin math. Back of the napkin math. Is it possible that Vidal's a top 5 running back?
Well, I think that the conversation. So I think everybody's going to say what people have their thoughts about Trey Benson versus Jonathan Brooks. I think that's a really hard. That's a tough hair to split. But then you have Quorum, you have Jaylen Wright. I think you got to have those guys ahead of Vidal for now. The question to me,
well, I just want to say Jaylen Wright, the contingent upside is incredible. Dario talked about it. Yeah, the median projection's not great, but we're talking about a
running back that already has an NFL injury track record at a sub 200 pounds in Devon A-Chain, and Raheem Mostert, who had his healthiest season at age 30, right? The guy,
20 touchdowns,
undersized, lengthy injury history, now into his 30s, and then we have another undersized. And in that stretch zone offense, the running backs have increased injury probability as well. So I'm going to be more bullish on Wright because I love contingent. I love contingent upside. That's one of my favorite things. Yeah.
And
so Wright for sure. I mean, I think I'm going to get a lot of Wright even in the second round, late second round. I'm going to be circling Jaylen Wright.
Jaquan Jackson just went to the Titans, but that's not as important.
Jaquan Jackson to the Titans is so meaningless.
He's a good player
compared to Kamani Vidal. Yeah. So, okay, Jaylen Wright, RB4, Marshawn Lloyd is in the conversation. Will Shipley's in the conversation. But you got to go Kamani Vidal. I think Kamani Vidal currently, as it stands, is the RB5.
I think, and that's the discussion that we were having, right? I think here's the thing: there's a tier break between Benson and Brooks, and then between Corum and Jaylen Wright. At least with the way that I'm anticipating ADP and the way that I feel like we can leverage it, because it's going to be. I feel like it's going to go the top 3 wide receivers, right? And then Xavier Worthy, it feels like, is kind of nestling in at the 104. And before I get into the super flex stuff, I'm trying to put the board together for just one quarterback, non-tight end premium, because once I do that, I can just adjust for super flex and tight end premium. So I feel like people are going to be taking Benson and Brooks, I think, before they start taking the Keon Colemans, maybe the Adonai Mitchells that fell. Those, the really, the top 2 running backs that both fell to good spots. I think when you start getting to the Roman Wilsons, the Xavier Leggettes and stuff, I think that's when people are going to start looking at Blake Corum. They're going to start looking at Jaylen Wright, right?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I prefer Corum to Wright, but I think Wright and Corum are actually closer than the consensus is going to shake out on those guys.
Do you think the consensus is going to be Corum over Wright, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Corum running back 3.
Oh, sure.
Yep.
Absolutely. I mean, Corum is on the Rams, and all he has is the corpse of Kyron Williams.
The corpse of Kyron Williams is the NFL's usage monster, unlike any other. But yeah, it's we all know that. Look, I think, but what's going to happen is after Jaylen Wright and stuff, I think that's when people are going to say, like, all right, now I can take the Xavier Leggettes, I can take the Roman Wilsons, Ricky Pearsall maybe Pearsall goes ahead of those 2, but it's those guys. I think Malachi Corley. I think once now what happened with Javon Baker going to New England, that's going to push down Jalen Polk a little bit, even though people were so pumped yesterday about the super early day 2 draft capital. I think when you get down to those guys, the Jermaine Burtons with the kind of the stuff that he has going on as far as the uber appealing fantasy spot, right? T. Higgins is gone. Jermaine Burton has the talent to step up for him. Does he have the right head on his shoulders? That's why he fell in the draft. I think around the Jermaine Burton, Troy Franklin question marks there. You feel a little bit better now that he's connected to Bo Nix. But I think that's where people are going to say, like, well, can I look around here and maybe look to running back, right? If I'm not comfortable with these guys. And I think that's where the Marshawn Lloyds, the Kamani Vidals, the Will Shipleys, and possibly the Ray Davises start coming into focus. And when we're talking about that particular area, just in one quarterback, we're looking at the 305, 304
in Superflex.
No, this is in non Superflex.
Oh no, Vidal is a second rounder in non Superflex.
Oh, Vidal. All right. Well, I was looking down to Ray Davis, for where I have Vidal priced in right now for non Superflex is at the last pick of the second round.
Yes. I'm going to take him earlier than that because I like him a lot, and I don't respect Gus Edwards as a guy that's going to hold a guy back. I mean, Kamani Vidal.
Do you worry at all about J.K. Dobbins?
When do you think is he going to be ready for week 1?
I'm not a doctor. I mean, I don't know. It feels like there's such a disparity with these.
How many injuries has no? I mean, so He was injured at Ohio State. He's been injured constantly in the NFL.
2 big ones.
It could just be that with J.K. Dobbins, I'm not expecting anything. At this point, even though a guy was a great prospects that go down and they go down again and they go down again and they go down again. Eventually, it's just you got to walk away.
What does Player Profiler have as the comp for Kamani Vidal?
Isaiah Pacheco. He ran a 4.46. I know because we've talked about this already that you don't fully respect Kamani Vidal. I know that. All right. I love Kamani Vidal because I love a guy that has that 5'8", 215 frame. He's a bowling ball that runs a 4.46.
Man, I never said I didn't respect him.
Good
These
luck
are
trying.
lies.
You don't respect him.
Lies,
you don't respect him.
lies, and more
you don't respect him because I mentioned him as a possible landing spot for Dallas
because I wanted Dallas to get Isaiah Davis. It would have been better.
And you poo-pooed it.
No, I didn't. I
said poo-pooed it.
No, what I
said.
You
poo-pooed Vidal. You said Vidal. Vidal.
Whenever you were young,
Vidal Sassoon, man.
Whenever you were young,
styling. That's styling. That's Vidal Sassoon.
You grew up
90th percentile speed score,
on a farm.
80th percentile burst score. He's above average across the board in every workout metric except upper body strength somehow, and the 30+% dominator rating. So he was, putting up over 1,500 yards in college. I know it was Troy, right? But the 15 touchdowns, 1,500 yards, and then most importantly, the 26 receptions in only 9 games played in his freshman year. So he can catch the ball out of the backfield. He has an all-purpose skill set. Gus Edwards doesn't have that, and I don't know what J.K. Dobbins, I don't trust that J.K. Dobbins is ever – it could be that J.K. Dobbins retires at some point in 2024. You could absolutely see it. We've seen this many times, dude, with running backs that just are snake-bitten with injuries. So this is teeing up perfectly. You want upside on the right team. Harbaugh wants to run the ball, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
they're upgrading the offense. They're upgrading the offensive line. They got
Trey Pickens out of there. You get
I mean, he's running behind potentially the best offensive line in the sport with a coach that wants to run the ball. Bro. He could be the Blake Corum of the NFL. And you're telling me you're not excited about this guy? You're absolutely drafting this guy in the second round. And my feeling is, it would be hard for me to find 12 guys in the second round that I would draft over Vidal, even in Superflex.
Oh, you have five running backs.
12, right. You could find me 12 running backs in the second, 12 players, not just running backs, 12 players.
You're taking
in the second round of the Superflex draft.
Oh, so even in Superflex.
So we know, Keon Coleman slips into the second round. A bunch of these guys are going to slip into the second round, and you're going to have to start squinting at these receivers like the Javon Bakers and the Jaylen Polks in the second round and talking yourself into this and talking yourself into this guy, even though this guy's not an alpha, this guy's not an alpha. Their upside and ultimate trade value, even if they hit like 80th plus percentile outcome in Dynasty, is not that impressive. But if Vidal can seize the day in Los Angeles in that system with that offensive line, then that's where you're going to get the most bang for your buck.
Jace McClellan goes from Alabama, the running back from Alabama, who we still have not been able to get an official 40-time report from his pro day. He did not run at the combine, but he goes to the Atlanta Falcons, so he's going to mire in obscurity, barring radically unforeseen circumstances.
I love Jace McClellan to Atlanta because then you just have to never worry about him again.
Yeah. But dude, as I'm kind of looking over some of the stuff from the combine, what I noticed is a couple things. So about Kamani Vidal, I didn't realize that he measured in sub 5'8". Not that I care, but I think it's interesting.
He's impossible to tackle, low center of gravity.
Widely viewed as one of these BMI guys. Dude, he's kind of like Blake Corum.
Yeah,
and under Harbaugh. So, but here's that's
what I said.
Well, here's the interesting thing: 5'7" and 5'7" and 7/8, but he's not one of these dudes like look. And I know that we all love Achane, right? I mean, he's great. We've talked about how he gets hurt and all the rest of it.
Of all the people that quote unquote love Achane, I'm probably the lowest.
Okay, I understand, but there's people in this house, Theo.
Oh,
right,
yes.
all right.
There's people that really, really love Achane.
All right, but whenever we talked about Achane, whenever we said, as far as he's a running back, he's a small man with small arms, small hands,
very small man.
But you look at Vidal, and at 213, he has almost 9.5 inch hands. right?
Width.
So a big dude, 5'7.5", 213, bowling ball type of player, and you look at his comps just on mock draftable. I know that they don't take into account everything that, this is just the combine percentiles, but I did notice with the 10-yard split, dude, his 10-yard split. So his just getting up to steam, 1.53. So at
215.
Yes. And they're
at 5'8".
Yes. And their whole sub 5'8". And
he's being shot out of a cannon. He is a cannonball being shot out of a cannon at the 10-yard split. He's going to be he's going to be impossible to tackle. He's going to be harder to tackle than Gus Edwards.
Look at the comps. Like the top comp on mock draftables, DeAndre Swift. They also have Kenneth Walker listed among his comps.
Those aren't the greatest
Julius
comps.
Jones.
I mean, come on.
But I mean, we have to take in everything that we can, right?
Right. Yes.
And
Kenneth Walker is a good comp for him.
This is an easy way to just
Isaiah
look as
Pacheco
far as the percentiles in the actual drills.
Basically, you take Kenneth Walker and Isaiah Pacheco. The reason why he's comped to a Pacheco is because he's a day 3 pick. We know he's a day 3 pick, so you comp to Pacheco. Pacheco is essentially like a small school guy, even though he went to Rutgers. Treat him like a small school guy. That's what. And if these guys had gone to big programs, they'd have been Kenneth Walker.
I mean, I'm getting more and more into it. So let's just have the conversation now. Marshawn Lloyd in Green Bay versus Kamani Vidal with the Chargers. You've almost kind of got me to running back 5.
Yeah, because you have to wait a year. You're waiting a year on Lloyd. Even if you love Lloyd, if you like him more than
have you seen
Vidal,
Josh Jacobs' contract?
It's a 1-year deal.
Dude, he's getting $12.5 million this year. It's $12.5 million guaranteed.
I know it's a 1-year deal.
And they can get out, and you just can take a look at his 4-year deal versus Saquon Barkley's 3-year deal. The Eagles there's no, even if they wanted to, I don't think they'll want to, but there's no way that they can get out of that thing until 2026. It's like if the Packers.
This is why I don't love Shipley. Shipley, he has some contingent value in seasonal leagues. If Gainwell and Barkley, whatever, man. No, Lloyd actually looked like a nice dynasty stash.
Okay, so
when he was drafted, but Vidal is not a stash. He went to the Chargers, brah.
Let me just ask you this then. Do you prefer Malachi Corley or Jaylen Polk now that
I'm telling you, speculating on all these beta receivers over a guy that could hit the absolute lottery in the best possible situation. That's how you win in Dynasty is you make bets on these types of running backs in round 2, 3, 4, 5, and you sidestep all these receivers that analysts like us on other programs, other channels that are doing round 1, 2, 3, and they're not doing round 4, 5, 6, 7 because they're not player profiler. They're also going to talk you into those wide receivers, and you're going to wish you had taken the running back. It's going to happen in the 2nd round, the 3rd round, the 4th round. It's every year Groundhog Day in rookie drafts. Go with the running back like Vidal.
Let me ask you this then. I've made some changes
on the fly. Great.
And so I think
the people at Roster Watch, the Roster Watch subscribers will benefit from these changes.
What I'm thinking now is, and I think you're right as far as super flex into the 2nd round.
Here's how crazy
if we think about the quarterbacks, if it's end of the 2nd round, take 4 to 5 off. We're talking 207. Is that where we're at?
207.
19. So yeah. So basically, what people are going to be, I think you think that people are going to be looking at Kamani Vidal versus the guys like Leggett, Roman Wilson, and Ricky Pearsall before we take that next step down at wide receiver to the tier of Malachi Corley and the New England dudes.
If the analytics say a wide receiver is definitively a bust, like a Kadarius Toney, even if he goes 1st round, you're better off taking the day 3 running back that you think landed the best and that you like the best.
But
that is why
the analytics don't say that about Pearsall, though.
That is why I'm going with Jaylen Wright and I'm going with Kamani Vidal over Xavier Leggett. It's not my fault that Carolina doesn't know what they're doing. I'm not just going to pencil in the 1st round draft capital and just draft the guy in the middle of the 2nd round, which is where everyone was taking Kadarius Toney, and that was a mistake.
Are you going Pearsall over Leggett?
Oh, Pearsall for sure. I think Pearsall's in a different tier.
Oh, I kind of
Pearsall's in a different tier than Leggett.
No.
Do you see Roman Wilson in that Pearsall tier?
Yeah, Roman Wilson's in that Pearsall tier. Absolutely. I would rather have Roman Wilson.
We have him in the same bucket, but if you have that much conviction about Leggett versus the idea of Vidal,
the conversation I really want to have with you, the conversation that I think would be the most entertaining for the audience, is Kamani Vidal versus Adonai Mitchell. Because I'm questioning when you're going to get paid off on Adonai Mitchell. When you want to bank Adonai Mitchell for how many years before you see a payoff? Where the payoff on Vidal could be like week 6. He's the chalk in DFS.
Well, only because he's going to be 4,800.
But he's going to be the starter because there's a high ankle sprain for Gus Edwards.
He's going to be the chalk at 6.5K. But he's going to be cheap and he'll be the chalk.
Yeah, and then you're going to be penciling 2026 where, hey, I might get a payoff from Adonai Mitchell. When you're sitting on the clock in the second round of a rookie draft, these are the decisions. These are the decision points people are actually making. That's why we have this show. That's why we're talking right now. We are in this house it's a beautiful day in Michigan. The sun is shining. It's 70 degrees. The fish are biting.
The bass are biting.
The bass are biting. And we're in here because you need this information. And this is a debate no one's having. Vidal versus Adonai Mitchell. Nonsense. And this is a big Adonai Mitchell fan. One of the biggest proponents of Adonai Mitchell. And I'm telling you, it stretches to the bounds of imagination to think of a scenario where you're going to get a better payoff from Mitchell than Vidal.
Mitchell is going to have an ADP start and until we start getting the word out. And Vidal. I feel like there going to be other smart. I'm not just saying it's just us to move.
Vidal Sassoon.
But I'm just like, people are hear what we say. People will come to this on their own. You know, there are other smart people out there. Vidal's ADP will rise. Adonai Mitchell's ADP will probably fall. But I do believe, man, it like right now, Adonai Mitchell in 20 out of 20 Dynasty rookie drafts that are done, say if they were happening right now, Adonai Mitchell's going 10 spots ahead of Kamani Vidal.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's
called an ADP inefficiency.
Well, right. But I mean, what I'm saying is like the tool I try to make to help drafters is something that I don't give them rankings. I just try to give them leverage in his ADP. So my goal is to get Adonai Mitchell down to where you don't get as much of him. Kamani Vidal up to where you can get a good bit of him, but not to where you're going to have to get him or to where you're always going to have to overpay. Right. So for me, I don't think I can, if we were doing pure rankings and stuff, maybe we could entertain it, but I think until their ADPs get closer, I can't get Kamani Vidal into the same area as far as the tiers.
I want to talk to the NFL desk about Kamani Vidal. I want to know what Seth thinks and Cody thinks and Maddie thinks about Kamani Vidal. My position is Kamani Vidal in every league.
Listen, no. Seatbelt. I just tied my pants up. Kamani Vidal, we talk about as good as gone with some of these backs. Kamani Vidal's as good as gone. The 16th running back drafted in this draft, going to the Chargers, J.K. Dobbins, Gus Edwards, Isaiah Spiller. You want to keep playing the sounder? The sounder is for Kamani Vidal. Don't do it. He's dead. He's dead. Who else is 181st overall in the 2024 and in the NFL draft? Alfred Blue, Latavius Murray. Okay, you found a hit. How about Trenton Cannon? Huh? How about Darwin Thompson? How about Tyler Beatty? Zach Evans, ring a bell. Demetric Felton, ring a bell. Boston Scott, ring a bell. How about this one? Here's one for you. Here's the Kamani Vidal comp you're all looking for. Wait. D'Angelo Henderson.
At the end of the day, I think really Kamani Vidal, all he really has going for him is the fact that he's related to Hank Aaron, right? I mean, that's as good as it gets for somebody. Hank Aaron's nephew? 700 homers in the bigs.
He's fine, man. But again, it's the 16th running back off the board. We're in the 6th round, not the 4th. Okay, people are going to point directly at Isaiah Pacheco, right? That's the comp on the site. They're going to point directly at him. Whoa, the opportunity's there. Whoa, the athleticism's there. Come on, man.
It wasn't the type of backfield, though, for the Chiefs. There was a way clearer path to more production right away. And a team like that, if you seize the opportunity, you keep it. That's what Isaiah Pacheco did. If there's no chance to seize it from Kamani Vidal, you can't guarantee that they don't go back to the running back well next year, and he's done so.
I don't have a problem with Vidal. I think he's a fine back, and I honestly think it's a good spot.
It's a great
spot. At this spot, right, it's 16th running back overall. The Chargers. J.K. Dobbins coming off of an Achilles injury. Okay, there's a lot of question marks surrounding that. Gus Edwards, you know he's going to get $150 and $750. You just know it is 8 rushing touchdowns. He's going to be a main piece in this offense. Or in this backfield, right? Isaiah Spiller's still there. New regime doesn't really matter. He's probably out. He's going to fill in directly above Isaiah Spiller. In this backfield, it makes sense that he could potentially be the Donovan Edwards, the Blake Corum for Harbaugh.
Mm-hmm.
But 5'7", 195 pounds. I'm not sold that Kamani Vidal is all of a sudden just going to be plugged in this Xavier Legette conversation. He's 213 win in April. What's he going to be in the season? 198.
Kamani Vidal, big time talk, but we need a reset here. We got a new guy at the desk here. Our guy, Seth Ewald. He's joining us here in the NFL desk. Picks are coming off the board, so we're going to get going. We also have a couple super chats that we want to make sure we get to. Shout out to David Hill. He's an OG listener since back when Podfather apparently tanked his rookie drafts with Corey Davis, Mick Nichols, and McKinnon.
McNichols, hey, that's a good Kamani Vidal comment.
That's a good one. Yeah, I guess so. Matt, come here, Matt. Come here. Is this your? Come here. Come here, Matt. Come here. Talk to David, Matt. Talk to David.
What about D'Angelo Henderson?
He said that you tanked his rookie draft back with Corey Davis, Mick Nichols, and McKinnon.
Yeah, Corey Davis. What was it? Wasn't he a top
seventh overall pick?
That was a bad class in general.
That was a horrible class.
That was a horrible class. What are you going to do? The whole class stunk. Wasn't that the John Ross class?
Yes.
What are you going to do?
And Corey Davis was prolific.
I can't control an entire draft class, buddy. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
The haters are just mad.
I've helped them avoid so many third and fourth round receivers. Get out of here. I helped you all avoid so many third and fourth round bust receivers. Shut up.
Shout out, David Hill. Thank you so much for the super chat. You're a real one. Does anyone here play with contract or cap leagues?
I used to be in this one that was 53 players. You had a 22-man taxi squad, and we had to stay under the NFL salary cap times 1.5. So it was always like a $295 million contract. It was all defense, offense. That was I loved that league, man. I took that thing as an orphan. This was the one I was talking about earlier that had 10-round rookie drafts.
Mm-hmm.
So when I got Phillip Lindsay in the 9th and I got Dalton Schultz in the 10th, things of that nature, that was one of the dirtiest leagues I've ever played in. The most time-consuming leagues for sure.
The thing for me, I love that because I play fantasy football because I like to pretend that I'm a real team builder. I'm a GM of an NFL franchise. That's why I love fantasy football. So once Sleeper makes that an easy thing, I'm 100% in on those formats. But your boys got family. Your boys got responsibilities. You know, I got stuff to do for Player Pro. I can't be just figuring out how to do a cap league on a cockamamie app like MFL or anything like that.
Yeah.
Well, I think Terry Fontenot needs to practice in one of those leagues before he gets an NFL team.
That's good.
You know, I don't know what's going on with some of these picks that he's making. What were some of these picks that the Falcons made here recently? Like running back.
We pick another running back.
Yeah, we got to get caught up
through a string of running backs. Real quick before we get caught up, Cody, we have another super chat. Quick question, we can answer in a few words. I'd love to hear your thoughts here, Seth. Jesse's asking Kamani Vidal or Audric Estime.
I think Estime's got a clear path to opportunity, doesn't he?
He was drafted a hell of a lot more. I mean,
I think this is the conversation. This is the conversation, not this Marshawn Lloyd Vidal thing. This is it's Vidal Estime.
Yeah,
that's the conversation that should be had at the running back position.
So let's go around the board. Who are you taking?
Vidal.
Who are you taking?
I'll take Estime.
I'll break the tie. I'm going Estime. I just think he's a better runner overall. All right, let's get everyone caught up here, Cody.
All right. Right after Kamani Vidal came off the board, we did get a wide receiver to Tennessee. This is a spot we've been looking since the 7th overall pick with the Tennessee Titans going potentially Malik Neighbors, potentially Roma Dunze. Of course, Neighbors goes a pick ahead of him to the New York Giants. They wait till 182 in round 6, 6th overall. Jaquan Jackson out of Tulane, another guy we didn't love on tape, but when we did go down to the Senior Bowl, another double move guy that could win downfield, one across the middle, was surprising at the Senior Bowl in comparison to the film. 7th overall, we had Darius Musa from UCLA, the linebacker, followed by a couple fantasy relevant players. Miami Dolphins finally go wide receiver here. This is a wide receiver 3 that can and will fit right into the Miami Dolphins receiving room. Malik Washington, the guy that led the country in receptions this past year. We've been waiting for a receiver. We've been waiting for specifically Malik Washington. What do you think about him in Miami?
I think if you were looking for this Tank Dell type of player, I think you just found it. It's not Jacob Conley. It's Malik Washington. I just wish the DC was reversed. But I like Washington here. We've talked about his path to relevancy. Cody, what did we high five over? Just a mere few minutes ago with Malik Washington. And Tyreek hangs it up. It's going to shift these guys up the pecking order. Of course, Waddle becomes the Hill, but then Washington can become the Waddle and become dangerous in this offense.
Bingo. Seth, I got a question for you about the Philadelphia Eagles pick here at 185. Johnny Wilson, wide receiver. They already drafted Anaya Smith, who can play that wide receiver 3 position, who is very versatile. Johnny Wilson's a guy that people were starting to freaking push him up for absolutely what reason? None, other than Fusuvu on Twitter. Johnny Wilson goes 9th overall in round 6 right here. Johnny Wilson. They have Tyree Jackson, the guy they put in there. Okay, we're going to move forward about 6 picks because we haven't had a quarterback in a while. We went 137 picks between Bo Nix and between Spencer Rattler when he went off. Then we had a couple picks later when we saw Jordan Travis go to the Jets. And at pick 193 in the 2024 NFL draft, the New England Patriots go quarterback. After they went quarterback 3rd overall with Mr. Drake May, they go for another developmental quarterback in Bazooka Joe Milton.
But listen, shout out to my brother Ian. He loves Bazooka Joe, and now he's home in New England. Does that matter for us? No, but he's gonna love it. So shout out to my brother. Love it. This is what I will say on a football standpoint. When you're building a team, you want the backups to reflect the starters. So in case of injury, you get a chance to kind of just keep the ball rolling, keep the train going. Joe Milton's got a lot of red flags. Okay, they had to dial back the offense so that he could manage it. But 6'5", 245, quick, laser rocket arm. He's ipso facto. I mean, him and Drake May, they're not the same. Obviously, Drake May's a 3rd overall pick. This guy's a 6th round pick. But if you could develop both, you'll have a very good, competent backup to help Drake May. Now, do I think we'll ever really see him do anything in this spot? No. But what will be fun is all the crazies that say this is the Kirk Cousins to Drake May's RG3.
This is the problem, Seth, that we're going to have to deal with over the course of the next year is doing shows with Maddie because Maddie listens to way too much New England radio. And the one thing that you're going to hear,
it's in my DNA.
The one thing that you're going to hear, you're not going to be able to get away from, is all of these journos going to New England practice, seeing Joe Milton throw that football in practice. Drake May is a very good quarterback. He's not quite there right now. He's got a little bit of work to go. As Alex Dunlap says, he has 2 left feet, and he's got the ability to be Josh Allen, to be Justin Herbert. But guess what? Joe Milton has also the ability to be a Josh Allen. And Joe Milton has one thing that Drake doesn't. The strongest arm in the class, the laser, the dart. And if Joe Milton connects just a couple times with Tyquan Thornton down the right and left sideline, the journos are going to be going nuts. And they're going to be like, Joe Milton, the 6th rounder, is better than Drake May. And all you're going to hear in the radio is Joe Milton, Joe Madeline. And it's going to get pumped and pumped and pumped and pumped. And I'm going to be honest with you, this right here, it's good for competition and for a dog. If Drake May has the internal dog in him to fight through the progress like he's going to, I don't want to see the Mac Jones thing happen again. But from a competitive standpoint, Joe Milton is going to be able to bully Drake May, and that might not be a good thing for Drake May.
But it's going to be a good thing for the New England Patriots because at the end of the day, they need somebody to seize the role. Obviously, Drake May coming at 3. It's not a question who's the guy. That's not what we're saying. But what Cody's saying is if Drake May is fragile in any which way in his mindset and his approach and how he tackles getting better, his evolution, Joe Milton will be on his heels his entire career. They're going to be on the same team for 4 years together. Now, the hope is this does drive Drake May to be his 90th percentile outcome, to be his guy, the best that Drake May can be. But they're being hyper. This is thin ice here. This could get hairy. But Elliott Wolf, who values the quarterback position, made sure that from the 2024 draft they'll have a quarterback.
This is the problem. This was not the problem. This is the reason they did a Top Golf meeting in Washington, because when you put a bunch of alphas in a room, you can see which one shuts down in the pressure of the other one. When Joe Milton walks into a room and he's doing Top Golf against Drake May and JJ McCarthy and Michael Penix and Bo Nix and all these guys, you know who shuts down against Joe Milton? I'm just being honest with you. All of those guys coddled to Joe Milton. That's the thing I'm scared of for Drake May right now. And I love Drake May. but Joe Milton's going to walk in that room. It's the Top Golf effect, right? This is why they did it.
This is why they did it.
Because they walk in
Right.
there and JJ McCarthy, whatever Washington was doing right. I don't think Jaden Daniels had that in him. But when, for example, you have to follow me here with this story here. If Drake May and Joe Milton go in to play Top Golf, they're not going to be both alpha dogs.
So, well, but from the reports of that, Drake May and JJ were the ones that did rise to the occasion. Those were the guys
Gamers.
that stood out. They're gamers. But at
Dog.
the end of the day, this is good for the New England Patriots.
I'm a
This is
little worried.
for us having to choose Drake
No,
May.
I'm a
early in
little
the rookie
I'm a
drafts.
little worried about I'm a little worried about storylines. That's what I'm worried about. I'm just telling you.
No, but I agree with you, and I think your worry is warranted. What I'm saying though is, if Joe Milton becomes a guy, someone they could, they could put their cart to the Joe Milton horse, they still win. The Patriots still win. This here is it's a risky move. It's hyper fragile, but it's either gonna push Drake May to be the MFer, the guy, rise to the occasion to be the third overall pick, or they're gonna have a super freaking Joe Milton.
I hope he gets in early and does it. Seth, what do you think?
When was the last time a 6th-round pick beat out like a top 5 prospect?
Probably never.
Well, Brock Purdy did it.
Brock Purdy.
Oh yeah,
that's a good point.
That's
That's a good point.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's the
so
mic
I guess
drop.
there is precedent for it, but it isn't super common. I don't know a ton about Joe Milton other than he's huge and can throw the ball super deep down the field. But we interviewed Drake May, or we were in the room with Drake May on Thursday, and he came across super impressive in that interview. I think there's a reason why the Patriots took him over JJ McCarthy at pick number 3. So I'm probably not as worried about it as you guys are, but competition brings the best out of good players. So and this is something like the Chicago Bears, and you listen to the New England talk radio. I listen to Chicago talk radio as much as that's what I do. It's part of my routine every morning. I got to turn on David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood in the morning, and
Cody's concerned about this.
I'm concerned about both of you guys.
Well, and the
Why
thing
us?
is,
It doesn't affect us.
Local radio.
It's
it's because you're not local to your radio anymore.
I don't listen to it. I never did. In high school, I listened to it for 10 minutes because I liked the person talking, not because I wanted to hear anything he spewed.
But this is the thing that I was begging the Chicago Bears to do for years, and something that Ryan Pace, their former general manager, said that he would do year after year after year. Oh, we're going to draft a quarterback. We're going to take one late. We're going to take a developmental prospect. To me, this is a perfect, 6th round pick. You're not risking much of anything. He's got tremendous traits of his arm and his size, right? And now he gets to play in this offense with Javon Baker and
Patriots
Jaylen Polk.
They had a plan, and that plan was get some dogs.
Yeah,
they're getting some dogs. I now hate the pick because I just realized that Christian Mahogany is still available from BC in the Patriots' backyard. A player that could make his way to the field and help this ball club in a way that Joe Milton hopefully never does.
We're getting ready to close out the top 200 picks in the 2024 NFL draft. We got 51 picks left to go. The Rams are currently on the clock, but we got to get the people caught up with the latest. Of course, we had Johnny Wilson go off 185 to the Philadelphia Eagles, followed by the Falcons double tapping the fantasy relevant positions. Jason McClellan, who slots in as RB3 behind Tyler Algier. Casey Washington, a Shrine Bowler that played with Isaiah Williams. I was shocked to see Casey Washington go ahead of Isaiah Williams. Isaiah Williams is a guy that came over from the quarterback position to wide receiver. He's 181 pounds. The guy has set the rushing record in game and season for the Illinois Fighting Illini as a quarterback rushing the football, switched to wide receiver, had 1,000 yards this past season. I would have thought he would have went off the board first, but Casey Washington goes to Atlanta. Then we have a couple of defensive players. Jamal Hill from Oregon, linebacker, goes to Houston. Mekhi Wingo, the second defensive tackle from LSU, goes up to Detroit. I like this one to put him in there behind DJ Reader. Dylan McMahon, center guard from NC State, goes to Philadelphia. Again, darts on the offensive line for Philadelphia and Howie Roseman. We have a fantasy relevant guy, Tejuan Palmer. Arizona goes back to the wide receiver position. Tejuan Palmer, UAB. Anything?
I didn't even read or scout him much at all.
Yeah,
he was at I think he was at the Shrine Bowl. Was not impressive. He kind of was in that Bub Means conversation. So,
but I want to ask you this: why take Palmer when Taj Washington's there?
Why take him when So speaking of Shrine Bowl, Washington dominated the Shrine Bowl. Brendan Rice, also from USC, was a dominator at the Senior Bowl.
What's the question?
going
What's
on?
going on with Brendan Rice?
Like, I think that's the number one question I want to
Rice?
know. Yeah.
Because now he's trending to be a UDFA.
I think I know.
What is it? What do you know? What do you think?
His wife.
Huh?
Fucks with his wife.
I mean, it's got to be something bad like that. You're looking at me like you know.
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Seattle Seahawks go cornerback DJ James.
This is one of my favorites.
Love it.
I love DJ James. He was so good at Auburn, but he's light. But they get another good player. Mike McDonald, that's what he wants. He wants players. Again, 6th rounder here. I'm not going to act like he's about to win, the Defensive Rookie of the Year award. But getting good players, guys who performed at the SEC level here at the end of round 6, does make a whole lot of sense for the Seattle Seahawks.
After Joe Milton at 193, we had Tanner McLaughlin, tight end, go to the Bengals. The Bengals select their 2nd tight end, Eric All, and now Tanner McLaughlin, 2 guys that were heliumed up for a little bit of athleticism. 195, the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is a mock I hit. I had them going this earlier. They traded, I think they had the 2nd overall pick in round 6. I had them taking Ryan Watts, the cornerback from Texas. They go here at pick 195. Take Ryan Watts, the cornerback from Texas. Long, rangy, not overly flashy. He ran a 4.46, but he did not run a 4.46 at the Shrine Bowl while he was chasing Tulu Griffin. He just doesn't have the gas to keep up. There's a reason, you didn't know his name. You didn't know his name earlier. He was at Texas. Texas is going to have 9-10 guys drafted today.
Mm-hmm.
He's fine. He's not going to do anything against Joey Porter. Like this, he's going to slot in as a backup.
Yeah.
196 overall, the Rams add another defensive line piece.
They're
Another
building
one.
that line.
What's the Another one.
Another
one.
And I want to say this real quick about Tanner McLaughlin. It's probably it's a lesser version, but if you're sitting there counting the money about Eric All, be careful because now it's going to be a competition. If McLaughlin does play better, if McLaughlin does produce more, Eric All might not be the guy that some may be excited about.
196 overall was Tyler Davis from Clemson. This is a former 4 or 5-star prospect coming out of high school going to Clemson. 197 Zion Logue from Georgia stays in Atlanta, goes to Atlanta. Stays in Georgia from Athens to Atlanta. Zion Logue goes to play defensive tackle. Now, that is Atlanta's 3rd defensive tackle in this draft. Then they have Onyemata and Grady Jarrett coming off an injury, so they have 5 defensive linemen in here. Pick 198, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock, followed by the New Orleans Saints as we close at the top 200.
We have another super chat here. Slashy saying you boys should take a shot. Are you guys game?
What are we taking a shot of, and who's bringing it to?
Alex, do you mind bringing the boys a shot? I mean, we got a super chat. They're paying us to do it.
Yeah, perfect.
Slash, shot. Also, real quick, got to give a big shout out. All you guys, 2,700 sickos here, day 3 in the waning hours. Also, big shout out to Matt Kelly putting this all together and allowing us to get together here in Michigan at a Bass Pro Shop when it looks like a mansion and talk fantasy football, talk NFL football for 3 straight days. Gotta love it. Shots are coming, boys. The vibes are high.
Miami with the pick in. They go safety Patrick McMorris out of Cal. Who cares? I don't want to talk about safety to the Miami Dolphins. I want to talk about our best available players because I have a couple guys left in my top 100. Do you have a couple guys left in your top 100? Because I'm a little upset about the couple that are left in mine.
Brennan Rice, obviously. Michael Pratt is still available here. DJ James, who's at the back end. Joe Milton was at the back of my top 100. They're just recently come off the board. Just giving it a quick look around. I think actually I do have one that I think is an absolute disservice now that we've seen all these defensive tackles come off the board. I wonder if that's where you're about to go.
I'm going to go Christian Boyd, my defensive tackle, my nose out of Northern Iowa. That's the one I want. I don't understand why he's still here. The Saints pick at 199 is the one that makes 110% to me, followed by Gabriel Murphy, the offensive linebacker, outside linebacker, edge rusher from UCLA. Those are the 2 I want. Also, Nelson Cesar from Houston.
No, dude, that was a favorite of ours, a guy that shined in the slime.
He's still on the board.
He's still available. Another guy that you didn't bring up that we have routinely talked about being a steal late in the draft, Leonard Taylor III, defensive tackle from Miami. This was a guy that was in the conversation as a top 5 D tackle going into the process. Has clearly fallen in favor of the the NFL. Oh, boys, here we go. Hey, Slashy, this is going to be the best $2 you ever spent. Shout out to you. Shout out to the 2,700 sickos. And, boys, shout out to Player Profile.
NFL Draft
2024, baby.
Cheers, man. Thank you all for the super chats. We love it.
In the comments, wrote who made the bad face. Who couldn't handle it? Who couldn't take the tequila?
Time to go catch some fish, boys. I'll
raise my hand.
Literally gone fishing.
Your little face, your face just does things after you take a shot sometimes.
Oh, baby. We got another super chat. Take another. We got to do it.
Yeah.
The super chat said take another. Pick
We're
13.
gonna get wasted, man.
Hey,
This is
listen.
They increased it.
The first 2 super chats that were $2, we'll do shots for. Other than that, it's got to be over 10 if we're doing.
No,
shots.
you got to go up to 50. What do you want us to start slurring?
Yeah.
25.
Yeah.
It's $25 for another one.
I think they mean for you guys.
They do mean just for us. They do mean just for us.
I love the super chat.
We'll
but
three
I'm a
do
lightweight.
what you want. I'm not pouring big shots.
What are you giving me
I'll
a
tell you
class
that
for
right
every class?
Yeah.
Of
Little
course, I
guys.
just took a shot.
Little guys. Oh, you
Yeah.
got a glass?
All right, this is going off
Yeah, I
rails
got
in the
one.
best kind of way
Give me
possible.
that cup.
Yeah.
But
Give me the cup.
he also has a question that he wants asked. Pick 13. I'm assuming the 201. Is it Trey Benson or Keon Coleman? So
Yeah.
let's just call it battle.
Trey
up.
Benson.
Trey Benson.
Benson. Or is it Agent Zero in Buffalo?
There you go. Trey Benson is the end. We'll cheers to Trey Benson. Unanimous decision here.
All right. We love you guys. This is why we're doing this.
No, we don't. Fuck off. 199. Nailed it. Christian Boyd.
There it is.
There you
boys.
Down
go.
to New Orleans. Finally. He comes off the board. Well deserved.
Man, the Cedar Falls disrespect there falling that far.
And think about Christian Boyd. Okay, we know why he made all the 30 visits. It's because he wasn't invited to the combine. Does anything concern you about Christian Boyd? And considering when you look at his measures, when you look at how he tested at his pro day, it seemed like he didn't necessarily wow. Is that why he was still available here in the States?
I think, I don't know. It's a small school deal. We saw Trevor Penning, funny enough, come from Northern Iowa, do good, get drafted. We have a resident Northern Iowa guy right here, I think. I don't. Did you graduate with Penning?
No, I don't think so. No, I didn't graduate with Penning. I went the year before they beat Kansas in the tourney. So the year before they beat Kansas in the tourney, then that was a pretty good basketball run they went on there for a while. But this is what the 6th round was made for, is picks like this. I mean, why the hell not? Like, why the hell not? Like, you got this guy who probably should have been taken rounds earlier, defensive lineman, build the trenches, build up that depth. I mean, you guys, I'll defer to your expertise because I like Memphis Young and more of a dynasty analyst. I know the skill positions, not some of these people that the Falcons are taking, but most of them. But yeah, if my team was on the clock, the Chicago Bears, and they made this pick, I'd be very happy with it.
This is. Let me pull up the New Orleans Saints roster right now because I know they just got rid of David Onyemata. I want to know who else is slotted in here on the defensive line, and I should know it offhand.
Big, quick shout out to the chat batch, Colin saying that my shirt reminds me of It's Always Sunny. My weight probably does too. That was the Fat Max season, one of the best seasons of all time. And It's Always Sunny for the funniest show of all time. Shout out to you guys. Also, what I do want to say about Boyd is this is where you get late round eruptions. This is where you get guys that come from small schools. Let me just ask it to you, Cody, because I want to get your theory on this. Is it better to take kind of lame duck players from big schools or high upside big lottery tickets from small schools? Because that's the question.
You just said it. If they lame ducked out of big school, like, no, I want the guys that overperformed.
That's right.
1,000%.
I'm with you there 100%.
If I would also bring up this depth chart real quick. They did draft Brian Brisset, who got opportunities late last year. He was a first-round pick. I forgot that they brought in Keelan Sanders last year. He played there all year and still there. Nathan Shepard also came over from the Jets. I think he comes in and he's in that top 4 rotation with those guys. I think he's better than Keelan Sanders at this stage. I like Keelan Sanders in Kansas City. I don't not quite there right now. I honestly thought this was a spot for Byron Murphy to be drafted.
Yeah, the Saints made sense. I mean, he was a disruptor there. I just need to give Cody the biggest kudos here. I texted my brother. I mentioned he was the Joe Milton guy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ian. And I texted her, said, "You lit?" He said, "I am." That's the QB1. Narratives.
Oh,
you're right, man. That might have been a dangerous move for the Patriots.
Oh, come on.
I'm not saying that Joe Milton's going to take over, but Cody's worried about narratives, and my brother's a great barometer of just the fans and what they might say. I'm going to keep everyone posted. Tune in,
Yeah, keep
WEI. Tune in to
WIX4 9840 in New England.
Number one story tomorrow. Will Joe Milton
Don't you dare.
inevitably beat out
Don't
Drake
you
May?
dare, Cody. All right, let's get back on track, guys. All right.
Massachusetts.
Clearly,
The whole
a
equilibrium's been thrown off. Let's get back on
the
track.
6th round pick is going to beat out our top 3 pick, just like Brock Purdy, because Milton and Purdy are the exact same player.
Pick 200 is officially in. The Carolina Panthers go Jaden Crumedy from Mississippi State. Carolina needed to add interior in offense and defense. They've yet to add edge. Edge is the one position I was kind of looking at, thinking, Carolina, you got to add some edge. They haven't done it yet. They go D tackle here. It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's what would you say about this bit? Is it a mid pick? It's like a
mid pick.
Mid
pick.
It's a good pick for round
mid
6.
pick. It's a depth pick.
Carolina's another one of those teams that needs to practice more with the whatever you were talking about earlier before they get to run an actual NFL team. There should be a trial period. It's like I don't know if we can really trust you.
It's a mid pick. It's a mid
ownership maybe has something to do with that.
Midpick.com. We're at pick 201. Micah Abram from Marshall goes off the board as a cornerback. When we are looking at fantasy relevant players, there's been a grouping of them. How many of them are important? We're at about 56 right now. We're closing in on that magic 60 number to get us 5 rounds for rookie drafts. We're going to head over to the fantasy desk right now. Dario and Josh are sitting over there doing some data nerd shit, talking about projections. Send it on over to our boys Dario and Josh.
Data nerd shit is in the house.
That was partially offensive, partially a compliment. So thank you guys.
Yeah, you have to embrace it. Like nerd is a compliment.
Yeah, I'm fully embracing it. Folks, we're going to talk about some wide receiver projections. Nothing gets women more excited than when you're at the bar and you approach them and you say,
what do you think Lad McConkey's target share is going to be this year?
How do you feel about Rome Odunze as an injury contingent wide receiver 3 in fantasy football? On that note, let's actually talk about Rome Odunze. Perfect segue. Now, Rome Odunze, he goes to the Chicago Bears. At least for this year, you have to have Keenan Allen. You have to have DJ Moore projecting ahead of him. But we like the quarterback and Caleb Williams. Where are you at right now? If we look at your projections, how many rookie receivers this year? Obviously Marvin Harrison, obviously Malik Neighbors. Is there anyone else projecting above Rome Odunze for you right now, given that he went to kind of the doomsday landing spot for year 1? We love it for Dynasty, but this year it can't be great.
It's not ideal in terms of projecting median outcomes. Again, start of the season when you're doing projections, you're assuming health for everybody. So it's not great. He comes in around wide receiver 40, but that's still ahead of every other wide receiver in this class, not named Malik Neighbors, not named Marvin Harrison Jr. The draft capital of landing in the top 10 is way too powerful for me to push, I don't know, Xavier Worthy or Brian Thomas or Keon Coleman or Lad McConkey ahead of him. Because those are the names that you would consider those guys that kind of got that late round 1, early round 2 capital in his place, but he's still the clear redraft wide receiver 3 of these rookies. I think he'll be drafted as such. And I think that, like you said, it's going to be tough for him to get targets out of the gate, but I think that he and Keenan Allen have such similar play styles. They're both going to find their way onto the field. Rome Odunze is still an extremely promising prospect.
Yeah, the one thing that I want to say is some people out there are going to make an incorrect comparison and be like, oh, we just saw this last year with the Seahawks and Jackson Smith and Jigba. Folks, the big difference here is that, one, Rome Odunze is better than Jackson Smith and Jigba. The draft capital would indicate that. Having multiple years of solid college production, unlike Jackson Smith and Jigba, would indicate that. And I will also add that the big issue with Jackson Smith and Jigba, or we'll just call him JSN. The big issue with JSN as a rookie was that he had this uniquely horrible combination of not getting targeted at a crazy high rate, along with a really, really low average depth of target. Fortunately, we should not be seeing that with Rome Odunze. If anything, Keenan Allen and DJ Moore are probably going to be the preferred short area of the field wide receivers in this offense. Cole Kmet operates in the shorter area of the field. Not that Rome Odunze is the quote-unquote deep threat.
Rome Odunze led all of college football in receiving yards last year and had almost 17 yards per reception.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be 14, 15. I mean, Dario's going to know better than I am right now, folks. I have not done my projections yet. Those will come out in a couple weeks. Let's just hear it, though. What kind of stat line do we have for Rome Odunze?
Yeah,
just to get the people understanding.
I have him projected for 14.5 yards per reception. Like you said, you always bring a guy down from that college number if he comes to the league.
How many catches?
71 catches.
We like that.
And 1,000 yards, just over 1,000. 1040.
Do you have 3,000-yard receivers right now on the Bears? True or false?
I actually have Keenan Allen below 1,000 yards. So even though he's going to slightly edge out Rome Odunze in targets, I have him at a much lower yards per reception, coming in around 940 yards.
So you have Kmet and Allen as the security blankets. Odunze and DJ Moore operating a little bit more downfield in terms of our current, as of April 27th. As of April 27th, these are the assumptions.
Well, the draft is still not yet over, just so we're all clear. And yeah, Kmet is totally dead. He's around 550 yards. And then I've got, 6.2 touchdowns for Rome Odunze, while Keenan Allen
number
at 7.3. So I think Keenan Allen, more of an already trusted veteran presence who might get those looks in the red zone. He's going to be targeted closer to the line of scrimmage. I think especially with the fact that he's not going to need to be the number one weapon in his offense anymore. He's going to get to work in that short to intermediate zone where he can absolutely dominate. But that's going to lead to possibly more yards for Rome Odunze.
I like that. Let's actually talk about Caleb Williams for a second before we get back to a few more wide receiver projections. Clearly, we like DJ Moore. We're not going to talk about him too much. We'll keep that. We got to keep something a little secretive for the paywall.
Of course.
We've got Keenan Allen, a lot of receptions, a little under 1,000 yards. We've got Rome Odunze flirting with around 70 catches, 6 touchdowns, 6 touchdowns for Odunze, 7 for Allen. This has to be at the very least pretty good for Caleb Williams. Where is he projecting right now in the touchdown department? If I remember correctly, there has never been a Bears quarterback, not just to have 4,000 passing yards, but to even crack 30 touchdowns. The 4,030 season has never happened. Where do you have Caleb Williams at right now? Just so we can understand how close we are to those quote unquote records. I'd say infamous records, infamous records, if anything, for the Chicago Bears fan
currently, we have 3,825 passing yards for Caleb Williams and 25.3 passing touchdowns. So it's pretty optimistic. It's definitely the overs.
You say again, 3,800 passing yards?
Yeah, 3,825.
So if I took Caleb Williams over 3,375 passing yards 2 days ago on FanDuel, you would say
feel pretty good about that.
Even if he misses some time, he can still clear that number, right?
I think so. I mean, it's going to come down to the pace of this offense. Shane Waldron never really ran a particularly fast-paced offense in Seattle. So I think that might hold back the overall gaudy numbers that we might hope for in fantasy, but it should be a very efficient offense with all these weapons. And I think that 30 touchdowns is well within reach. Obviously, that's not a median projection by any means, but we have him at 25, as well as almost 4 more touchdowns on the ground, 3.7 rushing touchdowns for Caleb Williams. So I think he very well could crack 30 for the season.
Right now, I'm getting absolutely immense respect for my outfit. Dario getting absolutely immense respect for his projections. Let's move on now to a few rookie wide receivers that, to use the politically correct term, hit the absolute freaking nuts with their landing spots. We're going to talk about Ladd McConkey, pick 2 of the second round to the Chargers. We're going to talk about Xavier Worthy, pick 28 to the Chiefs, and Keon Coleman, pick 1 to the Bills. Before we kick it back to the NFL news desk, let's talk about, I'm going to say my favorite, my biased one, Ladd McConkey going at 202 to the Chargers. How are we going to project this guy? Because at this point, I mean, I think you legally have to project him on a season-long basis, and especially when you look towards the end of the season. This is the Chargers' number 1 option in the passing game.
That's where we already have him. I mean, I put him at 17% of the target share, and I think Quentin Johnston came in around 15, and Josh Palmer also came in around 15. It's 15.5 for Palmer, 16.5 for Quentin Johnston, 17% for Ladd McConkey. And Ladd McConkey, I mean, people see a white receiver and they think he's a slot guy. Ladd McConkey has long speed.
Much more than
he has quick burst. Like I'm projecting him for 13.4 yards per reception. He's a guy that was easily clearing 15 in college. And we know that he's dealt with some injuries. He's had ups and downs in college. He's never really put together a full season of production. People weren't sure how much that was going to hold back his draft capital, but he still got drafted at the very top of the second round. So we're just absolutely all in on Ladd McConkey. I think 97 targets, where I currently have him, for 17% of the Chargers targets, is
17% feels low. Dario,
yeah, it's pretty middle of the road.
Where do you have Palmer? Where do you have Quentin Johnston? I might be biased, folks. I grew up in San Diego. I am a Chargers fan. I wanted to get McConkey to the magic number of 20. How close are we to that? Who is holding
There's really
him back? Give me the target shares of Palmer and Quentin Johnston.
Yeah,
because right now I want
It's
McConkey at
15 and a half for Palmer.
Okay.
16 and a half for Johnston. I think 16 and a half is pretty optimistic for Johnston.
Very.
But I mean, I think you just don't want to put a rookie second rounder at 22% of the target share just yet.
Now, before we kick it back to the NFL desk, it looks like we're still waiting on Cody Carpentier specifically to return to his desk. He might be taking more shots. Shout out to the super chat. Thank you for that. What do you, the question from Matthew Wiggins, what do you guys think about Vidal on the Chargers? And then we also have, we have a $10.69 super chat.
Nice.
Double shots for the nerds. Thanks, everybody. Epic stream. Cheers. This is from Flatulent Fantasy. Flatulent Fantasy, we're going to kick it back to the NFL desk in just a minute, and then we will show up on that stream to take our shots. We're just getting this right now. Would you like to take the first pull of this?
Are we pulling this?
I think we're going to take a... Right now, we have Maddie Kiwoom setting us up with little
provider.
mugs.
Also, run the Dynasty.
This is... We know how to read.
Well,
Yeah.
Right now, we've got coffee mugs.
Well, listen, you got the prison outfit look. We have a mug. We have a shot. This is the official Josh Larkey mug shot.
I think so. Flatulent Fantasy, once again, $10.69. It couldn't be a better number out there. This is actually going to be my third shot in the past 15 minutes.
Oh, God.
Stream, you're welcome. We're going to pin the Matthew Wiggins question. We're going to take the shot. We're going to answer Vidal and the Chargers, and then we will kick it back to the NFL stream.
Cheers.
Here we go. Coffee cups.
Whew.
You know, the third shot in 15 minutes. Oh, it's going to give me that grovelly voice.
It's gonna stick a little more than the last two.
A little bit of the real lunch pail football guy type voice. But someone said a shot of what? 1 sec. John Freeborn in the chat. This is Dulce Vita.
Dulce Vita tequila.
I couldn't tell you
Straight
anything about
from
it.
Mexico, probably.
I have to say, I've been manifesting the handsome recently. I've been going with the Casamigos. Shout out George Clooney. We will take the Dolce Vita. It's tequila. Yeah, Penrose is wondering it's tequila. Of course, it's tequila. All right, let's go back.
Yes.
Before we kick it back, I'm going to pull up one more time. Flatulent Fantasy, Nerds Rule. I couldn't agree more. I will have an article out on Player Profiler within this week, detailing some of my thoughts on how we're going to project some of these players. Let's now quick to Matthew Wiggins. What do you guys think about Vidal and the Chargers? Before we kick it back to the NFL desk, Dario, I'm going to let you take this one away. Vidal and the Chargers, it seems like it has to be a pretty good landing spot in terms of there's targets up for grabs. How do you feel about this one?
I think it's a good one. I mean, the tough spot is in terms of carries. He's going to probably finish well behind Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins, but you have to like the openness of the fact that Gus Edwards is only getting older. J.K. Dobbins is coming off of multiple seasons with back-to-back major injuries. I think that Elijah Dotson was a nice preseason story last year, but he's not going to keep Kamani Vidal off the field. I think Isaiah Spiller has struggled tremendously in the times that he's gotten on the field in the NFL. So I think Kamani Vidal could get to a point of, say, 50, 60 carries this season. But like you said, the usage in the passing game is even more promising. Neither Dobbins nor Gus Edwards has been a guy that has really stepped up and commanded targets at any point in their NFL careers. I think if Vidal becomes the third down back, This is not going to be a very pass heavy team, but easily a path to 30 targets, which is intriguing for a 5th round running back.
Yeah, Kamani Vidal, 5'8", around 215 pounds. This is the short, stocky guy. These scouts out there, I'm sure Maddie, I'm sure Cody can talk to this. This is a lunch pail. Drop the knees in the dirt, roll up the sleeves, pass block a little bit. Kamani Vidal feels like the kind of guy that can give a day one impact due to pass blocking, due to the fact that he plays with Justin Herbert and the Chargers. We're going to kick it to the Podfather. Now, the Podfather at this moment, out fishing. But Podfather yesterday, Dynasty Deluxe.
This episode is brought to you by Player Profiler, the Dynasty Deluxe package. The rankings are the best in the industry. It includes strategy mode where you can say, hey, change the rankings to be win now. Oh, change the rankings to be productive struggle. There's also a draft planner to help to strategize where you should take players because the draft planner also includes ADP. There's a trade finder where we look up on My Fantasy League and we see trades that are done, including a particular player. Then there's a trade analyzer where you can plug in draft picks, players, and we assign a lifetime value to draft picks out 5 years. The best thing about our trade analyzer, it can't be gamed with volume. And there's mock draft data to see right now what's the market for player X versus player Y, including in the fall when very few mock drafts are happening. And our Dynasty guide, the Dynasty Dominator, would cost you $10 on Amazon, but you get it for free with Dynasty Deluxe, and you get our rookie guide for free, a $25 value. So you get all of that for $45. I mean, it's a great deal.
We're back here with the 2024 NFL Draft, and as they say, it's the final countdown, baby. 50 picks left in the 2024 NFL Draft. Our boys are outside fishing. We want to get out there. We got to make some boigas. We got to make some brats. We got to make some dogs. But first off, we got to get a draft pick, and the draft pick is a dog himself, the best receiving back in the 2024 NFL Draft. Dylan Lobby from New Hampshire goes off with the 32nd pick in the 6th round. Las Vegas Raiders select Dylan Lobby from New Hampshire.
Thank God. Dylan Lobby from New Hampshire is a prolific receiving running back. I've gone on record saying, and I still back it, it's the single greatest trait amongst the entire running back class is his ability to be weaponized as an offensive pass catcher. He goes to a team that lacks it. It's devoid of pass catching running backs. There's now a path for him to be, I don't want to call him a bell cow, but if there's an injury to the Zeus in Vegas, Dylan Lobby's good between the tackles. He's a great receiver. There was not many landing spots that would have kept me hype about Lobby, but this happens to be one of them.
A big shout out to Long Island native Dylan Lobby.
Big strong Island.
Well, you said
Alexander Madison is still a human being.
Well,
yeah, no, you're correct. No, Cody, that's a good check. That's a good check. No, because he would never. Alexander Madison is the next in line for those guys.
Yeah.
But both running backs, I think, is there's a similar cloth, and it allows Lobby to become a weapon in the passing game. So I do love the landing spot.
If there's an injury, I mean, come on, like he slots right in, doesn't he?
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, Cody, I do appreciate you checking me because I was getting a little excited. You know, if you guys have been rocking with me over at the Draft Rankings, DraftRankings.com or Player Profiler, you know that I'm big on Dylan.
You're huge on Dylan Lobby. I think this is this is one of the better landing spots for being in this situation. And I'm not saying Madison's going to do anything. It was just a layup. Madison's still there. He's not good. He's not good, but it's a thing where Lobby's going to be the pass catching back, period, in this backfield. These damn shots make me burp. Zamir White's going to be the lead back from day one. Madison's going to work in. It's not going to be any 80% share for either one of these backs, but Lobby's going to get the work out of the backfield. That's not even going to be close.
Right.
It's a hammer. This is a sick value here in round number 6, 208th overall. Again, 49 picks left in the 2024 NFL Draft. We do got 5 picks to recap for you guys. Micah Abram, we talked about going to the Colts at 201. Travis Glover, a tackle from Georgia State, goes to the Green Bay Packers, adding depth. Like we talked about it early on the onset. The Packers are not going to have a beautiful, flashy stars all over draft. It's going to be a low-key, interior, defensive backfield darts. Vikings, go kicker, well-record from Alabama. UCF, Tyler Gravel, offensive lineman, goes to the Buffalo Bills. More depth on the offensive line where they need it. Houston goes running back Jawar Jordan from Louisville. At 206, Nathaniel Watson from Mississippi State, a linebacker that did participate in the All-Star breakouts, goes to the Cleveland Browns. Michael Jarrell, offensive tackle from Finley. We talk about the offensive line, man. Christian Mahogany is one you've brought up multiple times. It's not off the board yet. Michael Jarrell started over 40 games in college at Findlay University, playing at the right tackle position. Michael Jarrell is going to be a guy that just sits in there behind Abe Lucas and earns a role potentially down the line. All this is a piece that's going to continue to sit and sit and sit. We had Lobby go off at 208. Joshua Larkey, from the kicker from Stanford, goes off the board at 209. I mean, Joshua Cardi goes off the board from Stanford at 209. At 210 overall, finally, the Detroit Lions select Christian Mahogany. This is the number 2 value in the draft behind Christian Boyd.
It's unbelievable. Christian Mahogany.
I'm so mad that the Lions did it.
And at the end of the day, investing the 210th pick in a guy with Mahogany, I had him in my top 100. It's insane value. But real quick, I got to give a big shout out, Michael Schwartz. Pew, pew, pew.
He didn't even ask us to do any for
no,
shots.
No, you know what? He did tell us to enjoy our evening. You know what, though? Michael, you enjoy your evening.
We appreciate you, Michael.
Thank you so
Always
much,
tapping
Michael.
in. Michael Schwartz is a bona fide
The real one.
dog.
Dog, baby, dog.
All right.
Guys, I do want to make one quick statement here about the Las Vegas Raiders. We're cheering Dylan Law. Of course, I like Dylan Law, but this is a massive win for Zamir White.
No.
This draft has been a massive win for Zamir White. There's no competition that's going to push him without injury.
I mean,
yeah,
but Madison's there and Lobby's there.
No, they have guys.
These are fine running
He's
backs.
the number one
Trey
option,
Benson goes to the Raiders.
right?
He's F.
I
You know
love
what I'm saying?
Zamir White. I love Zamir White, but I'm a little hesitant.
We're routinely mocking one of the upper echelon, the Jaylen Wrights, the Trey Bensons, the Blake Corners. These are the type of running backs we were thinking might go to Vegas. They don't.
If you have Zamir White, you're thrilled. You're absolutely thrilled.
You've kind of dodged the raindrops here. And
Yep.
now at the end of the day,
I think that's the takeaway.
Yeah, of course, injuries happen. Alexander Madison is a pro. There's a reason why he's still in the league. But Zamir White, if you have him on your team, you're not sitting there panicking. Those shares are not lit on fire. Not by any stretch.
What?
I like him. I like it.
You like it?
Well, you
All
like
right.
Zamir in the process.
I loved Zamir in the process. I just wasn't. The problem is he's not a pass catching pro. He's a solid between the tackles, grinder, 1-2 punch, first and second down. That's what makes me nervous because I don't know what the respect level is going to be for Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew in this offense. They have weaponry, but there's no respect. It matters.
We are not talking about that enough. The Las Vegas Raiders are leaving this draft knowing that Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew is their quarterback.
And they're going to get
Lombardi-
no respect.
The other night, yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
And Michael Lombardi talked about how injury prone Gardner Minshew could be with an offensive line it's not Swiss cheese, but it's also not solidified in any means. They're gonna, if you have Devontae Adams shares, that should be a little bit nerve wracking to me. If you were high on Brock Bowers, you took Brock Bowers before the NFL draft, you might have to wait a year before you truly see some of these outcomes of some of these, higher outcomes, higher percentile outcomes come to fruition.
I think I'm okay with Adams in redraft. I'm more concerned for the other pieces of that offense because we kind of saw a sneak preview into what the Colts did last year, and Michael Pittman got peppered in that scenario. So I don't know if they can support multiple pass catchers, but Devontae Adams, I think, is okay. He's fine where he's going. I think he's going in the early second round, maybe mid-second round in like redraft, best ball leagues. Who knows what's going to happen after this week? But I like the other pieces of that offense. I'm concerned about for this year. The Brock Bowers, the Jacoby Myers. I think the running back's fine. I think they're going to want to run the ball a lot with Zamir White. I think, and he's not going to cost a ton. Even now, like if you want to go buy him in Dynasty, he's not going to cost a lot.
Nate Dogg's asking, is he a top 15 running back in redraft? Zamir White?
No.
He's right on that. He's right on that line, though.
20,
I don't have the redraft stuff ready yet.
Yeah, well, just off the cuff.
I would say off the cuff,
19 to 23.
So closer to 20. Yeah. Okay.
That's fair. That's
so
fair.
if your league's value him or if you're valuing him as a top 15 running back, it's probably better for you to start thinking him as more as a 20th guy.
Next up in the draft, 211 overall, the Kansas City Chiefs select cornerback Kamal Hayden from Tennessee. He did not start or end in Tennessee. He actually started his life in Detroit, Baton Rouge, Michigan. He ended up going to Auburn, transferring to Independence University in Kansas after Last Chance U got done there. After Coach Brown got fired, he went to Independence, Kansas for 2 seasons before transferring back to Tennessee. He comes out the board here, 2-11 overall. From Tennessee, going back to Kansas, technically, right? Technically, it's Kansas. Technically, it's not.
No, it's Missouri, but who knows? There's a whole
But
issue.
who knows? He's going back
There's
to
a
the-
whole there's a
he's
whole
going
issue
back to the
with
plains.
the voting and the Jackson County. Chiefs fans know what I'm talking about, but they're not going anywhere. Don't worry about it.
He brings his 6 foot tall, 196 pound self, 4.57 40-yard dash back to Kansas City. Kansas City, of course, lost L'Jarius Sneed during the pre-draft process in a trade to the Tennessee Titans. In this draft, the Kansas City Chiefs have one selection left. They went cornerback just this once right now with Kamal Hayden. They, of course, took Jaden Hicks earlier in the 4th round. I don't even know if we discussed that one when it happened. Jaden Hicks from Washington State. That was a heavily reduced name during the pre-draft process as a guy that was sought after by these NFL teams.
Yeah, well, he has the ability to move into the slot. I think that Jaden Hicks was a guy who had some helium around NFL circles, and we saw him go off the board. And he's a player that, of course, is not going to make the most drastic impact, but he will help a team out due to his versatility.
Can I make a desperate plea? If Ryan Poles is not watching the stream, but
You never know.
but we've seen the
3,000 people watching. One of them might be Ryan Poles.
We've seen the Bears trade up back into this draft. They only had 4 picks for, I believe, is the pass rusher from the tequila's getting to me from Kansas, Austin Hooker.
Booker.
Booker. Of course, that's what the brain does.
You like hookers when you drink tequila?
It's neither here nor there. But can we please, you drafted Caleb Williams, number 1 overall. Can we please trade back into the 6th round, or if he falls into the 7th round, just give up a pick next year? Who cares? Let's make Brendan Rice a Chicago Bear. Please, Ryan Poles. Keenan Allen is over 30 years old. You draft Rome Odunze, sure. You've completed the infinity gauntlet of wide receivers. But you, as Matty Cubum says, you strengthen a strength.
Always.
Go get Brendan Rice. He's the ultimate value. Like, what's going on? Why?
Plug him in behind Keenan Allen for a year. This is exactly
what he
you read
needs.
up.
This is like the Jermaine Burton situation. Like, if you think he's a knuckle, like, I don't know.
This is beyond knucklehead. A knucklehead went last night.
Yeah.
This is beyond knucklehead. This is concerning for his career. His entire career. Because now he's trending not to be a 7th round pick. I think when a guy of this stature is available, I mean, where did you have in your big board, Cody?
I don't even. I'm so surpassed in this. I had him 62nd overall. We're at 213 right now with the Rams.
Yeah, just trade back in, Ryan Poles. Like, you did it once already for a pass rusher. Good
I have
move,
to
by the
believe
way.
Caleb is in Poles' ear.
He
has to be. He has to be calling him up. Text
Or
please,
Taj.
please.
Taj. Like how about you send
Taj? Both. Yeah.
Send next year's 7th, send next year's 6th, give us back-to-back picks. Like the Rams are, the Rams pick at 213, 217 right now. Send next year's 5th and 4th. I don't even care. They got rid of next year's 3rd already to move back in earlier to get Booker. Send the next year's 4th and 5th. Come back in here, get Taj and Brendan Rice. Screw it.
This is what I don't this is the disconnect between when you're trying to gather information. You try to make predictions. You try to read between the lines as opposed to the guys in the know, the guys in the room, the NFL executives. Why would you take Cam Little if you're the Jacksonville Jaguars, a place kicker, and not Brendan Rice, not Taj Washington? These are guys that can literally help you win football games, where Cam Little is 3 missed kicks in week 1 and being cut.
Who is Trent? What kind of photographs does Trent Baalke have? How does he keep getting these jobs? Like seriously,
he's a photographs guy. He must be.
He has some dirt on somebody. Like he's not good at his job. He's not good. Trent Baalke.
He's not good. What do you judge?
Let's look at this draft here. Let's look at these.
Hey, I've had so much to. I don't know. I probably have turned into some kind of version of Jerry Seinfeld.
Let's get an early look at this, because I know Maddie's working on a sheet right now doing his grades for the draft. I want Maddie to pull up his grades right now, and I want to hear Jacksonville. So they started out round 1. They just picked Cam Little here with 212 pick overall. They have one more in the 7th round. Brian Thomas Jr. in the 1st at 23rd overall. Mason Smith in the 2nd round from LSU, the defensive tackle. They also went back to LSU in the 4th round for Jordan Jefferson, a defensive tackle. They took Jerry Jones, a cornerback from Florida State, Javon Foster, a tackle from Missouri in the 4th round. They went to the defensive backfield with DeAndre Prince in the 5th round, Kylan Robinson from Texas, a dynamic piece across the formation. And then they go Cam Little here when there isn't still some offensive linemen I think you could add to plug in. You're seeing right here with this Jacksonville stuff the difference between a championship franchise and a shit franchise.
A joke.
In Philadelphia,
Yeah, a joke.
Philadelphia
The cons are jokes.
attacking the interior of the offensive line with multiple darts, trading back 7 times in this draft, adding late round picks because he needs to throw these darts because he needs to hit on some guys. When Lane retires, Kelsey's retired, when more of these guys move on, you need to have, these darts shot.
Yeah,
you can't
need
just
to make chances.
You have to take the chances. Cam Little here in the 6th round. Maddie, when we're looking at grades, mine are going to be out next week. You're working on yours right now. D minus.
You got it. You got it, baby. I mean, you talked about it earlier. You have them in your head. You still have to work them out. You still have to comb through it. Right now, in my head, it's a D. At best, it's a C minus. Like there's literally no way, in my opinion, the Jaguars get themselves above a C minus in this draft.
I like that.
In my opinion, losing Darius Williams. Darius Williams was playing like a top 12 cornerback in the NFL last year. You lose him. You don't do anything to replace him in the draft. You do not get any of the players in the trenches. What you went and did was get Brian Thomas, who's just marginally more effective than Gabe Davis. And I know that's a personal take. A lot out there might be saying to themselves, no, it's a great pick. I don't think Squidward's going to be a difference maker here for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They are trending to be a sub-C team in this draft. D minus.
A team that is doing the opposite. Less need at GM right now. Sean McVay, I know he's pulling strings. The Rams are crushing this draft. Crushing. Jared Verse, Braden Fisk from Florida State in the 1st and 2nd round. Blake Corum in the 3rd round. Cameron Kinshin, a safety that was looked at as the best safety in the damn draft a few months ago. Brennan Jackson, a depth piece. Tyler Davis, a depth piece. They do get a kicker. Cool, fine, whatever. You need one. Their 3rd, 6th round pick, they just used. They have a 4th one coming up here in a minute to close out the round. Jordan Whittington, wide receiver from Texas, goes ahead of Brendan Rice. Jordan Whittington, though, when you look at the prospects from out of Cuero, Texas, he was a 4-star prospect, was Jordan Whittington, and he proved that he could be him. In this Texas offense with Xavier Worthy, with Adonai Mitchell, with Jatavian Sanders, this is a guy that stood up in the biggest of games, took those catches, made the athleticism, the athletic moves to get downfield and to create space. This is a college version of Adam Thielen. I talked about Adam Thielen earlier with Jalen Polk for an upside comp for Jalen Polk. In college, that's what Jordan Whittington was. He is the definition of a culture builder. And when you're looking at the wide receiver position with the Rams right now, I know they have the agent Cooper Kupp. They have Puka Nacua from last year. No bullshit. A tweet I made 4 months ago, you can go find it right now, was that Jordan Whittington, if there was ever one in this draft, was the Puka Nacua. I don't think he's going to have a 1,400-yard season, but this is a guy that's going to surprise people because of the stupid-ass draft capital that is caused by injury, by lack of attention paid, and by just having depth around him in Xavier Worthy, Adonai Mitchell, and Jatavian Sanders. Jordan Whittington's a slam damn dunk right here. He's better than DeMarcus Robinson on day one.
You want to look at the dichotomy of these two franchises. You don't have to look any further than 212 and 213. Cam Little, Jordan Whittington. Jordan Whittington going to the Jaguars gives them insurance for Gabe Davis, gives them insurance for Brian Thomas, their 1st-round pick. No, they go kicker. Jordan Whittington, good culture guy, fast player, good guy in the locker room, good guy you want. Well, again, most people are probably going to scoff at the Puka Nacua call. Of course, there's no Puka Nacua. 1,400s out of the 5th round. Give me a break. But if there was going to be one, Jordan Whittington is absolutely, undeniably a candidate.
It's like one of those guys where you're watching other players and you're going, wait a minute, who's that guy?
Yep.
Like, and you would know more than anybody about this guy. So, like, if there's any actionable piece of advice, there's nobody that's watching Texas players more than Goody.
Alex, maybe.
And Alex. And
I'll give Alex those props. But the biggest thing that comes to mind is like literally like the biggest of situations, the biggest of games, Bama, Oklahoma, when the lights turned on, when the lights got bright as shit and hot.
Prime time.
Whittington was the one that found the open space, and they went to Witt because they knew he was going to catch that football. That's what he brings to a team. He doesn't need to come in here and be the number 1 or the 2. He is an Osborne type. He's going to be a number 3 in the NFL, but he's going to do it for 8 years.
He's going to be the guy that in our dynasty leagues, you're going, do I want him? And you go, you know what? He's better to have him on my bench in case I need for emergency than XYZ, hot shot, 8th round pick back there. Jordan will be he'll be in the league for years to come.
And this is why you watch on day 3. And some people are going, day 3, who cares? I'm just gonna go whatever.
We got damn near 3,000 people hanging out for day 3, baby. We love you.
I know, and they're awesome. But more people should be watching this because the takeaways are you need to leave every draft with Javon Baker because he's a dog. And you need to leave every draft in deep dynasty leagues with Jordan fucking Whittington.
Yeah.
This is
right.
Here's a stat for you from his career: 40 career games at Texas. He eclipsed 60 receiving yards 9 times. Oh, well, it was probably against bad teams. Yeah, you're right. It did happen against Louisiana. Yeah, it did happen against Texas Tech. Texas Tech happens to be one of their biggest rivals in the whole damn league, right? Washington, the Alamo Bowl.
Oh,
Alabama,
in the champion.
Alabama in the college football playoff. TCU twice. Oklahoma 3 times. Jordan Whittington 60+ receiving yards 9 times in his career. All came when the lights were bright as a mother, except for that Louisiana game. This guy will put the pads on. He will get down. If he's healthy, he will grind through and he will kick some tail. We have a new guest joining us right now. Our boy from Atlanta. Hot Atlanta.
Oh my God.
Jason came down to the Senior Bowl this year for the first time and enjoyed some Ryan Flournoy. Ryan Flournoy
Jay had one request.
is slotting in right now as what in Dallas?
Michael Gallup role, I would have to say. I mean, I don't
he's
think
the wide receiver 2 in Dallas.
Brandon Cooks is still there.
There's some issues with the contract. Brandon Cooks was washed out last season. Ryan Flournoy is a total dog. He demonstrated his entire career. Guy comes out of high school, goes to D2, doesn't do too well, gets a little hurt, goes to JUCO, tears his ACL, recovers, leads his JUCO team in receiving yards, transfers to D1, Southeast Missouri, leads his team in receiving yards, leads his team in receiving yards again. What does he do when he goes to Mobile for the Senior Bowl? He commands targets, not just gets targets, commands targets, comes out day 1, gets targeted by every single quarterback. It's just this player, this man is the type of profile that just succeeds at the next level. Like when you have a story like that, when you go like that throughout your college career and come back from adversity after adversity after adversity, and then continuously show up at the top level, it's just impressive. And to get 6th round draft capital after going through that story, not 7th round draft capital, to still even get drafted is impressive. And so I am over the moon with this landing spot, over the moon with him just getting drafted. Ryan Flournoy is my biggest rookie flag plant.
Boom, baby.
I love it.
And now, as your friend, I'm happy now that you can get off the Jacob Cowan BS.
Hey, now,
I'm still on that too.
Ryan Flournoy is set up in a great
That
spot. We've been talking about this spot for Brendan Rice for the last hour. Rice still falling. We're gonna see where that ends up being.
Ryan
a couple years
Flournoy.
ago, it was Mike Strawn that fell to this point, and I was like, man, why is he still here?
Right.
He was the Ryan Flournoy of that class a couple years ago. He ended up going with the first pick in the 7th round. Flournoy goes with 5 picks left in the 6th. Brendan Rice still available. Fantasy relevant players though.
I got to say this, though. It's not fantasy relevant, but it's NFL relevant. The Rams just made another dynamite pick. This guy should not have been available in round 6. Bo Limmer to the Los Angeles Rams. Great pick. This is you want to eat glass type of guy, walk through fire type of guy. This is that guy. Again, the Rams they put together themselves a great 3 days drafting the next wave of players for their team.
I'm just checking one thing really quickly. I hope you guys just hold with me. I know we're going to send you over to the fantasy desk, but I wanted to check one thing really quickly. Oh, you're right. The good thing here, good news, very good news for Bo Limmer. The Rams do not play the Tennessee Titans this year. He will not have to go one-on-one with Avondre Sweat.
But I will say this one thing about Limmer. He was ragdolled by Sweat, but that
Bounce
MFer
back, bounce
said, let's
back,
do it again.
bounce back,
Give me another chance.
bounce
That's
back.
the type of guy you want at center. And you know what? Who might have used a center? Who could have benefited from getting a center? I don't know. The Jacksonville Jaguars, but sure, get another place kicker. Con, good job.
Let's go talk to the fantasy desk and see if they got anything else. Dirk Nords. That's a failure.
So we're back. I am joined by Anand Nanduri, and we're here to talk a little bit about kind of a couple of our favorite day 3 selections. But I know you wanted to talk a little bit about a punter going in the 4th round and on.
Yeah, what the hell are we doing here, man? Well, I
Hall
guess
of Famer. Hall of Famer.
Well, I guess if you think about it, they drafted Iowa's whole offense in one player. You know, I'm not saying that it was an effective offense, but they drafted the whole offense in one player.
Well, I love it because I first of all, Caleb Williams texting him and saying that I don't expect to punt too much was an incredible flex, and I love that for Caleb Williams. But first, let's update Devin Leary, selected by the Baltimore Ravens. We have another quarterback selection. We'll come back to that, but I love it because anybody who played fantasy and was still in it towards the end of last season, real ones remember what the Chicago Bears defense was doing to end last season. That was a defense that was forcing turnovers. That was a defense that was getting to the quarterback. And that was a defense that was like a must start for probably 4 out of the last 5 weeks of the season, and a defense that you were using during the fantasy playoffs. And when you take a look at what Ryan Poles has been able to put together talent-wise, he's put talent on both sides of the ball, and he just drafted the franchise quarterback. This is a guy who was able to turn 2 years ago a wide receiver room that was like Equinemius St. Brown, Darnell Mooney, Velus Jones, and Dante Pettis into Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and Rome Odunze, arguably going from worst to best in terms of wide receiver rooms. And this is like an icing on the cake type pick. So the haters out there don't like this one. And if it was any other punter, I would say, yeah, you know, that was kind of a bad pick. But like, we're talking about legitimately a chance to be a all-pro in his rookie season.
Yeah, and I think when you look at what the Bears have done, right, part of the reason they hired Eberflus was all the success he had coordinating the Colts defense. He hires his own DC, tries to be more of a CEO type, and that clearly did not go well because people in Chicago wanted his ass gone for basically a year and a half because of how bad the defense looked. Second half of last year, some things happen, and he takes over coordinating the defense and suddenly gets some pieces in there. And whether it through the draft or, you know, they had some nice free agent acquisitions last year and then also this year. I mean, they're cooking, man. The offense in Chicago looks good. The defense in Chicago looks much improved. It's set up for Caleb Williams to kind of go, man. We'll see how much they even need Torrey Taylor, much like he texted him, you know, luxury pick, but luxury might not be needed.
Yeah, and like there was a little bit of apprehension in this house in terms of some of the reactions to the round 4 running back landing spots. We had a couple of disappointments, you know, whether it was Braelon Allen, whether it was Jaylen Wright, whether you know, pick your poison here. But in terms of like these late picks, we have some really, really fun ones. I'll say that I really enjoyed hearing Cody Carpentier and Seth and Maddie and Jason with their takes on a couple of these guys. But the Jordan Whittington pick is really interesting because when you look at a franchise that's been able to kind of do it with day 3 players, it's the Los Angeles Rams, especially when we look at the offensive side of the ball. Puka Nacua was a round 5 pick. Kyron Williams was a round 6 pick. If you want to go back, you know, a few years ago, I mean, there's a couple other hits here, but this is a franchise that trades away early picks. They have their own sort of different evaluation, like the way they go about evaluating is odd. They don't always send people to the combine. It's just a little different. But when they draft a wide receiver that was productive in college, despite him sliding, it's a guy that I think we should at least investigate in taking a dart throw on in our rookie drafts, especially in, you know, rookie drafts where you have 5th, 6th round, players available.
Yeah, I think, you know, anytime you get Matthew Stafford as your quarterback, he's going to elevate, you know, some of the targets you get. Not all targets are created equal, as we know. There's a little bit different when you have, a borderline top 8, top 10 quarterback versus, you know, bottom of the barrel. And Matthew's elevated several. I think Puka's among them. You know, I don't know that he has the same season if Sean McVay isn't calling plays and Matthew Stafford isn't his quarterback. Not to say he wouldn't have been successful, but the Rams have had really good success with day 3 guys. I mean, Van Jefferson has played significant snaps and spot start roles for them. DeMarcus Robinson at times. The Rams have done really well with kind of that wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4 archetype in the past. And some of them, like Puka, who was really drafted to be more of their 2 or 3 and really established himself late in the season as almost a 1 or a 1B to Cooper's 1A, however you want to look at it. I think when you really look at how the Rams develop day 3 receivers, you have to be really excited about what Jordan Whittington can be. And you're right. I think we do have to investigate that landing spot a little more. And he's a little more interesting than he even was before that.
Yeah, and I really do like the Dylan Lobby pick because I think he has multiple paths. Not necessarily for fantasy. I think that fantasy-wise, we would hope that he's able to help us out. But, betting on a 6th-round running back doesn't always work out. But I think in terms of long-term like stability to stay on an NFL roster, this is a player who had a 295 yard receiving game this season against Central Michigan. And that was the only game where New Hampshire played a big school. It was a MAC school, but it's still the only time that, they played a FBS competition. And the whole game plan was lining Dylan Lobby, at wide receiver, throwing to him from out of the backfield. Pretty much their only chance to beat, a school level up was getting the ball in his hands. And he dropped 295 receiving yards. This is a player that played very, very well at the Senior Bowl. He had a very, very strong NFL combine. And I got to rep Dylan Lobby because I live on Long Island and Dylan Lobby is also from Long Island. This was a guy from way out east, like West Hampton area, ends up going to New Hampshire, mega producer. I think it's a really, really fun pick. You have to like it, though, if you're a Zamir White manager, because not a conflicting skill set. I think Zamir White's definitely a big dynasty winner, but how do you feel about the Dylan Lobby pick?
I think anytime you get a small school player, quote unquote, one of the first things that you look for is how did they play a level up, whether that's Senior Bowl, whether that's, they're in a D1 AA school and they play a D1 squad, or, if it's a MAC player, you wonder how they do against a Power 5 team. Just that next level up of competition. And then obviously once you get to the big dogs, right? Once you get to the combine, the Senior Bowl, now you're going against the guys that are getting drafted in round 1, round 2, round 3. And everything that we heard out of the Senior Bowl from all of our guys that went down there was, he tore it up. Yeah. And I think you got to be excited, one, because the guy in front of him in terms of in Zamir White is not exactly going to handicap any of his opportunities. It's not like you have a true bell cow in Zamir White, I don't think. But, that split share will be interesting.
Yeah, and just talking about a couple of other interesting picks in this round, Jace McClellan, I think certainly will be behind Tyler Algier, but has a chance to be on the active roster as like the RB3 in Atlanta. This is an Alabama running back. Anybody who watched the college football playoffs, McClellan was, terrific in that Michigan loss. Interesting player there. I'll say for me, Jaquan Jackson is an interesting pick, sort of a smaller wide receiver from Tulane. And, Malik Washington was a player that maybe we got a little too much hype on throughout our process. Certainly a player that I thought would have been drafted earlier. And I'll take a little bit of an L on that. But in terms of the landing spot, I think there's a pathway for Malik Washington to carve out a role as like the wide receiver 3 in Miami in one of the better offenses in the league.
Yeah, you got to be super excited of any landing spot, right?
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel finds a way, no matter who you are. You got to be thrilled, if you rookie drafted early, or if you're in Devy and you happen to have Malik Washington, even sliding down the board, you have to be thrilled about where he landed up, who his offensive coordinator functionally is going to be. And, all things considered, Miami's the rich get richer. They're just stacking chips on that offense, man. That team's going to be so much fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Miami's going to be like must-see TV, especially the speed that they put on that team, it's just absurd. I mean, they signed Jonnu Smith, even though he's getting older, in terms of pure speed at the tight end position, still one of the faster ones, electric with the ball in his hands, gets to go home, Florida international player, gets to go home to Miami. Obviously the Jaylen Wright, pick hurts me a lot. That was a guy that I was hoping had a pathway to, a Dallas or Minnesota, where a clear year 2 or year 1 path to touches. But in terms of like actual football and not fantasy football, that's a great pick. He's a baller. A year from now could take over for Raheem Mostert, but he's not touching my guy, Devon A-Chain. Don't get that one twisted and on. But a question in the chat from Jimmy Casket. I'll take this one because I think it's a good one. I think people are having a little bit of difficulty trying to where they're going to price Ricky Pearsall in their Superflex rookie drafts. And Jimmy's asking Ricky Pearsall the 210. He's going to be long gone there. I think that, with that first round draft capital, with a player that was sort of ascending and his sort of athletic ability, Plus, San Francisco, if you look at sort of their track record on recent wide receiver picks in that range, you're talking about Brandon Ayuk went pick 25, sounds about right.
Yep.
Brandon Ayuk was around, I could be off by a pick, but Anand's usually good at remembering this.
I think it was 26, but I could be wrong.
Brandon Ayuk is a top 30 selection. Ricky Pearsall goes off the board, a few picks later. And then Deebo Samuel was an early second round pick. So that little window, if you look at the wide receiver talent, when they draft one in that high second round, late first, it's sort of a profile. It's a next level athlete. And Ricky Pearsall certainly fits that.
Yeah, I think when you look at what Ricky did at Florida, obviously there's the one-handed catch that everyone's seen 1.5 million times when you're trying to hype up Ricky Pearsall as, early in the process. Some guys thought he was a day 3 guy. It was pretty clear that he was going to be an early day 2 guy after the Senior Bowl and after, some of the testing came out. And then he ends up as a day 1 guy. And not only as a day 1 guy, he ends up as a day 1 guy to a team that has one of the brightest offensive minds, if not the brightest offensive mind in the league, and sparked trade rumors for 2 all-pro wide receivers in Deebo and Brandon Ayuk. And I think, what they're evaluating there, if they think that he's worth first-round capital, then I think we should follow their evaluation because I think they know a lot more than we do.
Yeah, and it's the 7th round, and a big shout-out to our audience right now. You guys are sticking with us through the 7th round. We are setting records for our views. Every single show we're dropping. You guys supported our post-draft shows. You guys supported our live draft shows. Top 10 takeaways this morning. We had our friend Andrew Cooper from Fantasy Alarm on with Matt Kelly and myself. That was absolute fire. Highly recommend you watch that one when we're done here. If you want to support Player Profiler, make sure you're subscribed to our YouTube channel. Make sure you're also subscribing to Player Profiler News. That's our other YouTube channel. And you're going to start seeing some additional programming there. We want to be the leader for fantasy news. This summer, there'll be some very cool stuff coming on there. And you can find all of the hosts you're watching on this stream throughout the week. You're going to find Anand Nanduri with Matt Kelly on The Decision Point. You can find me I'm on a lot of podcasts.
He's on
basically
everything.
Just turn on YouTube and you'll find me throughout the week. But we really, really appreciate you guys. We knew that we would take a step forward in terms of people watching this, and it's exceeded our expectations. So hopefully you like it. Smash that like button on YouTube if you're enjoying it, and make sure you're subscribing to everything. Another question in the chat from Adam. Are you in or out on Keon Coleman? He has one of the best landing spots possible. And I think even if you were, I'll take it from this. I was always in on Keon Coleman. There was some Keon Coleman haters out there. The 4.61 40, one of the slower 40s in a very fast group of wide receivers this year at the Combine. I think that hurt him with some fantasy managers. But when you look at Keon Coleman, 20 years old, starts out the season with that 3 touchdown catch game against LSU. This was a player that outscored Jaden Reed while they played together at Michigan State. Keon Coleman, profiles like this can absolutely fail. But when you look at the wide receiver room in Buffalo, there's no wide receiver there with more than 22 career touchdowns. Like, Keon Coleman projects to be a player that it could be like a T. Higgins-like player in the NFL. He's not going to be Stephon Diggs, but I think he's going to be way more impactful than like a Gabe Davis, less impactful than a Diggs. We'll call it a T. Higgins-like outcome. Would that be fair, Anand?
Yeah. The guy that he reminded me of most when I watched him is actually a little bit of a throwback. Alshon Jeffrey is the guy that, I most saw because that's how he won, kind of an above the rim player in much in the same vein as a T. Higgins. But yeah, when you're quote unquote replacing, I don't want to use that word because it's not a one-to-one replacement. But when you're replacing Gabe Davis and you have the kind of profile that Keon Coleman has, and I mean, look, it's not like he did that to scrubs, man. Like, there were a lot of really good corners that they played against this year, and he made them all look silly. And he did it in the Big Ten too. There's not a lot of, I know that the profile is scary. You don't like 4-6 wide receivers traditionally. But I think every now and then you get kind of a diamond in the rough that has one little thing that you're not super thrilled about. And that's just the 40 time.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if he runs a 4-5 flat, he's not available to you at pick 33 with that profile. I want to give a big shout out to my guy, Mauricio Gutierrez in the chat. If you want to consume your fantasy football content in Spanish. Player profiler on Espanol. Mauricio is the best in the business at Spanish language fantasy football content. You can find player profiler on Espanol every single week here. And if you want to go back and watch, Mauricio broke down day 1 and day 2 on Espanol. So big shout out to our guy, Mauricio Gutierrez in the chat. Let's take a couple more questions. Let's go Xavier Worthy or Keon Coleman from Jimmy. It's Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't take Xavier Worthy in your rookie drafts, not to be a hater to the Xavier Worthy faders out there, but it's sort of a cowardly way to play fantasy football. You now have the fastest wide receiver to ever step foot on an NFL field based on combine numbers, attached to arguably the greatest quarterback we've ever seen, who elevated one of the other fastest wide receivers in the NFL to multiple top 5 seasons in Tyreek Hill. Now, I don't think Xavier Worthy is Tyreek Hill. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that he is now put in a situation that is an ideal ceiling spot for him in fantasy.
Yeah, and you're not chasing floors here, guys. That's not what we do. Floors are nice. Ceilings are what we're looking for. And if you're looking for a ceiling, it's hard to find a higher one than Xavier Worthy attached to Patrick Mahomes. With Andy Reid designing plays for him, give me all of the Xavier Worthy, especially. I mean, you want to talk about, we talk about landing spots from time to time, really impacting how we look at players. This was maybe the single best landing spot possible for Xavier Worthy, and he's set up to smash, man.
Yeah, and a question from the chat, Matthew Wiggins, when will you guys update your dynasty rankings? We're not going to rush it out tonight, but we will have an update sometime early this week, if not tomorrow. This is something where we're actually going to sit down and we need to go through the projections. We sort of have we sort of have a process here, and we want to make sure we're giving you the best possible dynasty ranking. So we won't be the first one out, but I think when it comes down to it, we'll have one of the most accurate ones. Want to subscribe to our dynasty rankings? You find that on playerprofiler.com. We are continually trying to have the best dynasty rankings around. Another question in the chat that I think is interesting is, well, first of all, let's update the picks, because we've been doing a poor job of that during our Anon and I just started cooking with this AMA. But let's update the last few picks. So you guys heard the Ryan Flournoy pick. You guys heard the Bo Limmer pick. Devin Leary goes at pick 218, quarterback from Kentucky, goes to the Baltimore Ravens. Interesting pick. Daquan Hardy, the cornerback from Penn State, is a Buffalo Bill. Elijah Klein, interior lineman from UTEP, is a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. The Bucs really look to grab some interior linemen with that Barton selection, this one as well. Travis Clayton goes to the Bills, another interior lineman off the board. Says England next to his name.
England.
So we're going to have to look into that. Then Javonte Jean-Baptiste from Notre Dame, an edge rusher, goes to the Washington Commanders. Trey Taylor, safety from Air Force, goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. And then Dejon Anthony, safety from Ole Miss, goes to the Cincinnati Bengals with pick 224. So 7th round, we are rolling here. The draft is absolutely not over. We just started cooking away with some dynasty questions. We are going to keep, guys, we're going to keep it up with the 7th round analysis here. Basically, let's talk about a little bit about this Buffalo Bills draft besides Keon Coleman. Anything else you like what they've done this draft or this offseason and on?
I think one of the toughest things that you can do as a front office is when you enter that second window with your quarterback, when, Pat Mahomes dealt with this. Joe Burrow is going to deal with this when they have to, let Higgins walk. KC had Tyreek Hill there, and they were ready to make him one of the highest paid wide receivers in the league, but the number was just too high. And so they shipped him out to Miami for some draft capital and tried to draft his replacement. And to this point, they haven't really found a one-to-one replacement for him, but they've replaced him in the aggregate because they believe their quarterback was that good. And, you saw the Bills follow the same path. The roster is getting older and expensive, and they've shipped out some defense.
Hold on. We got to update it because we have a big impactful selection. One player that was sliding down today, and we were kind of a little confused on this one, was Brendan Rice, the wide receiver from USC. Terrible draft capital, but a really fun landing spot. He heads to the Los Angeles Chargers. Okay, so the Chargers got Ladd McConkey, and now they draft Brendan Rice, his dad was pretty good at football. And this was a player that some had projected to go as high as like round 2, round 3. So slid for whatever reason, but we have to like his chances to make this roster.
Yeah. I mean, if you're one of the best outcomes you can have as a receiver is to be tied to Justin Herbert in any manner. And I mean, obviously he's not going to have to move far down the road, if even that. But Brendan Rice, obviously, you know, dad was a Hall of Famer, the GOAT. It's Jerry. Nothing else needs to be said there. But there are a lot of things to like about Brendan Rice. And, you know, we kind of clamored for him to go to Chicago and give Caleb a familiar face, but he ends up instead a Charger.
Yeah, what a pick and what a landing spot. I think the landing spot is just really, really interesting. And when you talk about Harbaugh has no allegiance to the previous regime's picks. This is not like he's like, I need to make, you know, Quentin Johnston a thing. Like Brendan Rice, if he outplays somebody here, he'll absolutely be on the field. So we like this a lot. But I know one person who will like this pick even more than we do is Matty Kiwoom and Cody Carpentier, and I believe that's still Seth Dywald in the middle here. Let's add these guys back, and we're going to be back soon right here at the Fantasy Desk.
Yeah, we got some dogs. We got some dogs coming off the board. We got some dogs sitting here with me. Right, Matty Kiwoom, Seth Dywald here for round 7. We got 31 picks left, and our boy Brendan Rice finally comes off the board here to the Los Angeles Chargers. And I had one thing to say about this when it happened, and it's not good enough for air. We're going to lose monetization, so I'm not going to say it. Maddie, what do you think about Brendan Rice here?
I love Brendan Rice. I had him as my wide receiver 12. I thought he was capable when he came in with the 4.5 at the combine. I thought that was faster than expected. Big play player. Coming off the board in the 7th, though, I think I'm not going to have any Brendan Rice. He's going to be falling. He's going to catapult down my rankings. I know the landing spot seems exciting, but there's a piece of this puzzle that is missing.
Yep.
That I'm not gonna approach it with a 74-foot pole, because at the end of the day, you got to get on the field. You have to do the things as a professional to move forward. This isn't a skill thing. This isn't an on the field thing. This is an off the field thing. This is something that's gonna keep him from. This is whatever it is. I don't know what it is. I have no idea. I've heard no inkling. Nothing has dusted up that Brendan Rice had an off the field issue in any capacity. But I don't think he ever takes a snap in the NFL. If you're going to go in the 7th round here, when you have this profile, you have this legacy, and you fall all the way here, and what? They keep you in state, they keep you in city. I don't think this is a value. I don't think this is good for the Chargers. I think there's something really wrong with Brendan Rice.
This happened a year ago with a wide receiver, and we didn't know what the deal was at the time, and that receiver's name was Keon Butte. Keon Butte
That's right.
was a high-end prospect coming out, and he went to LSU, and he fell. The last couple of years, 7th round picks, early 7th round picks, 225th overall, that have done something in the NFL to an extent that is respectable.
Yeah, that's
I'm a
Juwan
guy.
Jennings in 2020.
I'm a Pats guy, so obviously I know pretty closely the Keon Butte stuff. When he was drafted, everyone thought, hey, oh wow, we got a value. Yeah, I know he was did some stuff in Atlanta with people on the team that he probably shouldn't have done stuff with, and oh my God. And then what happened? He went back into oblivion, and now he's done in football. If that's the trajectory of Brendan Rice, you can enter. This is risk you can take on in fantasy if you want. I will not be having any Brendan Rice in any of my leagues.
I'll do it for free.
Yeah, if it's for free, that's exactly what I was about to say. But we're having this conversation. I can't believe we're about to have it. I mean, we're considering, like, do you want to take Flournoy or do you want to take Brendan Rice? Because
I'm taking Flournoy, man.
Seriously,
listen,
like the situation's about comparable, right? Once you say with the Cowboys versus the Chargers, I mean, Dak versus Herbert. I mean, it's not like a huge leap in
the problem you're gonna have with Brendan Rice
spot.
is his name, his legacy, his bloodline. He's still going to hold value with a lot of people in dynasty leagues in terms of late round guys. So you think it's free? You're going to be able to pick him up after your rookie draft?
No.
Think again. You're not. Someone's going to take him.
Here's the best part about this take. Some jackaloon in your league is going to be like, oh, Brendan Rice, and he the son of Jerry Rice, and wait a second, who drafted him? The Chargers? Are you kidding? The Chargers don't have anybody to throw to. And that's not like they just drafted Quentin Johnston in the 1st round or anything. Like, as much as we don't like Quentin Johnston and as much as that was a reach, some jack off in your league is going to take him in like way higher than he should, right?
This is your sell window. I have one share of Brendan Rice because obviously the rookie drafts haven't kicked off in the capacity that they will soon enough. I have one share. I am going to be selling immediately. I am going to start talking up the landing space. I'm going to start talking up Jim Harbaugh. I'm going to start talking up Justin Herbert. I'm going to start talking up the fact that QJ is not that good in the NFL. But at the same time, you want to say Brendan Rice is better than QJ. I agree on a skills point. I love Brendan Rice, but when you factor in the person, the professionalism, there's something here that is very, very concerning. And I wonder if it's a thing at USC because Taj Washington is another player that should have been off the board by now, had a great Senior Bowl, was effective at a Power 5 conference in the Pac-12 at USC, still on the board while, back. Someone from England was drafted. A kid who just started football 3 weeks ago was just drafted over these kids. This is a big problem.
Well, it's and two, how it just hammers home the point. And I don't even really think I need to say it at this point, but how fucking good was Caleb Williams? I mean, we thought that these prospects were going to be valued by the NFL in the second, third round. We thought Taj Washington was going to be third, fourth round pick. No, the first USC wide receiver off the board is Brendan Rice in the 7th round. Jaden Daniels had Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. to throw the ball to. 2 first-round picks.
Hey,
Alan's right.
I'll tell you what he is, though. He's better than Josh Palmer as a football player.
No, he is. But he's better than the wide receiver one, Quentin Johnson, in terms of skill.
Lad McConkey's the number 1. Though.
Oh, I forgot. I totally forgot.
Hell yeah.
Yo, shout out to Lad McConkey in LA. Hell yeah, that's great. My concern is that this is a big problem. And, this is just this is all speculation. I have zero insight in any situations. But the player on USC's roster, Caleb Williams, obviously warranted extensive research, extensive background, extensive digging into the prospect. Maybe along the lines of these digging, they found something about these other guys, Washington and Brendan Rice, that's kept them off the draft boards. And I'm sorry, when you fall this much, it's really, 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 really concerning. I'm going to say it a million times. I'm off. I love Brendan Rice. He was my guy. Like I said, top 12 receiver. I thought he was going to be somebody that was very, very good. I'm off.
One pick that we did not get to at the end of round 6, since we set the table over to the fantasy desk, was Devin Leary. Devin Leary, quarterback out of Kentucky. We have another quarterback coming off the board here in Baltimore. This is not your prototypical Baltimore pick. This isn't Tyler Huntley. This isn't a rushing quarterback. This is Devin Leary. This is a guy that's supposed to come in and replace Will Levis and be a better version of Will Levis, and he didn't quite live up to the expectations at Kentucky this past year. He comes in at 6 foot tall, 6'1", 215 pounds. He's about 24 and a half years old, going to be 25 when the season does kick off. I was standing next to Greg Cosell at the NFL Combine this year, and he was looking at Devin Leary, listening to him speak, and I just kind of eavesdropped in. I was listening to a conversation, and he thought Devin Leary was the sleeper of this class at the quarterback position. And Devin Leary is going to head out there to Baltimore and have zero expectation of starting. He's going to sit in there with Josh Johnson for this fall camp, and he has every opportunity in the world to beat out Josh Johnson, who's been on 12 different rosters over the course of the last decade. So I love Josh Johnson. I think he's a fine quarterback, but when you look at the depth at the quarterback position for the Baltimore Ravens, Malik Cunningham is there. That's not a quarterback. I get the rushing upside and stuff. Devin Leary has all the opportunity in the world to be the number 2 quarterback in Baltimore.
Devin Leary is a guy, he's not the carbon copy of Lamar Jackson in terms of their style, obviously. But what he is a quarterback that Todd Monken would have loved. Of course, again, we're not saying he's going to push anything, but to Cody's point, now they have a guy that Todd Monken is going to be very, very comfortable with if for whatever reason, Lamar Jackson can't be on the field.
To finish out round 6, we had Daquan Hardy, cornerback, go to Penn State from Penn State, go to Buffalo. Elijah Klein from UTEP goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They address the offensive line once again. You brought up the England kid that played rugby, was a boxer. He's a developmental kid. This is something we've seen now as the NFL has now opened up one roster spot for every single NFL team to add a player from outside, a player from England, a player from, wherever it wants to be, Mexico, Greece, doesn't matter what, anybody, right? So Travis Clayton's that guy here in the 7th round who goes to the Buffalo Bills.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if I put you on the spot. If you don't have an answer, I understand. What the Chiefs brought in one of these kids before the draft. What are the rules here? You could just kind of go and
I think it's. I don't really know.
Is it? Yeah. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say. I think the
I didn't
kid,
mean to put you guys on the spot.
the
It's
damn
just a question I
the
had.
weapon kid that the Kansas City got. I'm not sure how they got him before because he worked out the same. He was at the
Same
same workout that Travis Clayton was at. So I'm
Right.
not really sure how this works. If this was a preconceived, they signed him already, so he had the rights, and then they decided to just use this pick on him, which is kind of idiotic. I'm not quite sure. I should probably know that, but I don't.
What's new? We got to
But
figure that
he
out.
goes here at 221. Javonte Jean-Baptiste, they brought up earlier. Trey Taylor, though, comes off the board here at 223. I want to talk about this one for a minute, though, because the Vegas Raiders have had a very solid draft. They started out with Brock Bowers, a mistake to take Brock Bowers there at 13. They should have moved back. But then they doubled down with a nice pick. Jackson Powers-Johnson at 2.12. DeMar Glaze, tackle from Maryland. DeCamarion Richardson, cornerback from Mississippi State. Tommy Eichenberg, the maniacal one.
Psychopath.
From Ohio State.
Not my words, his teammates.
Dylan Lobby in the sixth round,
Lobby.
and Trey Taylor.
So good.
Trey Taylor may be the best all-around football player on the roster. The problem is he's from Air Force. Trey Taylor is a hard-hitting safety, the nephew of Ed Reed, the great Baltimore Raven Ed Reed. The problem is he's at Air Force, so there's things you have to deal with the academies. But Trey Taylor, if he can get on this roster, is going to be awesome. And they finish out this draft with MJ Dolvenier, cornerback from Pittsburgh. The Las Vegas Raiders are done with this draft. I'm sitting at about a C+ in my head right now.
For the Raiders?
Yeah.
I have them at a B- in my head. And reason for that being is this Taylor pick. This Taylor pick sways it for me. This isn't fantasy relevant. I'm sorry. I know that you guys are tuning for fantasy, but you want your Puka Nacua, your late round guy that has a drastic impact to an NFL roster. It's Trey Taylor. This guy graded so well on PFF. This guy is a ball hawk, big guy, 5'10", 209. He's built like a brick shithouse. He can hit the hits. He can make the plays. Trey Taylor's a great pick here, but of course, there's some of course, the obligations to the Air Force that confuses things. He also had a teammate. I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but he was also a really good player, graded really well. He hasn't been drafted yet, so it's tough.
All right, 224th overall was Dejon Anthony, a safety from Ole Miss. There was a group of safeties that was down there, group safeties and corners that was down there at the Shrine Bowl in Frisco, Texas. Of course, Brendan Rice from USC goes to the Chargers. We talked about cornerback Jaden Davis from the Miami Hurricanes goes to Arizona. Cornerback Miles Harden, South Dakota, comes off the board here at pick 227. We're 30 picks away from Mr. Irrelevant. He goes to the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland Browns did not have an abundance of picks today, or I should say this week, but they have made the most of those selections going defensive tackle with Michael Hall, Zach Zinter on the interior, Jamari Thrash to add the depth in the receiver room, Nathaniel Watson, an elusive linebacker from Mississippi State, and now they go Miles Harden for depth on their already strong defensive backfield. They have one more pick here in round 7.
Can I just say this? And it's off topic, but I'm just going to say it anyway. I don't know what we have to do to get Cody one of these GM jobs, but he's literally like better than Mel Kiper with this stuff. So how can we replace
That's aggressive.
Fontenot?
That's aggressive.
Fontenot.
I probably could take Fontenot's job, but that's probably about it.
You could take who's the GM from Scott Fitter?
Yeah.
I mean David Tepper.
He's gone. He's gone. That's Dan Morgan.
That's an owner. You gotta be careful there.
Well, he's basically
You
the
got
GM.
$6 billion to buy a franchise.
Let's raise the money, Carolina. I mean, come on. It can't be. They're gonna ask you at some point for $2 billion to build a new stadium. So I mean, you might as well give that money to Cody to actually improve your franchise.
Listen, I appreciate that, but that's a little not there yet. We're working.
Nah, I don't know.
Nick Samick, safety from Michigan State, goes to the Baltimore Ravens again. What are the Baltimore Ravens? What's the trend here for the Baltimore Ravens? Adding depth. It's not the trend of the Baltimore Ravens. It's the trend for competent franchises. This is the one thing you pick up on really easy is when you have multiple late round picks, and I've said this 17 times today already, when you have multiple picks in multiple rounds in the late half of the draft, you have to utilize them on the interior on both the offensive and defensive side. The Falcons we just talked about are shit, but they've done it the right way in the defensive line late in this draft. They should have taken Byron Murphy so they wouldn't have to worry about it, but instead they've been loading up at the defensive tackle position. They took 3 in the draft so far. The Ravens go center here with Nick Samick. They haven't won offensive line since round 2 with Roger Rosengarten. They're looking to add depth on the interior. Samick can play guard. He can play center. They have Linderbaum right now. He does have shorter arms, little T-Rex arms, I guess. But Linderbaum, of course, the starting center for Baltimore. 229, we just talked about MJ Devonier from Pittsburgh, the cornerback. The Vikings go center here. Michael Juergens. I think this is the Vikings' final selection after they traded up a couple of times. I'm wrong. They select here after the Patriots. They're right back on the clock. I can't read. Michael Juergens, center from Wake Forest, second team all ACC at Wake Forest. The Vikings currently have Garrett Bradbury as their center. Bradbury's contract is up in a year, and Bradbury is probably the least dependable offensive lineman right now. Pick 231. Hey, we got one here. 231, 11th pick in round 7. Finally, the Yak one, the Yak King at the tight end position, Jaheim Bell, goes to the New England Patriots.
Listen to me. Listen. Can we get one thing straight? Elliott Wolf is a GD dog.
Dude,
Elliott Wolf has walked into this draft. He's gotten himself playmakers. Drake May, Javon Baker, Jaylen Polk, Jaheim Bell, Bazooka Joe.
Shut up.
You started this.
Who's going to be throwing to those guys? Is it going to be Bazooka Joe or is it going to be
Jaheim
Drake
Bell?
May?
This is a weapon. This is a guy now, 7th round pick, 0 pressure to develop this guy, but he's going to come into a room that can develop, learn from Hunter Henry, a professional, and a guy that is a weaponry. I mean, listen, if there was going to be an Aaron Hernandez type comp on the field in this class, it's Jaheim Bell. Patriots had that in the past. Gerard Mayo was part of that team. He understands the importance, the utility of having a tight end that can play in the H-back, take carries, be moved all around the field. Jaheim Bell, of course, is a huge mountain to climb in terms of his playing time and getting on the field. But this pick here at 231, I mean, this is so far the most dynamite pick in round number 7. Trey Taylor. I love Trey Taylor.
How are you feeling?
Oh, I mean, I love Jaheim Bell. I mean, the only real downside is he's not as big as tall rather as most tight ends, but I mean, and he doesn't block as well as you would like, but he's a weapon like if you use him right. And in the 7th round, I mean, why not? I mean, good Lord. I think it's a great spot. I mean, am I crazy to say, and we have all these people here that are probably going to jump down my neck, but is it crazy to think that I'm more interested in Jaheim Bell than Brendan Rice at this point? Like, I don't know.
Yes, you are.
You were crazy. The projection guy said you're not crazy.
Projection guys said I'm not crazy.
You were crazy.
Well, there it is. The Dallas Cowboys just made a selection, and they are not going to go running back in this draft. They just made their final selection. Offensive tackle Nathan Thomas from Louisiana.
All right.
Zeke.
It's Zeke.
Zeke.
It's Rico Dowdle. Zico and Rico. Shout out to John Adams over there. Rico and Zico. They brought in Amani Bailey on a 30 visit. Maybe they bring him in as a UDFA. Doesn't matter. Who? Oh, Blake Watson.
Oh, Blake
Dylan
Watson.
Johnson is a name we haven't seen.
That's
Dylan
a
Johnson.
good poll.
We like Dylan Johnson in the process. We like his abilities, his size, but
Frank Gore
slow as
Jr.
molasses.
Frank Gore Jr.
Frank Gore Jr. is another one. So Dallas, I mean, listen.
Plenty of options.
There's plenty of options for them to go running back.
Yeah,
in the UDFA
it's
route.
another franchise that should be just you can't, like if you great. You had the 90s, fantastic. What have you done since then? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Give up your franchise.
I just
give it up.
I
that's
just
another franchise
listen,
that you should take over.
I just want you to know that's coming from a Bears fan. Everybody.
Well, I know. Yeah,
that's a Bears fan crushing the Cowboys.
Yeah,
that's how bad it is.
Has there ever been a more overhyped? Just who cares? Nobody cares about Aaron Rodgers. Nobody cares about the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, America's team, more like America's number 18 ranked team at this point. I mean, who cares? Jerry Jones puts salt on his cheeseburgers. No, I shouldn't know that. Nobody should know that. But we know that because some people in this world have the audacity to care about a team that sucks. That's a team that's just overrated year after year after year. Their quarterback, not good. Their ownership, not good. They don't make good decisions. And guess what? They get throttled in the playoffs by the Packers. Who would have who would have thought that? And the Packers are the Packers are such a much better organization than the Cowboys.
You're not wrong there.
It's so much better.
It's actually not
so much better. Like, I can't. I might have to change my slogan. Nobody cares about the Cowboys.
A new NFC North team, the Vikings, who just picked Michael Juergens to play center, went to the opposite side to the defensive line position. Levi Drake Rodriguez from Texas A&M Commerce. From Texas A&M Commerce, Levi Drake has played in 50 games. He started 47. He's averaged a half a sack in every single one of those games. 6'2", 300 pounds. This guy came from the NAIA level. The NAIA level. That's
that's a baseball thing. Those kids come out of the baseball. Baseball.
That's low level of football. Where he was at Southwestern Assembly of God. That was the school he was at for 3 years before he went to Texas A&M Commerce. He was a first-team All SLC. He went to the Tropical Bowl down there in Florida. This is a deep dig by the Minnesota Vikings scouting staff for final pick here in the 2024 NFL Draft.
These are the rocks you have to turn in the NFL in the 7th round. Go find the guys in the end. Why not? I mean, at this point, the hit rate is so low, but why not look for these type of kids? Levi Drake. I mean, will he be something? Probably not. But at the same time, why not take a shot on it? Take a shot. It's fun.
The problem is the Vikings have zero depth on the defensive line. The Vikings have Jaquan Roy, who they drafted last year in the 5th round. They have Jerry Tillery, who they got from the Chargers this year. And they get Harrison Phillips, who they had from last year. They have nothing on the interior. So this asshole is going to have to play early.
Well, hey, hopefully Texas A&M Commerce has a good program. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say for this guy. But hey, we also have to say congrats to the Drake Rodriguez family, because your boy's an NFL player, and that's pretty cool.
6.5 hours in the books right now. We have 23 selections left in the 2024 NFL Draft. Some of those teams coming up. We do have the Cowboys one more time, pick 244. They are back on the board at 244. Cares. Houston has 2 picks left, 247, 249. The Jets with Mr. Irrelevant. I thought the quarterback position might be one they might be looking at here. I liked Keaton Slovis there at 257, but of course they win Jordan Travis. I'll be interested to see what they do with that last one, even though it probably doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, we're not talking about Brock Purdy here. It's not going to be Brock. It could have been.
Could have been.
I guess a slim, narrow path, but no, not really. We're going to go ahead and kick it over to the fantasy desk. On Dury, Theo Greminger, what you boys up to?
Well, Matty Kiwoom, we're 6.5 hours in, and we're still loving it. It's actually flying by. It's kind of a nice pace for this many rounds, but I want to talk about the Jaheim Bell selection. I actually like that one. This is a player who can do a lot with the ball in his hands. Ran one of the fastest 40s at the combine at the tight end position. It's another, we sort of hate the draft capital, but we really like the landing spot. Hunter Henry solidified in there, but it's like sort of a non-overlapping skill set, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, Jaheim Bell's kind of more of your standard athlete playing tight end than I think a true tight end. And anytime you can get those guys that are kind of going to be more pass catchers than blockers, you love them, just because he's a Hunter Henry injury away from really seeing the field and potentially seizing a job, kind of like we've seen happen before in multiple spots. Tight end is a really, really bare landscape in Dynasty, especially after you get past, tight end 8 or 9. So those dart throws, especially if they get landing spots like this one, super valuable. And obviously he'll get to learn and grow with Drake May and all the talented pass catchers, whether you're looking at Jalen Polk, Javon Baker that they've brought in this year. I think New England's offense, young, exciting. I'm not saying it's a finished product yet, but there are a lot of things to like there.
Yeah, and we'll update the last 2 picks. Jonah Lealu, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma, goes to the Indianapolis Colts. And we actually have a really interesting one, Devon Vele from Utah, who is like Velus Jones old. Might be older than Velus Jones, but he's an interesting selection here for the Denver Broncos. A big receiver, 6'4", probably 205. I like the Troy Franklin landing spot there. I didn't like how, Troy Franklin falls to day 3, but if you're going to pick a landing spot that was beneficial for Franklin, how about a spot where, Cortland Sutton could be on the way out any day. We don't know how that's going to go. And also, Sean Payton didn't exactly, show a lot of love for Marvin Mims last season. Plus, Troy Franklin gets to play with his college quarterback in Bo Nix.
Yeah, Marvin Mims is dead, guys. let's call it what it is here. But if you're Troy Franklin, getting your quarterback, I think it's always a good idea to get your quarterback one of his receivers from college, especially as they're trying to learn and grow. And Sean Payton loving his guy. I think Des Bryant, we saw throw out a tweet about talking about Troy Franklin and talking to Sean Payton. So I think it's a fun landing spot, especially now that you have a quarterback that much more fits what Denver and Sean Payton want to do. Russell Wilson was always a weird fit there. Bo Nix much better for what Sean Payton wants out of a quarterback. And I think, when you bring Troy Franklin in, hopefully they give him a role early and he's set up to succeed.
Yeah. And a question in the chat from JP. What do you think about the tight end that went to the Giants? He's talking about the tight end, Theo Johnson. Best first name in the NFL. That is no question about that. But in terms of Theo Johnson, this is a player that is one of Penn State is always cranking out athletic tight ends. And Theo Johnson is like the most athletic tight end. I've seen some people saying this is a Darnell Washington-like selection. I don't like that at all. I think he certainly offers more as a receiver than Washington. This is a guy that went to the Senior Bowl, did well there. It wasn't like, there was a little bit of, I know Cody Carpentier liked Jaheim Bell's performance at the Senior Bowl. I think it was kind of like a pick your poison favorite tight end there. Some people liked Wiley, some people liked Johnson, some people liked Bell, but he really made a name for himself at the Combine. One of the best athletic performances ever at the tight end position for a player of his size. And I think he's an upgrade for Daniel Bellinger, and certainly has a chance to step in for Darren Waller. The Giants got super, super athletic this draft on the offensive side of the ball. Malik Neighbors, next level athlete. Tyrone Tracy, adding him as a backup running back who can also catch the ball out of the backfield. Adding Theo Johnson. I mean, they added guys who are some of the more athletic at their positions.
Yeah, just talking about Theo Johnson, obviously watched a lot of him as he played Ohio State and other teams in the Big Ten as you're kind of watching college football on Saturdays. Jumped off the screen as an explosive athlete. I mean, linebackers have all kinds of issues with him. And I'm not talking about, guys that didn't get drafted. I'm talking about round 3, round 4 NFL linebackers in the Big Ten had issues covering him. And, we'll see if it translates up a level. That's always a question with tight end is you can be an elite athlete. Can you be an elite athlete up a level when you're with, quote unquote, the Sharks? But I think Theo Johnson's set up to succeed. Daniel Bellinger is really the only one in the way if Darren Waller does retire, has been reported. He's set up to smash, man. It's not like there's a ton of options for them at tight end. And I think of them, he's probably the best one right now.
Yeah. And again, getting back to the Brendan Rice selection, like I like the landing spot. I was not quite as bullish on him throughout the process as a couple of people were. But landing spot does matter, especially when you're looking at wide receivers that have a pathway to getting into, 3 wide receiver sets. So let's see how Brendan Rice does throughout the process. But if you want to throw a late dart throw in your rookie drafts, he certainly has a pathway now. And also, speaking of tight ends, we don't have to worry about the Chargers necessarily using tight ends like a traditional Greg Roman offense. They didn't draft anybody there today. And Will Dissly and Hayden Hurst are not going to come out and have like unbelievable target ceilings. So it's really a vacant place for a number of receivers to sort of carve out a role. I think Josh Palmer is probably a little bit underrated now. I think Ladd McConkey, as you should be super enthusiastic about him in your rookie drafts. So definitely an interesting landing spot. Don't necessarily love the prospect, but I really like the landing spot.
Fun player. I mean, when you're talking about being attached to Justin Herbert, that's always a good thing.
Yeah, let's update the last 2 selections. The Jacksonville Jaguars draft Miles Cole, edge rusher from Texas Tech. We see Matt Lee, interior lineman, a center from Miami, going to the Cincinnati Bengals. Cincinnati has had a very nice draft. I'm actually going to be very interested to hear Matty Kiwoom and Cody Carpentier. And I'm interested in reading their articles this week when they give out their draft grades. But I liked Cincinnati, a number of things they did. The Houston Texans draft Solomon Byrd, edge rusher, USC. And then we see Josiah Easram, an offensive tackle from Eastern Kentucky. I know you were talking about Josiah Easram all week. Anand, I'm sure you're thrilled to see him go off the board here in the 7th round. Big fan of Eastern Kentucky football. But let's talk about your favorite draft. Like, which team, when you look at this draft as a whole, because we're starting to see a complete picture, the picks are winding down here in the 7th round. Which teams do you think had the best draft?
The team that sticks out to me the most is the Steelers.
Oh, I love that draft.
Early on, they just took value after value after value after value, and then they chased their guys, which is, you know, your classic Omar Khan draft, and it was Kevin before him. But they're the team that I think stuck out to me is, you know, they just kept finding value over and over and over again. Obviously, we can talk about the Eagles and how he moves up and down the board as he sees fit and just keeps collecting draft picks and collecting draft picks and collecting draft picks. There have been a lot of fun ones. Houston's I loved. You know, you're looking at Baltimore's was a lot of fun. The Rams, as they talked about, you know, I'm not always the biggest fan of how Les goes about, you know, his business as Rams GM in terms of the draft specifically, but you know, those are a few of the teams, and obviously I will be looking forward to Cody's grades as well.
Yeah, let's update the actual NFL draft selections. We see another Michigan Wolverine drafted here in the 7th round. Sort of this could be the last. Well, you know, that's sort of selling Michigan short now, but this certainly is going to be possibly the record for Michigan Wolverines drafted when we look back at this draft for like a while. This is really incredible, the sheer number of players Michigan has had drafted. We see Michael Barrett, another linebacker. He's selected by the Carolina Panthers. But I want to take a question in the chat. This is the fantasy desk. John Paul Taylor wants to know about what we think about the landing spots of Dylan Lobby to the Raiders, Ray Davis to the Bills, Tyrone Tracy to the Giants, and Will Shipley to the Eagles. Have it. Pick one of them, Anand, and I'll do the next one, and then let's get back at it.
Yeah, I think Ray Davis to the Bills is a really interesting one. You know, basically slotting in as your RB2, kind of the hammer here. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Again, we know that the Bills will find a way to score points. They always do. And he may end up being that more of a goal line back. And, you know, those absolutely have value. We saw it with the Lions the last couple of years where, you know, we chased the Jahmyr Gibbs ceiling and David Montgomery steals all of the touchdowns. So I think we could see something similar like that happen with Ray Davis. It may not be this year, but going forward, really fun, interesting piece and an interesting fit in Buffalo too.
Yeah, Ray Davis is really interesting. You're talking about an older running back. You're talking about one that was very successful as a pass catcher, back-to-back 1,000-yard plus seasons in the SEC. He just happened to do it at 2 schools. And Ray Davis, I think what kind of separates him is that pass catching ability. To me, I look at this as he is in the Latavius Murray role. Mm-hmm. I think that he's like an upgraded, younger Latavius Murray. Not that much younger, because Ray Davis is going to be like 24 this year. But all jokes aside, this is a nice selection. Buffalo needed a backup running back. I think you feel very good about it. And based on his receiving ability, he would be sort of a like-for-like replacement for James Cook. If James Cook were to miss some time, I think you could just plug Ray Davis in and not worry about it. I think he has serious contingent upside. If you have James Cook on your dynasty rosters, I think you're going to want to roster Ray Davis, especially in deep formats. Let's take another one in here. Jets will draft another running back. No, I don't think they're going to draft another running back. But yeah, guys, any questions you have, definitely drop them right here in the chat. And Kirk Bowles, no, I'm not Rick Martinez. That's not my burner. I don't have a burner.
We tweet, guys, you've seen us before. We tweet whatever comes to mind, even if it's after 19 tequila shots.
We'll talk about the Dylan Lobby landing spot a little bit. So he was asking about that as well. I know, Anand, you talked about it earlier, but you were pretty bullish on that one.
Yeah, love the landing spot. You know, when you look at it, him, I think, and then the other one was the Chargers. We loved Kamani Vidal's spot as well. So those are two of the you know, better landing spots, even though we don't love the draft capital involved, because that's a big part of the equation. Sometimes the landing spot can outweigh the draft capital. And I think in those two's case, you know, you've got to love where they ended up and kind of what their roles project to be, at least.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Waiting on the next selection here. It looks like we have Miami on the clock. Then we're coming back with Tennessee, Cleveland. The hope for the last possible running back landing spot is the Dallas Cowboys at pick 244. An incredible disappointment. Which way do you see Dallas going at the running back position this year? Is it going to be some like out of nowhere Rico Dowdle season? Do you see them adding somebody in a trade, maybe picking up somebody that's a cut candidate? I mean, this doesn't seem right that they've completely passed on running back. But I will say offensive line was an absolute mess for them, and they solved a number of problems there.
Yeah, I think you could also look at it as potentially that they like some of the undrafted free agents in the pool. They may, we've seen running backs pop off out of the UDFA circuit before. It also could be potentially that they have, a deal in place with somebody for a running back that we kind of didn't know. They're waiting for, day 3 to be over to see what that running back room looks like, what those cuts look like, and then kind of trade in the bottom of the scrap heap and see what you can find. But I did think it was super interesting that for a team that not long ago, NFL wise was a long time ago, but in real life, not horribly long ago, spent a top 5 pick on Ezekiel Elliott. And now to see them this averse to drafting a running back at all, either they didn't like this class or they have something else planned.
Yeah, it's definitely odd. It's just we had anticipated that they could. And Jonathan Brooks and Braelon Allen, the betting markets were kind of telling us that those were 2 picks that Dallas might make at some point. They were wrong on that one. Question in the chat from Ben Peterson: rank the tight ends after Brock Bowers. I think it's clearly, if you're looking at the tight end class like for rookie drafts, it's Brock Bowers, massive teardrop.
Oh yeah.
Then you have Ben Sinnott, teardrop again. Jatavian Sanders sort of in his own place because he's got a clear pathway to tight end 1 land, teardrop. And then I think you look at the big athletic tight ends, Jared Wiley to the Kansas City Chiefs. You always are thinking of what's going to happen when Travis Kelce retires. There was rumors he could have retired this year. Didn't happen. Jared Wiley, big, fast tight end from TCU, was a Texas Longhorn before he transferred there. We talked about Theo Johnson earlier. So not a great tight end class overall, but I'm actually super excited about the Ben Sinnott landing spot. I know if you play in tight end premium formats, I think Sinnott is a very, very interesting one. I think he meshes well with Jaden Daniels. He can make plays downfield, big-time athlete.
Yeah, Will Howard at Kansas State loved him, and obviously spoke glowingly about him from what I've heard. And, he was my tight end 2 in this class, just as ranking purely as football players, not involving fantasy. So to see Washington get him was super exciting, obviously. And then Jatavian Sanders, another one, right, where we're excited about the landing spot. We're excited to see what he can do. Wiley just gets the dream of playing with Pat, but also the burden of potentially replacing Travis should he miss any time this year, and kind of trying to replace him going forward. But there's nobody in this class approaching Brock Bowers. There's no one really any class that's approaching Brock Bowers.
Yeah, no one at all. I think the question with Brock Bowers in your rookie drafts is it's a Brock Bowers versus like a Roma Dunze versus a Xavier Worthy situation for you, as opposed to Brock Bowers versus any other tight end in this class. It's not even close. To update the last few picks, and then I want to kick it back to the NFL desk shortly because we have Cody Carpentier and Matty Kiwoom. They're both joined by Jason Allwine, the host of Wake and Take. You can see Jason every single morning on weekdays here at Player Profiler at 10 a.m. right here on Player Profiler YouTube. But we're going to update the last few picks. We actually see Taj Washington, who I know Cody and Matty were talking about as a player that, hey, why wasn't he selected? Taj Washington had a very, very strong performance at the Shrine Bowl, USC wide receiver. So it's funny, Caleb Williams didn't get anybody saying like, hey, this year he doesn't have the weapons, but both guys played well, but the NFL showed really no interest in Brendan Rice and Taj Washington. They both fall to round 7. So, I think it's another kind of win for Caleb Williams. And then we see James Williams, the safety from Miami, goes to the Tennessee Titans. But I'm also interested in hearing Cody Carpentier and Matty Kiwoom giving us their favorite drafts. They're going to hold a little bit left in the tank. You got to read their articles this week if you want to see every single grade. But I want to hear their best draft, and I also want to hear their worst draft.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Back to the NFL desk.
Yo, we're back. And
we're joined by my fellow trade god brethren. Good morning, man.
Oh, hey-o.
Welcome to the
Thanks,
to the final table. The final table of the 2024 NFL draft. There's 13 selections left, and we're only going to continue to look like to get offensive linemen, defensive linemen, because we're kind of getting
nitty-gritty,
kind of getting shit on. We're kind of getting shit on at some of these skill position players. And we'll talk about Brendan Rice. We'll talk about Taj Washington, 2 USC wide receivers as we get on out of here. But a couple of picks that did come through. Jonah Luau from Oklahoma, defensive tackle, is going to go to Indianapolis. Davon Vele. This is a tweener. This is a guy that came in as a wide receiver to go to the Denver Broncos. He's a safety. He's a linebacker. He's a receiver. He can do a lot, but he's a tweener. He's a special teamer. This is what he's built for. The interesting one to me is pick 236. This was always a 7th-round pick. Miles Cole, 6'7", 265, 270 pounds. Alpha-like length for Miles Cole. 87-inch wingspan for Miles Cole. 5 sacks in over 50 career games. 5 sacks. Nothing for output. But he transferred to Texas Tech with that length and was visualized as the next Trayvon Walker. Now he gets to go down there and play with his Texas Tech brother, Trayvon Walker. Miles Cole, not sure how he fits into this whole thing. 7th-round pick. Not a big fan of what Miles Cole brings to the table, but he does have animal-like length and whatever. My favorite pick, though, out of these edge rushers that have gone in the last few picks is Solomon Byrd. Solomon Byrd, 6'2", 251 from USC going down to Houston. Houston, again, we haven't talked about Houston a lot at all. Let me pull up their drafts so far. They've done a pretty well job of staying quiet and doing the right thing. Solomon Byrd here in the 7th round. They have 3 7th-round picks, 2 more coming as the rest of this draft kind of comes underway. Solomon Byrd, 20 sacks and 25 career starts. I like everything he brings at 251 pounds, 24 years old from USC. What do you think?
He's a high motor guy. He's a guy that will continue to get after it. Forced 4 fumbles last year at USC. Again, 7th-round picks here. We're looking at just traits, what they can do. Not what they can't do. We all know that they can't do a lot. That's why they're 7th-round picks. But we want to focus on the guys and what they can do. Solomon Byrd was a productive player for UFC. They didn't have many highlights on defense. It was really just kind of Kalen Bullock and not really a whole lot after that. But here, Solomon Byrd goes to the Houston Texans. They get a high motor guy and a guy that can, if given the chance to get on the field, maybe he can sniff out a couple plays and get after it and make it.
Carolina goes for a stumpy linebacker with their last pick. They took Trayvon Wallace earlier from Kentucky. They go get Michael Barrett from Michigan here with the 7th-round pick. Again, Carolina, you talk about draft grades. They're going to be bottom 5 in this draft as far as complete scores as we finish up this draft. Joanne Briggs goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. Defensive tackle Justin Rogers with that final Cowboys pick at 244. James Williams, a 6'5" safety from Miami. The problem with him here and why he's going in the 7th round is he's a tweener. He's a safety, 6'5", 220. He can play on the back end, but he's a little slow. They need to transition him down to linebacker, have him on the outside. The potential is in 3 years, if this guy transitions down, he can play stand-up outside linebacker on the edge. Think opposite Harold Landry, things of that nature. If he can establish some sort of pass rushing move, you're going to be able to put James Williams on the edge, but he's still about 40 pounds light for that transition right now. Quarterback, fantasy relevant. Pick 245. The Green Bay Packers have a new backup quarterback, Mr. Pratt from Tulane. Come on down.
They're the exact type of guy. Pratt is the guy that's going to go. He's going to take in the playbook. He's going to, man the practice squad. Will he be a starter? Probably never, but it's a good backup to have. What we're learning here was that the quarterback class was very top-heavy. We've seen insane gaps in between tiers, right? We had obviously the first round of 6 guys go in round number 1, and then we waited and waited and waited.
As expected.
Then we got Spencer Rattler, and then we waited. We got Joe Milton. Now we have Michael Pratt here. We've seen Jordan Travis.
Yeah.
A couple of names we haven't seen it. Your boy Carter Bradley, right? The guy that
he's coming with his next pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
That would make Gus Bradley. This is his son. Makes sense.
Oh yeah.
To his brother. Tali.
That would be wild. I mean,
that was a guy that I thought that Tungavalo was.
Listen,
I thought a Senior Bowl game was going to be enough to get him drafted.
Shrine.
That's right, Shrine Bowl.
Listen, I don't want to be mean.
Put it on blast.
He do not deserve to be drafted.
No, he doesn't. Well, you said he has Bryce Young size and a fraction of the talent.
Oh,
but
it's unfortunate.
What I saw
was at Bama.
What I saw was a guy that if chaos happened in the franchise and 3 guys got hurt and he was thrust into a role, he could roll around, he could run, he could throw touchdowns, he could have a Linsanity type run.
Yeah.
That was why I was not high on Tagovailoa. I just thought that if there was some guy to have value, if there was a quarterback to be picked up in chaos it would have been him. It doesn't sound like it's going to happen. Maybe he's at UDFA and works his way up. We'll see.
UDFA him to Miami. 241, they went Taj Washington. UDFA, bring in Tawalia. Taj Washington, USC. Brendan Rice, we saw come off from USC here in the 7th round to the Chargers. Jason, what do you think about Taj Washington here and Brendan Rice vis-a-vis USC?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of disdain on Brendan Rice's name, and I get it. You know, we all were expecting at least like round 4. Like I feel like that was like kind of worst case scenario in a lot of our heads with Brendan Rice's draft capital. So it sucks to see him go in round 7. But we also know that the NFL overthinks a lot of things. And we also know that a lot of times NFL teams will look at a quarterback like Caleb Williams and see, you know what? Maybe those weapons that did produce were producing because of Caleb Williams. And I am just going to put a little pin and say that it is a little vindicating to see Brendan Rice get drafted before Taj Washington because Taj Washington outproduced him last season in yardage. Brendan Rice had more touchdowns, but Taj Washington had a lot more yards and more receptions than Brendan Rice last season. And so I think that Brendan Rice in the Chargers is still a good landing spot. I think that we should be at least lukewarm on it, if not a little excited and sighing a sigh of relief that he got a good landing spot, even if he didn't get the good draft capital.
Jay, he was taken after Casey Washington. And
he was
Tajay
taken after
Palmer.
Ryan Flournoy.
Right, but at least Flournoy, you understand the circumstance of why he's there. Again, there's no one in this entire house that was more of a fan of what Brendan Rice brought on the field. My concern is the reason why he fell is the same reason for Kayshon Boutte, why he's no longer going to be
There's
in the
something
league.
there.
There's something there that's going to keep him from ever truly getting his true chance. That's my problem. The landing, listen, if he went 4th round to the Chargers, I'd be okay. We're happy about this. He went behind guys that, you know, aren't even on teams' boards, aren't even that excited. Casey Washington, again, this is my problem with Brendan Rice, is clearly there's something there that is going to hold him back forever truly getting a chance in the NFL.
And I understand that, Matty Kiwoom, but we don't know what that is. So how can we throw that into our analysis at all?
You can throw it to your analysis because it's clearly a factor.
What does the NFL do every single draft season? They tell us what they think.
Yeah,
and
they
what
tell us.
and what they know.
Yeah. It's not that he sucks. It's
That's
that
not.
he clearly has a big. And again, if it comes out tomorrow that he fell because they thought that they were all catapulted by Caleb Williams, your analysis here in terms of him going above Taj makes a ton of sense in terms of the player versus player. But Brendan Rice was a guy that should have been a 3rd or 4th round pick. He falls behind guys that we all looked at each other. Who is this guy? There's something in his profile that's going to keep him from ever getting a true chance. That's the concern. It's not the landing spot. It's not the athlete. It's the fact that there's something in his profile. There's a report that's going to come out. There's still a shoe to drop. That's really, really, really concerning.
And it's just a concern. We have concerns in every single profile we look at.
Jay, this is crazy, dude.
It's not
This is
crazy
insanity.
because what's going to happen is you're going to be able to get Brendan Rice now in the 4th, 5th round of your rookie drafts.
To what? Cut in 2 weeks because something comes out?
Maybe. Do you still want Quentin Johnson? Do you want Josh Palmer on your roster? Do you want Jaylen Guyton?
I want one.
Do you want?
I'll
do you
take
want
all 3 of those over Rice.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I will take all 3 because guess what? They did not fall to the 7th round to a point that, listen, again, this is not the prospect or the landing spot. This is something that's about to come out that is going to be detrimental to his career as an athlete in the NFL. I don't want that on my team. I'm not going to take a chance on it. If you want to live the mistakes of the Kayshon Boutte's of those guys in the world, be my guest. That's not going to be, I don't think that's smart process. I just don't.
I get it. I'm going to still be drafting Brendan Rice even later than I would have been. I was trading for 3rd round picks going into
You're going to take him in the 3rd round?
No, I was trading for 3rd round picks going into these rookie drafts, hoping to get him in the 3rd round. And now I can get him in the 4th or 5th. I'm happy about it.
You're happy about it.
I liked the player going into this.
I got some 5th round picks for you in TGIF.
I would love
some 5th round picks.
Yes,
for you.
please give me your 5th round picks.
I
will get Ryan Flournoy. I will get Brendan Rice. I will not get Michael Pratt though. I will not get Michael Pratt. That's not going to happen.
248th overall. The Kansas City Chiefs go back to the offensive line. Again, they're just continuing to hit the button on the important positions: center, guard, tackle. They got the receiver in Xavier Worthy early. They got their future backup for Travis Kelce and Jared Wiley. CJ Hansen from Holy Cross. Many times did we talk about him through the pre-draft process, coming over from Holy Cross. 38 career starts at the right guard position, multi-time All-Patriot League, multi-time All-American, coming out of Holy Cross, 300 pounds, just 23 years old. This is a guy that's going to come in here and directly be the backup behind Trey Smith. This is just how you build rosters.
This is how you do it. This is how you do it. You grab the guys in the trenches because these are the guys that can become something later on.
And they're also the guys that get hurt.
Great point. Those are the guys that get hurt and you need it. And these are the guys that if they get hurt and you don't have a backup, you're F'sville. You're screwed. Grabbing this is just great process again by the Chiefs. Yeah.
Pick 249, Ladarius Henderson, the 6th offensive lineman from Michigan, goes off the board here to the Houston Texans.
How many more are there?
That's it right there. That's 6 of them. There might be 6 more.
Like
in a
6 offensive linemen were drafted from one college in the same draft is pretty impressive. That's pretty cool. There's only 5 started.
Back to the Brendan Rice thing. Listen, if Blake Corum's not going to get docked because there's 6 guys that's draft eligible. Taj Washington and Brendan Rice were not docked because they were hoisted by Brendan Rice. They were docked because there's something here with the wide receivers at USC.
250 is on the clock right now. The Ravens with their final selection in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Ravens have crushed this draft to this point. Of course, we've talked about it every single time they've come up. The final selection, though, comes after Nick Samick from Michigan State center in the 7th round. Devin Leary get the quarterback. Rasheen Ali, a running back. Devontae Walker, a receiver. Of course, they hit tackle, center, corner, linebacker, all the important positions. 7th round, pick 30 overall. Why, Matty Q, when I look at my best available board, it is edge, 3-tech. Leonard Taylor, Jalen Harrell from Michigan, Gabriel Murphy from UCLA, and Nelson Cesar from Houston. I'm going to reach my arm out and I'm going to tell me DeCosta's taking one of these 4.
Well, so now at the end, we have the Rams still on the board. We have the Chargers still on the board. And then, of course, the Ravens and 49ers. I would imagine a handful of those guys come off the board here. I just don't understand why Nelson Cesar is still here. That's the guy that I think was in Leonard Taylor as well. What is in Leonard Taylor's profile that has caused him to potentially not even get drafted when going into the process, he was on people's boards as a top 3 or 5 defensive tackle in the class.
He was a great interview at the Shrine Bowl, man. This is a guy that was down to talk to anybody. He was a 5-star prospect when he went to Miami. He's similar to Xavier Thomas. Xavier Thomas, I talked to the Shrine Bowl as well. 2 guys that were 5-star prospects that dealt with injuries, dealt with pushback in their career. Clemson's not the Clemson they were. Miami, of course, trying to build back, but not quite back to where they were. Leonard Taylor has the ability to fit into any defense. He doesn't have to come into Baltimore and start right away. He can come in and play behind Matt Abuke. I think Leonard Taylor would be the pick right here if I'm the Baltimore Ravens.
I would agree with that. And we have been routinely mocking teams 4th or 5th round, getting value with Leonard Taylor. The fact that he's still here in the 7th round, I think is good value. You guys were down at the Senior Bowl in Mobile. Nelson Cesar was there, had great reps. I know you mainly focus on the fantasy guys here. That was your job going down there, obviously.
Right? Yeah.
And you did a great job. It was a great job. I just wondered if you guys had any notes, any anecdotes, anything you could talk about Nelson Cesar and why he was not taken at this point.
I don't know.
At the end of the draft.
I don't know why he's not going. He's kind of an odd body, 6'2", 256.
We've seen odd bodies go now.
Doesn't run the fastest. Someone's a 4'9", 4'8", that size. I mean, yesterday Josh asked us a question: why Braelon Trice go here to 4'7", like 254 pounds, 4'7"? Like, I was like, what the position are you talking about? It's edge. This is the question. It's Nelson Cesar running a 4'9". That's the question. To get unathletic edge rushers coming off the slate. But Nelson Cesar got the job done in his career. 18 sacks over the course of 5 seasons. Again, it's just not quite the output you're looking for, but 23 starts, 43 games. He did have a sack a game if you do go by the starts. Cesar makes sense to be undrafted here more so than Leonard Taylor. I still think they're both draftable, though. Like,
there's teams here that could use these type of players, and they'll come out. We'll see. I think there's still a chance that these guys get taken here with these last handful of picks.
San Francisco 49ers pick at 251. Titans at 252, and of course the Chargers at 253 with their final pick in the draft. And the Ravens go safety here with Sanusi Kane from Purdue, adding another safety to this defensive backfield for the Baltimore Ravens. Of course, they drafted a cornerback, Nate Wiggins, earlier with TJ Tampa. They still have Marlon Humphrey on the roster, as well as the one and only Kyle Hamilton.
Well, Kyle Hamilton's a guy. He's a great player. Getting Kane here, it wasn't one of the guys we were hoping for. I don't have a whole lot of intel on this guy. I got to be quite honest. But Kane goes off here at 250 But also the guys that, again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it just seems like there are some pockets of value here with some defensive players. But the Ravens, I'm not going to ever criticize Eric DeCosta.
I know Theo's a big fan of these guys that are up in the Northeast. This guy went to Blair Academy in Harlem, New York. This is guys from downtown Harlem. This is
Harlem,
right,
a New York guy. Shout out.
Theo grew up in Harlem. I heard on 3rd Street, so I think he probably is a big fan of Sanusi Kane. At his pro day, ran a 4.52, 207 pounds at the safety position, at 161 tackles in 42 career games. In the Big Ten at Purdue, there's got to be something they like here with this build. Again, Big Ten, that matters when you're talking about these late run guys. You asked earlier, would you rather have a player that's at the low level, that's exceeding expectations, or at the high level, below expectations? You're not exactly getting high-end output here. This is a team captain, honorable mention, all Big Ten, the safety position. You think you can come in? Remember they had Geno Stone here.
Right.
Like, I think you're looking at Baltimore really just trying to add depth on the back end. It's another piece. It's another question to ask. They paid Marcus Williams, Kyle Hamilton, add him to the depth.
And without truly knowing, I would imagine that the better teams in the league, the guys who are smart, the teams that know how to build, these are the type of guys you do want to add at the end, because we don't know what the new kickoff rules will truly produce in terms of how you stop it, how you win in those rounds. This is a guy that could help out.
I really like what Bill Belichick said on the Pat McAfee show last week. I had not heard this before, but he said that size, he thinks, is what's going to help win out at the new level with the special teams for returning. He doesn't think it's going to be speed. He doesn't think it's going to be elusiveness. He thinks it's going to be just the big dudes.
Brutes.
And I think that's very interesting because it's kind of a zag when people are zigging situation.
Well, I can say that, and we're both Patriots guys. There is not a bigger fan of special teams in terms of NFL coaching than Bill Belichick.
Right.
Bill Belichick always put so much focus in special teams throughout his career. That was how they kind of won in the margins. And now, if he's going to say it, the NFL should listen.
I agree. So it's cool to see these kinds of picks. What are you guys kind of looking at? We've only got a few more picks here. I was looking at some of the fantasy relevant players kind of still sticking around. And to me, it's really just running back, if anyone, to latch ourselves onto at the Senior Bowl. Cody, we talked about him earlier. We had Michael Wiley. He's still sitting. Dajan Edwards. He's still sitting. I think that those are two running backs that I guess I'm keeping an eye on. Amani Bailey's another one. Cody Schrader, maybe.
Jamie Sheridan.
The group of running backs here that you're going to be looking for, again, there's 6 picks left in this draft. Green Bay has one.
Yeah.
The Rams have one. The Chargers have one. The Broncos have one. The Jets have 2. The Titans don't. The Titans, well, when they can take one here at 252, but more than likely you're going to see a bevy of these guys fall all the way through the draft. Frank Gore Jr., Dylan Johnson, Cody Schrader, Michael Wiley, Blake Watson, Jaylen Sheridan, Dajan Edwards, Deshaun Fenwick, guys that we enjoyed through the entire pre-draft process that just didn't get touched.
Yeah.
And you know what the bottom line is more running backs got paid this year than expectation. Less running backs got drafted this year. And it was expectation because of the depth. The depth is fine, but it's not high-end depth. And these guys are going to get undrafted free agent deals. A couple of these guys are going to hit. I like what Frank Gore brings. We loved what Michael Wiley brought to us at the Senior Bowl from the pass catching perspective. A lot of treading the tires down there at Arizona. I think he is drafted. I think he is picked up early as a preferred undrafted free agent. We finally got our guy.
One of our guys comes off
Jaylen
board.
Harrell comes off the board here at 252. We just talked a minute ago about the potential of James Williams coming down and playing on the edge as a safety linebacker, then the outside linebacker. Jaylen Harrell comes in from the University of Michigan to play the edge position on the opposite side of Harold Landry. So Jaylen Harrell from the University of Michigan, 6'4", 250 pounds. I had him graded as a 98th overall player. So I got 3 players still in my top 100 undrafted. That's Leonard Taylor, Gabe Murphy, and Nelson Cesar, all guys outside the top 70. But Jaylen Harrell, 98th, comes off the board at 2.52.
Which is kind of crazy. He had a good Senior Bowl, right? And then he comes from this program. But you would have thought he got drafted here. But now we're starting to really focus on these guys who are going to go undrafted. These guys who are going to be UDFAs, the most sought after guys. We talked about some of the running backs, some of the wide receivers that I think will have a little bit of interest when it comes to the UDFAs. Jalen Colker, wide receiver, big time playability from Holy Cross. David White Jr., another Shrine Bowl guy, someone that was very impressive down there in Frisco, Texas.
Cornelius Johnson.
Another Michigan guy. And then someone that I was hoping would get some draft really didn't was Hayden Hatton from Idaho. But he just wasn't as athletic, I think, that as he needed to be to get that DC.
Yeah, I mean,
Cornelius Johnson off the board. To Daddy Jim Harbaugh, Michigan.
Well, Jim Harbaugh, I was listening to the stream, obviously. And guys, speaking about listening to the stream, thank you. Still 3,200 people listening. You guys are the best. We do all of this for you. We're bringing it home. We're about to land this bird. But we're here. We have one more sponsor, one more ad that we're going to run. And then, boys, let's take this bitch home.
Now, I know many of you are looking for a secret weapon for your Dynasty League, and I have it. It's called the Dynasty Dominator app. You go to the App Store, go to Google Play. It's right there. It's $5 to download, and then every year it's $5 to load the next incoming class of rookies. You can add Superflex, add tight end premium. It's incredible because it allows you to look up players. It allows you to vote on whether a player is a buy, hold, or sell, and then see the market sentiment on that player. And you can compare their lifetime value rating from Player Profiler to their Dynasty ADP at the FFPC, all in the price lookup tool. And beyond that, we have a trade analyzer, so you'll never lose another Dynasty trade again. And in our settings, you can set this is a win now team, this is a rebuilding team, and then we let you compare players. Look at their metrics side by side, prospect metrics, NFL metrics. It's all there. It's $5 in the App Store. There's some add-ons for Superflex and to buy the upcoming rookie class. Every year, you're going to spend $5 on this thing, and it's going to be well worth it.
We back.
All right, we're back, guys. And I just wanted to say, we're here now 7 hours into the stream, and these two fellas have been sitting in these seats the entire time. So before this commercial break, we were giving a big shout out to you guys. And of course, we're so thankful you guys are tuning in, but also for these two guys. Thank you for so much for all the hard work that you're putting in, and just everyone here at the Player Profiler Draft House. Just, it's incredible watching everything go on behind the scenes. I was, in Detroit the last couple of days, so I didn't get to be here, but it's just been incredible watching you guys work. And I'm so thankful to be a part of Player Profiler, and just everyone here. Thank you for showing up, and audience, continue watching as Theo Greminger is about to take us away.
Theo.
High dog rating right there. High dog rating.
High dog rating. JR1, here's my guy, my fellow trade god brethren. You've been tuning the trade god now for what, 3 seasons, Jay? Yes, sir. And we yelled at each other as more today than we ever have ever.
4 picks left. Rams at 254, Packers 255, Broncos 256, and the Jets, Jets. Have you ever been to Harlem?
Yes. I used to get my hair cut in Harlem when I lived in Manhattan.
Do you know a guy named Sanusi Kane?
No.
Did he cut your hair?
No.
Oh.
He
went to Blair. Is Blair Academy, or is Blair like a rundown school in Harlem?
I don't think it's rundown. I don't think it's a rundown.
It's not Blair Academy though, is it?
No, Blair Academy
Blair Academy is an all world wrestling school.
Yeah, Blair Academy is a big time prep school.
Yeah,
that's not in.
Is it in Jersey?
That's in Jersey. Okay. Yeah, that's anybody who's a former basketball player. That's
there's some basketball players there.
Yeah,
too?
I believe that was Charlie Villanueva for the old school, the UConn, former UConn players high school.
Gotcha. Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
See, we don't just talk football.
We talk everything.
We can talk about
everything.
whatever.
Everything.
We can talk about whatever. But yeah, a big shout out to everybody behind the scenes. I want to give a shout out to Billy Muzio, who's not here, helped us organize this draft house. I'm sure Billy might be watching. A big shout out to Brittany Foxworth, who is somebody who we speak to regularly. She does incredible graphics for pretty much all of our shows.
Superstar.
Jason and Seth, they put a lot of work into, planning this as well. So we, put a lot into it, but we get a lot out of it, guys. And big shout out to the people who stuck with us all week. So we're coming up to Mr. Irrelevant. Let's go with the ball knowers right here, the NFL desk. Give a prediction who Mr. Irrelevant is going to be.
I'm gonna go Leonard Taylor. I just think he's the highest on my big board. Again, somebody I was so in a 4th round pick. I thought was a lock 5th round pick. If it got too crazy, he's not even off the board. I'm gonna go with that here.
I'm gonna go tight end. Tight end. Brevin Sponford.
That's a good one. But Dallin Holker is a guy again.
Holker's
UDFA
interesting.
possibility, but the problem is UDFA tight ends don't.
Spanford. I think the tight end grouping in this draft has been lackluster. We've seen a number of them go off, but I think that the overall grouping of them being put in situations to succeed is underwhelming. We saw the Jets connected to Brock Bowers. Trey Knox is still out there. Brevin Spanford is still out there. You brought up Dallin Holker, still out there. Zach Hines, one of my favorite from South Dakota State, was down at the Shrine Bowl. I think he's a smooth tight end as well. I think they go tight end here.
What,
I'm
Rex?
gonna go Isaac Rex. Oh,
What,
yeah,
Rex?
yeah. Don't even give me on that story.
I'm
that was
gonna
a good
go-
story right there, man. I don't know if did I tell you that one?
You did. That's why I wanted you to talk about it.
So Isaac Rex, right? There's 2 BYU kids at the Shrine Bowl, 2 of them.
I don't get to predict Mr. Irrelevant before you go on a BYU talk.
You asked us to predict it, homeboy.
I'm gonna say that Mr. Irrelevant is Isaiah Williams, wide receiver, Illinois.
That's a savage right there.
That's
You
a-
just
that's a-
suck it up to Cody at this point
No,
because you guys
it's-
have the same
it's-
shirts on.
Listen, Cody and I did not match. Cody, we actually are very, very similar shirts. I didn't notice that. Great minds,
You
great
like two
minds,
goons who's about to collect and break my kneecaps if I don't give you $50.
great minds think
Ice
alike.
cap Willie,
Yeah,
homeboy.
it's
Ice
all
pick
about it's all about the fresh white polo for day 3.
Well,
Got to
I
keep
have
it
white
fresh.
on, I guess.
It's a Hawaiian vibe.
Off-white.
Matty
The bowling vibe.
Keon. The chat also threw out Curtis Jacobs. I think that's an interesting one for Mr. Irrelevant. Brock Purdy, guys. Brock Purdy. You never know.
There'll always be hope with Mr. Irrelevant. Because
Absolutely.
Of Brock Purdy.
Literally reset the clock on Mr. Irrelevant for about 50 years. So this is a big one. Big one, guys. Big one.
Kalen King goes 255 to the Green Bay Packers. They go cornerback from Penn State. This is a guy
from grace.
At one point fall from grace. I mean, who was a 7th rounder a couple years ago from, I got to cook in my head right now, the cornerback that fell, Darian Kendrick from Georgia, that fell to the Rams in the late rounds, that early on at Georgia was a dominator. That you put this guy on an island in college and he would lock you down. Kalen King was that way for a minute until he met this guy named Marvin Harrison Jr. and he buried him.
And he never recovered. His 2024 season or 2023 season was not great. It was not good for him. But this is a guy that if he had the ability to come out after 2022, we're talking about a potential 3rd round pick, right? I mean, this guy was really, really good, but then he just had a lackluster final season at Penn State, had a lackluster process at the Senior Bowl, was routinely abused at the Senior Bowl, and then had a bad combine showing. But at this point in the draft, you're 2 picks away from Mr. Irrelevant. Why not get a guy like Kalen King?
Before Mr. Irrelevant comes in, we had one more guy come off the board from New York, Yorktown Heights. Somers High School.
What you know about Yorktown?
Yorktown Heights is Westchester, New York. So that's not Long Island, but it's New York City area. So we'll claim it. We'll claim it.
Nick. This is a New York name. Nick Gagiulo from South Carolina.
I think
Gabagool, the guard position right there.
It's Garguilo.
Garguilo.
You got to pronounce it right. You got to pronounce it right for everybody back in Westchester.
I bet about $75 his grandma makes a mean lasagna.
It's a gravy. It's a Sunday night gravy.
That's a gravy
at the Garguilo
the most
household.
New York shit I've ever heard in my life. Correctly on a gravy.
You got to pronounce it correct. Shout out to everybody back home. I'm heading back there tomorrow. So, guys, let me ask you a philosophical thing before Mr. Irrelevant. Do you think it's better to be a undrafted free agent or to be picked in the last 10 picks?
Undrafted free agent, 1,000%.
I agree on that one. You sort of get a little more choice. Some of these undrafted free agent numbers, we think about guys like Sean Tucker last year getting big, 6-figure signing bonuses and getting to choose your outcome instead of sort of being stuck here.
You're right.
You go with that as well, Matty Keon?
I do, and especially for the skill positions, because I think then you get to put yourself in a situation where, it's a long shot to be a producer, but at least you can choose a scheme that makes sense, a coaching staff that makes sense, a relation to someone, whatever you want, whatever your ability is, whatever your flavor is, you get to kind of direct your future. And whenever you have your destination and in your hands, it's better off than kind of just being put in a lame duck spot here in the last 10 picks out of 257.
Yeah, for sure. A little disappointed that Jaden Sheridan didn't get selected. A little disappointed that Coker didn't get selected. Guys, we've talked about it in future cast multiple times over, but we'd love to see Jaden Sheridan land really well. Coker, obviously. I know Frank Gore Jr. was a guy that Cody wanted to see drafted, but we'll see.
74 fantasy relevant players have been drafted to running back, wide receiver, quarterback, tight end. If the Jets go receiver, tight end, or quarterback right here, that's 75.
Maybe they'll take another running back.
Hope not. I hope not.
You never
Which
know.
one of these over the course of the last 257 picks, over the course of the last 14 hours, which one of these picks offhand bang right now? If I asked you, walk up on the street, Theo, you were at the draft, who's your favorite pick?
That's a really, really great question. I think Roman Wilson in the 3rd round to Pittsburgh. I think that for me, that's a perfect landing spot for him. Draft capital about a round later than I wanted to see, but if he's going to land somewhere well in the 3rd round, it's Pittsburgh. And last year we saw Tank Dell have a really strong performance at the Senior Bowl, get drafted in the 3rd round, gets immediate opportunities in Houston, and he cooks. I think that there's a chance that Roman Wilson is going to do the same. I don't know if the ceiling is there, but I think Roman Wilson is a very high floor player. I think his trajectory is going to be somewhere a little bit higher than what Josh Downs was able to do last year. So I love the Roman Wilson outcome. And we have a Mr. Irrelevant. Cody Carpentier, announce it.
Safety from Alabama. Jaylen Key is the selection here at pick 257. We did not get a tight end. And kind of upset about it, to be honest with you.
Well,
I
guys,
wanted something fantasy relevant to talk about.
Guys, we get a we're gonna announce that for sure. Make sure you're sticking with Player Profiler on Twitter. Look for the UDFA announcements to come as they are, and make sure you're checking out Player Profiler News as well. They're going to be covering those. Make sure you're tuning in to Wake and Take on Monday morning. We're going to scale back. We're going to take a day off in the Roto Underworld on Sunday. We deserve it. This was a lot. But this week we're coming back with all of your favorite podcasts. You want to see Matty Keywoom, make sure you're tuning into the Game Plan. You want to see Cody Carpentier. Cody Carpentier is on a lot of podcasts now. He might be on press coverage with me this week, and you can also find
set some more records.
We might. Oh yeah, I got Matty Keywoom. I got to have you in the mix. Look for Matty Keywoom and I on Futurecast. Look for Jason Allwine dropping a Wake and Take on Monday morning. Bradley Stalder is going to be dropping a Stack Hunters. Pretty much everybody you've seen on camera here. Seth Dywald, Dynasty Roundtable, Wednesday evening. Basically, we're dropping shows for you, multiple shows a week, podcasts, and make sure you're checking out our articles. You're going to find my Dynasty winners, my Day 2 winners, my Day 3 winners, Matty Keywoom's draft grades. Maybe Cody Carpentier might be dropping some heat soon on the website with a strong article. But guys, thank you to everyone here. Make sure you smash that like button on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed to Player Profiler and stick with us all summer long. We're going to help you win your rookie drafts now. We're going to help you win your redraft leagues in August.
I just want to take a quick second to thank everybody in the house: Jason, Bradley, John Adams, Seth Dewald, Anand Dury, Theo Greminger, my man over here, Cody Carpentier, Josh Larkey, Matt Kelly, Alex Dunlap. They're not currently in the house, but they are part of it. The guys who have already left, the Knicks, Nick Coder, Nick Lynch, Frank. I mean, this is truly a team effort, and I'm so grateful to be a part of it. I'm so grateful to be a part of Player Profile and be a part of this production. It's been great, but I'm most importantly grateful for all of you guys, the true sickos who have been around now for, 14 hours of draft coverage over the last 3 days. We're doing it like no one else does, and I am incredibly proud of it. So big shout out to everybody involved.
And check out our top 10 takeaways from earlier this morning. You can find that right there on Player Profiler YouTube. Big shout out to Josh. Big shout out to Anand. And guys, I think that's it.
We out.
I think that's it. Let's run the end screen, Matty Keywoom. We're out.
Hey, I want to thank you for being part of this broadcast. If you have any thoughts on it, leave a comment. If you enjoyed it, make sure you leave a like. And if you want to see more shows on the Player Profiler channel, subscribe to it. That's how we know you want more.